sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up on your girl Mickey Truth. We is live with it. Mickey talks the truth. Okay. I got truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind.
Hey, listen, you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey.
Y'all already know all information contained on this live is for entertainment, heavy on a mother effing entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used on this live is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusion that you draw is on you and your mama, not nobody on this channel, this panel, or in this chat. And another disclaimer for those who have not read the description to my channel, I am not a lawyer. Nothing I say should be used as legal advice because it's not legal advice, okay? If you do need legal advice, however, you can go talk to an actual licensed lawyer or attorney of your choosing, all right? And like the disclaimer says in the video, that you can actually see the consequences of anything that you try to run with from the channel is definitely on you, all right? So with that being said, hey, just sit back, enjoy my opinion based off my free thoughts of what I'm listening to, and y'all let me know what y'all think in the chat. Let's get started.
You can't handle the truth.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Michelle. We are back at it. Ksoo and ATK Scotty's day 2 of their murder trial for the death of Lil Buck. Currently, we saw one witness yesterday, so it's gonna be more witnesses today. Court was supposed to start promptly at 9 a.m. However, the feed is not started yet. I went ahead and began so I got my disclaimers and all that out of the way. So we're just waiting for the stream to start. Today is gonna be the first full day of court. Not sure how many witnesses we will get through today. Not sure what will come out. Yesterday told me a lot. It's gonna be a good trial. The defense attorneys ain't playing. The state seemed like they had a pretty good case, but we'll find out. All right, the stream just started, so we'll go ahead and get started with listening in on that. Y'all make sure y'all like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend, pull up. Hold on, y'all.
All right, so all the numbers you have outlined then are items and evidence that are being stipulated to by both defendant Whitaker and defendant Robinson. Is that correct, State?
Yes, Judge, that's my understanding.
All right, and to confirm then, on behalf of Mr. Whitaker, is that correct? And on behalf of Mr. Robinson, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Are there more, or did I cut you off?
Judge, there was one more for the first witness, number 198. That was the sign-in sheet. That was not in the PowerPoint, but it's...
All right, any objection to 198 on behalf of Mr. Whitaker?
No, Your Honor.
And on behalf of Mr. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then those can be appropriately marked into evidence if they aren't already. And is that it from the state?
Judge, it is for the first two witnesses. I think defense counsel was discussing the last, Officer Collins, and we can address that before he testifies.
Okay, he's not the next witness right now? Okay, then let's wait and address that before he testifies. Anything on behalf of Mr. Whitaker? Anything else on behalf of Mr. Robinson? Okay.
Checking in with former Officer Graham to see if there's any update with that. That is the sole witness that we have not been able to track down.
Okay. Any update on any efforts to track Officer Graham down?
I have not. When we go back, I can check to see if anyone else has gotten a message at the office. I know we've been calling, we've been leaving messages, reaching out. I know defense counsel sent an email, I'm sure, as well. So I'll check when we go back to the office.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Governor, then the question of, and again, I just am bringing it up now to avoid the situation later. Miss Ahmad, who's in Jordan, the hope would be to have her testify via Zoom.
Right.
I don't know. The last that we spoke, the state had a little bit more information than I did because the husband wouldn't even tell us where she was. I don't know if she'd be more inclined to communicate with them or with the defense. We have spoken to him, myself and Ms. Kawas have, but we haven't gotten a confirmation. She has effectively been served through him, but she is out of the country. I think it can be worked out. I just wanted to share with the court where it's at.
Okay, thank you. All right, then if there's nothing else and if all sides are ready, let me just remind those in the gallery observing to please be sure your electronic devices are turned off, please, so that we have no interruptions in the middle of the proceedings. Then with that, we'll go ahead and bring Mr. Whitaker's jury out and Mr. Robinson's jury out.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Picture this, picture that. So y'all know I learned yesterday that they go dark when the jury comes out, I guess, to make sure they don't leak nobody. So yeah. So now we know. Yesterday I was thinking something was wrong with the feed. So they do it, they'll be back. Good morning, Renata. So yeah, we are definitely kicking into day 2. And I'll try my best to keep y'all updated with what witnesses is taking a stand by putting it in a comment and pinning it to the screen. But yeah, let's just see how today plays out. Good morning, Leah. Good morning, Kenan. Good morning, Emerald. Do you think Yellow Breezy trial will be live streamed? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a popular case in that area. Normally, I realize that normally popular cases in the area are live streamed. Hence why Ksoo trial is live streamed. So yeah, I do believe it will be live streamed. For those who just coming in, y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, share the live. We're just waiting on the jury to be seated for the live to come back in. They taking a little minute. It is a lot of people that got to see it, but yeah. We'll see what take place. Y'all hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. First case back. And hey, I ain't been live in like over a month, so it feels good to go back live, and especially go back live for watching a case. So y'all tune in with me all day. We here is all day. How long is this trial? I don't recall what they said, but pretty much it don't. Jacksonville trials don't be murder trials don't be long. It may add additional time just because it's 2 defendants, but the last trial we covered, it lasted 3 days. So this trial may be over like by next week. All right, we still wait. I want to make sure we ain't missing. It's not like yesterday because I had to keep finding other feeds to tune into, but hopefully they get it together. We'll see. Again, anytime they have the juries coming out, they turn off the feed what else? They're gonna turn off the feed when witnesses come in. We're not able to see the witnesses in the case, so it's gonna be times where it's interrupted, and then we just gotta wait for them to get back on. So currently, I believe only one news station is streaming it at this time. By the end of it, it'll probably be about 4 of them, because yesterday was like 4 different ones that were streaming it. But we just got to wait till they get it together. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a long trial because they already on witnesses already. We just got to wait for them to come in. I don't know why they went to this screen, but we will see how long it will take them to come back. I'm gonna put a poll up, so y'all make sure y'all engage with the poll. That they started early this morning. I wasn't expecting to talk yet until like nothing even happened yet. But anyway, we'll chill until they come back on. A lot of people been asking me what I think the outcome on the trial will be. I'm not sure yet. Some of y'all have been in the comments under the video. You know, so saying that some of y'all think one gonna get off, the other one not gonna get off. Some of y'all think both of them gonna get found guilty. It's gonna definitely be intriguing. The main person we have heard talk about getting off is Ksoo. He feels confident that he's gonna beat the case. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, technical difficulties this early is crazy. Or maybe an issue with the jury, and that's why they went offline. So, like I said, we'll just wait. We don't really have no choice but to wait. I'm doing homework, y'all. I'm trying to, all right, we're back.
I'm not sure, but I just wanted to put on the record because I did see a few news clips yesterday evening, throughout the evening, and some of them had some very damaging information on them. For example, gang-related shooting, and one that explicitly said that Hakeem Robinson has another murder case. So I don't know if the court just can say, just if anyone has, I'm sure they have.
My plan is to ask each and every day when they return whether they have talked to anybody, anyone's approached them, and what, if any, news media they may have seen or heard. So I will be doing that every day, not to worry.
Just for a second. No, I'm not ready to do that. Goes for defense.
Said, why is it 2 jury? Because they requested to have their own jury, which is smart. Because now you got separate people looking at different pieces of the information, you know, because one jury may feel like one person is guilty and then now you stuck with that. So they just chose to have their own. Seems like they're having technical difficulties. Like I said, this black screen gonna come on a lot throughout the day, y'all. It's nothing I can do on it. Y'all know we're using news feed for it, but bear with it. It'll be back on soon.
Please raise your hand. All right, and for the record, I see no hands raised. Has anyone attempted to talk to you about this case, either as you left court yesterday, arrived at court this morning, or any time in between? If so, please raise your hand. All right, and I see no hands raised either. And have you all talked to anyone about the facts and details of this case that you have heard or seen yesterday? If so, please raise your hand. All right, and I see everyone nodding in the negative. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll await for Mr. Whitaker's jury to come in, and then we will get started with the state's case in chief. Thank you so much.
Your Honor, jury and I are
Whether any of you have seen, read, watched, or listened to any television, newspaper, or radio stories that may have been printed or aired about this case. That's last night or this morning. If so, please raise your hand. All right, and for the record, I see no hands raised. Whether leaving yesterday or arriving today or any time in between, has anyone attempted to speak to you about this case, approached you to talk about any information about this case? If so, please raise your hand. All right, and for the record, I see no hands raised. And have any of you had conversations with other people, friends, family, or otherwise, about anything about this case? If so, please raise your hand. All right, and I see no hands raised. All right, and for juror 40, or who used to be 40, I see we've provided you with your assisted listening device. Are you able to hear me, sir? Okay, thank you so much. All right, then if nothing else, we may continue with trial. And state, you may call your next witness.
Oh, Toshida Saunders.
Ms. Saunders, please. All right, Ms. Saunders, if you'll, no, that's not her. All right, Ms. Saunders, if you'll come forward and be sworn. The witness stand is right there in the middle of the floor. Thank you. If you will, please sit up close and speak clearly and loudly into the microphone, ma'am. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Toshida Saunders. That's capital T-A-C-H-I-T-A. Last name is Saunders, S-A-U-N-D-E-R-S.
Ms. Saunders, do you live in Jacksonville?
I do.
And approximately how long have you lived in Jacksonville?
I've been here 20 years.
And do you have any children?
I do.
How many?
3.
And are they all currently in college?
They are
And what do you do for a living today?
medical sales.
And how long have you been in sales?
25 years.
Now, at some point, did you stop working in that field?
I did.
And approximately when was that?
2017.
And what did you do in 2017?
I invested in a franchise, a staffing agency.
And what was the name of that staffing agency?
Express Employment.
And where was your location of Express Employment located?
Merrill Road, 7001 Merrill Road.
And that's here in Duval County, Florida?
Yes.
Now, what type of business was Express Employment?
It was an employment agency, a staffing agency.
So did you essentially assist companies with finding employees?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's in evidence of State's Exhibit 2. You recognize this photograph, ma'am?
Yes.
And is that your business at the top to the next, I guess, on the right-hand side of that plaza?
Correct.
And were you working at that location the morning of January 15th, 2020?
Yes, I was.
Now, were you by yourself that morning?
No, I had one other employee there.
Okay. And do you recall who that was?
Yes. Melanie Coleman.
And did a person named Charles McCormick come to your business that morning?
Yes.
Did you personally know Charles before he came in that day?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
A family friend.
Now, why was Charles coming to your business that morning?
For an employment opportunity.
Had he already been interviewed for a job?
Yes, he had.
Had he been selected for a job?
Yes, he had.
And so what was the primary reason for coming in again that morning?
He was coming in to get the details of the assignment that he was going to.
Now, when Charles came into your business that morning, did you see him and talk to him?
I did.
And what were you inquiring about?
Just congratulating him and getting him prepared to go for the assignment.
What was his demeanor like that morning?
He was excited and happy just to be selected and an opportunity to kind of get a fresh start on his work.
Do you recall approximately what time he came in to Express Employment on January 15th of 2020?
Not specific. It's on the sign-in sheet.
And that sign-in sheet, did you provide that to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, they took it.
If you were to see that sign-in sheet, would that refresh your memory as to what time he came in?
It should be noted on there.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Showing you what's in evidence of State's Exhibit 198. Can you take a moment and look at it, see if that refreshes your memory?
Yes, this is our sign-in sheet.
And what time did Charles McCormick come in your business on January 15th, 2020?
Approximately 10:08, he signed in.
After Charles met with the recruiter in your office, was he given anything?
He was given the details of his assignment.
And what was that? Was that paperwork? Was it?
Yes, it was paper in an envelope so that he would be able to have the details of where he was going and what he was going to do.
And once he got all of that information, was it time for him to leave?
Yes,
Before he left, did you see him again?
I did.
And can you explain kind of where in the business you were located and where you saw and spoke to Charles before he left?
So before he left, I had walked up to the front of the office and walked him to the front door as I stood at my receptionist desk.
Did you stay at that desk before and as he walked out?
I was there, yeah.
Did you have any blinds on your windows or the doors of that business?
Yes, there were blinds on the windows.
Were they open?
They were open.
From where you were standing, could you clearly see outside into the parking lot area?
Yes.
Now, when Charles walked out your front door, where was he going?
He was going to his car.
And as he was walking outside, can you tell us what happened next, what you saw?
As he was leaving out the door, there was an individual approaching And as he's proceeded to walk off of the sidewalk, he recognized someone coming towards him. He looked back and turned and started to take off running.
And in what direction was Charles running?
So from facing outward of my business, he ran to the left on the side of the building, down the sidewalk.
Before getting to the sidewalk, did he come back towards your front door at all?
He had to come that way to run to the side of the building.
And were you still standing up there at your desk?
I was.
Did you see anyone else pursuing him?
I did.
And did you recall what that person was wearing?
They had on dark, covered. They were covered. Their face and their head was covered.
Did they have anything in their hands?
They did. They had a weapon, a gun, a large gun.
When Charles was running back in your direction, did you actually see him?
I did.
Did he appear to see you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And why do you say that?
Because he looked back towards the office. He knew that was only one entrance into my building.
And is that when he then kind of ran around the side?
Ran around the side of the building.
Could you tell the person that was chasing him, even though they were covered, could you tell what color that person was?
Yes, you can tell they were a dark-skinned person. Brown-skinned person.
Brown-skinned person. Could you tell whether or not that person was male or female?
It appears they are male. Mm-hmm.
And could you tell anything about their hair, for example?
It was covered. It wasn't a low cut or anything. You can tell it was covered, but it was hair.
Did you get a clear view of the person's face?
No, it was covered.
Was the person with the gun chasing Charles, was that person, would you consider them short or tall?
To me, they were tall.
How tall are you?
I'm about 5'5".
Was the person with the gun a lot taller than you?
To me, yeah.
What about compared to Charles as they both ran by you?
I can't give an exact number how much taller they were, but it seems taller.
Yeah, and I'm not asking for a number in terms of height, but could you tell if the shooter was taller or shorter than Charles?
He seemed taller than Charles. Mm-hmm.
Did you see exactly where Charles made it when he was running?
He made it right to the corner of my office, and within a panel or so on the side of my office is where he laid.
Did you see or hear any gunshots?
Yes.
Do you recall if you heard one shot or more than one shot?
Multiple shots.
What happened when you started hearing the gunshots?
I dropped down, told the people sitting in my lobby to get down, and I snatched the phone off of the receptionist's desk.
Now, did you call 911?
I did.
You recall, did this all happen very, very quickly?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm going to publish what is already in evidence as State's Exhibit 185, which is your 911 call.
We need help. They're shooting. 7001 Merrill Road. He's running across the parking lot with a shotgun.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, who's shooting, ma'am? Give me a description.
The gentleman, he has a black mask on. He has on a skull cap. He's running across the parking lot. 7001. I'm at Express Employment.
Okay, ma'am, slow down. Okay, he has on a black mask. What color shirt and pants?
God damn, he has on a... No. Hey.
Ma'am.
He has on a black mask, a black skull cap, running, tall, thin, black male.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
And did he shoot anybody?
Girl, where's Charles? Was it Charles? They shot through my door, my window. They shot Charles McCormick.
Okay, ma'am, somebody's been shot, ma'am?
Did they shoot him? Do y'all see him? Yes, he's down on the ground. His name is Charles McCormick. I know who he is, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, so listen to me. I got everybody coming to you, ma'am. I need some questions. I need you to help me, ma'am, okay?
Oh, my
listen to me.
Oh, shit.
Ma'am, listen to me. me, okay? Listen to me. Where has he been shot at? We need all this information, ma'am.
He's in the parking lot, ma'am.
The guy that's been shot, is he in the parking lot?
Parking lot.
Is he black, white, Hispanic?
Black, young male. His name is Charles McCormick. McCormick.
And you don't know where he's been shot at?
No, I don't know. I'm in the building. He was running. He just left out of my business for a job. And as soon as he came out, somebody started shooting at him. And he ran. And he's in the parking lot.
And you said, what was his name again?
His name is Charles McCormick. Guys, where is he at? Do y'all see him? Ma'am, go to my office and look out the window, please. He's over here. He's on the sidewalk.
And what's your last name? Ma'am, listen to me. We got everybody. Ma'am, listen to me, okay? We got everybody coming to you, licensed sirens, ma'am. I need you to get my eyes for me, okay?
Listen, he's on the ground, on the sidewalk, and he's not moving. My building.
Okay, ma'am, I got fire and rescue coming for him. He's laying on the ground, correct?
Yes. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Okay, so the guy that was doing the shooting, where is he at?
I don't know where he is. He's ran. Yes, I got my phone. I'm calling her now.
And which direction did you see him leave running in?
Yes, I saw him running.
Which way?
They ran towards the Bailey's gym. They ran west of me. Tell them. Mel, look out there. Look at him. Take a picture. Just use your phone. Take a picture, Mel. Take a picture. Use your phone. Take a picture. Take a picture. Just take a picture.
Okay. And you said the guy came in to get a job?
Yeah. Charles McCormick, I'm a staffing agent.
Okay.
He came in for his interview.
Okay.
Got a job. He was walking out for his job assignment. As soon as he walked out the door, this guy started shooting at him in the parking lot with a mask on. He started running. He ran on the side of my building on the sidewalk, and the guy shot him. It's like a shotgun. He's down on the sidewalk. He's not moving. What else do you need to know right now? I have bullet holes all in my window right now.
Okay, ma'am. We got everybody coming to you, okay?
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Nobody. I got it. Okay.
All right. We got somebody that's out there with the victim. Okay, and what's your last name, ma'am?
Saunders. Saunders.
Miss Saunders, give me your phone number.
904-800-2933.
All right. We got everybody in right out there.
Of him, out on the sidewalk. Take a picture through the glass.
All right.
Saunders, on that 911 call, could you hear any gunshots?
I didn't hear anymore.
Or did you make that call after the shooting stopped?
Yes.
After you got off the 911 call, did you go outside?
I did.
Did you approach where Charles was?
I did.
How close would you say you got to him?
All the way to him.
And what did you see?
His leg was separated and half his face was gone. His teeth were on the sidewalk.
Did anyone else come outside to try and check on him?
Yes, there was a medical office next door to me, and one of the staffers were out there as well as he tried to cover his face.
You need a minute?
Excuse me?
You need a minute? Now, Ms. Saunders, I do want to show you what's in evidence of State's Exhibit 187. It's a clip from a dash cam, and you have seen that, is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Saunders, when Charles was standing at the front door, well, was that Charles McCormick?
Yes.
When he was standing there, were you just inside that door speaking to him?
Yes.
Do you recall what the last thing was you told him?
Do good. Have a good day.
And is that where you remain, just inside that front door?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Cross on behalf of Mr. Whitaker.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
I'm sorry for your loss. You were close friends with the McCormick family, correct?
I know them very well.
You are good friends with Mr. McCormick's grandmother as well as his aunt?
Yes.
You did not see where the shooter came from, did you?
Just across the parking lot.
But you didn't see him get out of a car or walk up? And you also did not see where he went after he completed the shooting?
I did not.
Because by that time, you were crouched down yourself, ma'am, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions. Thank you for your
All
time.
right, cross on behalf of Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Saunders.
Morning.
How are you doing? Okay, I just have a few questions for you. Okay, so you were inside the store when you first heard the gunshots, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it was out the corner of your eye that you saw the shooter, right? And did you notice him right before the shot started or when the shot started?
It happened so quick.
Within seconds, right?
Yes.
And of course, you didn't know this was going to happen, so you're not knowing to pay attention, right?
Correct.
But you did see the shooter.
I did.
Okay. Now, I know when Mr. Cooper was asking you questions, you described him as tall, right?
Correct.
But you also had a view of basically whether he was fat or skinny, right?
Correct.
And you previously testified that you described him as slim.
And yes.
Right? Now, he was also well covered, right? From top to bottom.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that he had a hoodie over the top of his head.
He was covered.
Covered. Now, you'd also agree that the hoodie didn't appear to sit directly flat on the person's head, right?
Correct.
It appeared that it wasn't the normal crane of his head, it was something is underneath.
Correct.
You couldn't see it though, so you wouldn't know if it was hair or something else, like a cap or something like that.
Correct.
Okay. And when you realized what was going on, you immediately dropped to the ground.
I did.
And there were other people in your place of business, right?
Yes.
You yelled to them to get down as well too.
Yes.
All right. And then, as we heard, you immediately called 911. How soon was it that law enforcement was able to get there?
I don't know. It seems long, but I'm not sure how long.
All right. But when they realized that you had an interaction with the person who had passed away, who was killed, they interviewed you, right?
They did.
Okay. And you would agree with me that at the time, when they're interviewing you, right when this happened, your memory of what you saw and all of that would be fresher than it is 5 years later.
Absolutely.
Okay. And the police, of course, took a detailed description from you, right? At that time.
So did what I told them, yes.
Okay. Just a few more questions. All right. Now, you said you're 5'5", right?
Yes.
And when Mr. Cooper asked you questions, you described the shooter as being tall.
Yes.
Okay. Now, 5'5" isn't that tall, right?
Correct.
All right. And you would agree with me that tall to you would be anywhere between 5'8" and 6 feet, right?
Correct.
All right. Anything above 6 feet to you would be very tall.
It would be.
Okay. And you described the shooter as being tall.
Correct.
Right. All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Saunders, for answering my questions. Have a good day.
Thank you. Is there any redirect?
No, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Ms. Saunders. You're excused and free to go. All right, State, you may call your next witness.
Judge, we call Barbara Buckley.
All right, Ms. Buckley, please. All right, Ms. Buckley, if you'll come forward and be sworn. All right, ma'am, if you'll have a seat right there in the witness seat and be sure to speak loudly, clearly, and closely into that microphone. Thank you, ma'am.
May it please the court?
Yes.
Would you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
It's Barbara Buckley. Last name is spelled Buckley.
Yes, ma'am. Now, Ms. Buckley, are you married?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
Two. Two natural and several honoraries.
Yes, ma'am. Can you tell the jury how old you were back in January of 2020?
8.
And today I see you're wearing glasses. Were you also wearing glasses back in January of 2020?
I've worn them since 4th grade.
Okay. Were you working back in January of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you working at that time?
Dollar General.
And what about your husband? Was he working?
Yes.
Where was he working?
Same company.
Different location?
Yes.
What hours was your husband typically working back at that time?
He normally would work 5 in the morning until 3 or 4 in the afternoon.
Okay. Did you work different hours?
Yes.
Okay. Would you work later in the afternoon and then to the evening?
Yes.
And back in January of 2020, where were you living? What was your address?
1033 Townsend Boulevard.
And that's here in Duval County, Florida?
Yes.
And were you scheduled to work that afternoon?
Yes.
Do you recall around what time you were planning on being at work?
3 o'clock.
Had your husband gone to work that morning already?
Yes.
After your husband went to work, were you the only person in your home?
Me and 3 cats.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Buckley, I'm going to show you a photograph that's in evidence as State's Exhibit 108. Do you recognize that photograph, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. And what is that a photograph of?
My house.
And then also 109. Is that your home as well?
Yes.
How many bedrooms did your house have?
3.
What about bathrooms?
2.5.
Did anyone besides you and your husband live in your home at that time?
No.
Now, prior to getting ready for work that morning on January 15th of 2020, did you speak to anyone?
I was on the phone with a friend of mine.
Was that something you typically did before going to work?
Yes.
Did you have a landline in the house?
No.
So you were using a cell phone?
Yes.
And what kind of cell phone did you have?
An Android.
Now, do you recall the name of the friend that you were talking to?
Kim Leva.
And after you finished talking to your friend, what did you do?
I got off the phone with her because I had drank too much coffee while we were on the phone, and I had to go to the bathroom.
Okay. And where in your house was the bathroom located that you were using?
Right straight down the hallway.
I'll show you what's in evidence of State's Exhibit 121 and 122. What are we looking at in State's 121, ma'am?
That's the standing in the doorway, and I was seated right by that lamp that's turned on.
Is this the front door of your home?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 122. Can you tell us what we're looking at in that photograph?
Right, all the way down on the end that doorway that you see against the back wall, that's the bathroom.
So State's Exhibit 128, the door at the top of this
The
photo.
right of that picture.
And let's go to 130. The door that's cracked to the left, is that for the bathroom?
Yes.
And then State's 131, is that bathroom?
Yes.
Now, when you came out of your bathroom that morning, what happened?
I walked out of the bathroom and I saw that the front bedroom door was closed, and free cats, they like to chase each other. So I thought one of them had pushed the door shut. So I went to push the door open and I saw two black men standing in my house.
And what did you do when you saw those two individuals?
Excuse the language, I told him. I said, "Oh, hell no, get the F out." And then I proceeded to walk down the hallway to the front door, opened the front door for him, and held the sliding door and said, "Get the fuck out of my house." And they were like, "You don't understand. You don't understand." I said, "I understand that you don't belong here. You don't live here. You need to get the F out of my house now." And I kept trying to plead for him to leave the house.
These two individuals, did you know either one of them?
No.
Did either of them have permission to be in your home?
No.
Ever been around them at any other point in your life?
No.
Okay. What happened when you made it to the front door?
When I realized they weren't leaving, I was going to try to take off, and one of them grabbed me by the one arm, and so there's an iron railing right by my door, and I grabbed that with my other hand, and I was trying to yell help, which is kind of useless in my neighborhood because all my neighbors work during the day. And the other one came out and was hitting my arm to try to get me to break loose of my grip because I kind of had a death grip on the railing. And then the two of them ended up pulling me back inside the door where we fell.
So both individuals put hands on you and helped together pull?
Both pulled me in, yeah. One I called Tattoo Dude had me by my one arm, and then the Squirrely Dude was the one who was, kind of chopping at my hand to get me to break loose.
And so you use two descriptions, one Tattoo Dude and one Squirrely Dude.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I'm sorry?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And is that how, in your mind, you distinguish between the two individuals?
Yes.
And was Tattoo Dude, do you attribute that description because he had tattoos?
Once I identified him that way because after the whole kerfuffle at the front door, and we went into the living room, he sat down. I don't remember if he pushed his sleeves up or if he took the jacket off that he had on, but I saw his tattoo.
Now, do you recall what the tattoo looked like?
It was a number. It was big numbers, 1993 on his arm.
Is that the upper arm, lower arm, forearm?
Lower arm, between the elbow and the wrist.
Yes, ma'am. Now, do you recall what either one of these individuals was wearing when they came into your home?
Tattoo Dude was definitely dressed better than the other guy. He was wearing a tracksuit it was a dark tracksuit with red tennis shoes. And Squirrely Dude had what I classify Dollar General gray sweatpants and just a basic Dollar General type hoodie, dark hoodie on.
Do you remember anything about their hairstyles, if you could see it?
Not for Squirrely Dude, because he pulled the hoodie right up over as soon as he saw me. He pulled it up, so I couldn't really get a good look at him at all. But Tattoo Dude, when he sat down, he had little nubbies, like he was thinking about growing dreads, but hadn't decided yet. And but they were very neat in appearance, and he had a little goatee. But that was the only thing I really remember.
Could you tell approximately what age they appeared to be?
I'm sorry?
Could you tell approximately what age these two people appeared to be?
I guessed them to be early to mid-20s.
And do you recall anything about their height? How tall do you think they were in comparison?
Seemed to be my height, so about 5'5", 5'6".
After you were pulled back inside by Tattoo Dude and Squirrely Dude, you said you fell on the floor?
Yeah, Tattoo ended up on, he was on top of me, and he was kind of like holding me like right at the collarbone. And the only thing I could think of was like, this isn't going to end this way type thing. So I just kind of like brought my knee up to push him off.
Okay.
And I think I kind of hit him a little because he seemed to be a little out of breath when he rolled over. And I sat up and I told him I need a cigarette. And he's like, no, you don't. And he's trying to hold my arm down, and I just kind of lifted him off. But he was saying that he called for the other dude. He's like, bro, come here. And Squirrely Dude came out and he's like, do you want me to hurt her? And he said, no, just watch her. And so then they were trying to convince me that I didn't understand. And Squirrely Dude pulls out his phone. He's like, I've got it on video. They attacked us. I said, I don't want to see that. I want nothing to do with that. I want you out of my house. And then they were both like trying. You don't understand. I said, the only thing I understand is if what you're saying is true, then you need to call the cops. You need to either way, you need to leave. And at that point, I think I got up and went to have a cigarette.
And what room of the home did you go to?
The living room.
And is that where you remained?
Yes.
And when you were in your living room, did you have a cell phone?
When I went to the bathroom, the cell phone was sitting on the arm of the couch. But when I sat down on the couch, Tattoo Dude came in and sat down. And that's when I saw that he had my cell phone, and he put it back in his pocket again. And then he called for the other dude. He's like, bro, I need some water. So I told him that there was a bottle of water in the fridge, and he went and got one of those for him. And then Tattoo Dude to drank the water after he finished drinking it. He crushed it and put the empty in his pocket.
Now, after that happened, while you're still in your living room, did you have an alarm system or anything in your home that you could trigger?
Yes, but unfortunately I could not push it because where Tattoo Dude was sitting, it was right next to the console.
And did Tattoo Dude pretty much stay with you in that room?
Yes.
What about the other person you described as Squirrely Dude?
Squirrely Dude went back into the front bedroom, which I'm assuming that he was looking out the window because he was on this phone the whole time because Tattoo Dude kept asking. He's like, dude, where's he at? Where's he at? Got to get out of here.
Tattoo Dude was asking.
Yeah.
Squirrely Dude.
Yeah.
And also, just to be clear, which one of the two asked?
Sorry.
Which one of the two was asking the other if they wanted to?
Tattoo Dude was asking Squirrely Dude.
I'm sorry, I backed up for a moment. When you said you were pulled into the house, kind of brought your knee up and hit Tattoo Dude. Is that right?
Yes.
And was it Squirrely Dude that asked Tattoo Dude if they needed to hurt you?
Yes.
That was Squirrely Dude saying that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, approximately how long were you in your home with these two people?
It seemed a heck of a lot longer than it really was. But I mean, I don't know the time frame of when they first got there. I know I was watching Blue Bloods on TV, and one show ended and another one started, but I don't know.
Would this have been
the time frame?
Sorry. Okay. Would that have been late morning when that show was on?
Yeah, it would have been somewhere between. I probably turned it over around 10:30, something like that is when I put it on that channel.
Okay, and then that show ended and another one started while they were
in
the house. Okay. And that show is typically an hour long?
Yes.
Now, that front bedroom that you said Squirrely Dude kept going back to, what can you see from that front bedroom?
The front, basically the whole street of Townsend.
Did you see that individual that you refer to as Squirrely Dude doing anything with his phone?
I didn't see that much of him at all. I mean, other than, the couple times that Tattoo Dude would call him out.
When he came out, was Squirrely
Yeah,
Dude?
he would come out of the front bedroom.
Okay. And what was he doing at that point?
Well, he was still on the phone.
So could you hear it if he was talking to someone? Not the conversation necessarily, but was he using?
No, he was. Sorry. I mean, he was talking very softly, so I didn't know. I did not hear any conversation.
But when he was talking, did he have his phone in his hand?
Yes.
You indicated at one point earlier kind of faked. I think you indicated at some point while they were holding you and you're in the living room, you kind of faked like going to sleep or some sort of.
I can't hear you.
While you were on the couch in the living room, did you fake going to sleep or doing something to try and
expedite their leaving? Yes. Because I have asthma, and over the years I know what an asthma attack feels like. I know what happens to me when I do it. So I started telling Tattoo Dude, I'm like, something's not right. I'm not feeling good. I said, you guys got to go. You got to go. And he's like, oh, you're fine. You're fine. I said, no, I'm really not feeling good. I'm not feeling good. And I started to basically like hyperventilate. And then I kind of like laid down sideways on the couch with my hand hanging down so that, and made it sound like I was having some sort of an attack. And I kind of saw like, kept a sliver of my eye open so I could see when they were actually going to leave, type thing, see what was going to happen. And Tattoo Dude got really panicky at that point and called for Squirrely Dude to come out. He's like, and I heard him say something's not right. We got to get out of here. And then at some point, I don't remember when, but Tattoo Dude went to the hall bathroom and used the restroom, and then went in the master bedroom and changed clothes. And then when he came out, he told Squirrely Dude to go in and change too.
So did both of those individuals take clothing from your home?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of clothing they took?
Tattoo Dude was wearing sleep pants that had the Mountain Dew theme on them, and that my husband got for Christmas, and his Permante's Brothers t-shirt. And then he had grabbed a pair of old New Balance tennis shoes out of the closet too. And then Squirrely Dude, he just changed into another pair of sleep pants that were in the bedroom, and he took the hoodie off, so he had a white muscle shirt on.
When he took the hoodie off, were you able to clearly see his face?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't have my glasses on and I was kind of squinting and I can't see distance.
After they took those clothes and changed, assuming without your permission, they didn't have permission to take the clothes.
No.
What did they do?
They were standing by the front door looking out, and then Squirrely Dude's like, he's here, and then they both left. And as soon as they shut the front door, I jumped up, locked it, and I looked out the window briefly enough to see and get in the car, and then the car leave.
Now, could you make out the color or anything about the type of vehicle that they got into?
I could tell that it was a Charger-style car, and that it was a reddish-orange color. The exact color I can, or the exact make model, no, I can't. It's just a Charger-style type vehicle.
And was that car in your driveway?
Yes, it pulled into the driveway.
Which way did it go?
It backed up and then went down Townsend towards the expressway.
And What did you do after the car left?
I went and hit the alarm button on the on the self control panel. I knew he had my phone, so I had to grab a piece of paper that had my friend's phone number on. And then I ran out the door to try to find a neighbor home.
And were you able to find anyone?
A couple doors down, I saw a lady bringing in her Christmas decorations, and I hollered at her, "I need help! I need help!" And at that point, she was coming towards me, and I still didn't really know what was had gone on prior. And all of a sudden, news reporter Elizabeth Pace came over, and she actually helped pick me up. And then when I realized there's an officer, I'm like, "I need him." And I pointed to the officer who was down by the car, and they're like, "What's going on?" I said, "Two guys just broke into my house. They just left." So Ms. Pace walked me down to the officer, and he told me that he was going to call it in, but I need to call 911 and then to call to go back to my house. And
did you call 911?
Elizabeth did, and so did my neighbor.
And were you able to get on one of their phones to speak to the 911 operator?
The neighbor's phone, yes. Mm-hmm.
And after speaking to 911, did you remain at your home?
Yes, they told me to stay there.
And eventually, did officers or detectives show up to your house to speak?
Lots of officers showed up.
Okay. Did you tell them what happened?
Yes, I did.
And did you give them a physical description of both individuals?
Yes, I did.
And did that include the tattoos on Tattoo Dude?
Yes.
As well as a clothing description?
Yes.
Now, the clothing that they wore when they entered your home, did they take that clothing with them when they left?
They wrapped it in a blanket that I had laying on my bed.
Now, after giving officers the descriptions, later on January 15th, 2020, same day, were you shown a photo spread to see if you could identify a particular individual?
Later that evening.
And when you were shown that photo spread, there were multiple photos?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to identify anyone?
Yes.
All right. And did you identify that person by actually signing the photograph?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I briefly approach the witness?
Yes.
Showing you what's in evidence as State's Exhibit 201. Do you recognize this as that photo spread that was shown on January 15th, 2020 to you?
Yes.
And this photograph, is that your signature?
Yes.
And which of the two individuals did you identify?
Tattoo Dude.
Showing you what's in evidence as State's Exhibit 125. Do you recognize that photograph?
That's the front bedroom.
Is that the front bedroom that the Tattoo Dude and Squirrely Dude were inside?
Yes.
And State's 126. Is that same room?
Yeah, that's standing in the room.
State's 110. Is that the front door of your home?
Yes, it is.
And where is the metal railing that you had to grab onto?
It's alongside that black line that's alongside next to the planter.
You can actually, if you touch the screen with your finger, you'll be able to put a circle around it.
It's right there.
And State's Exhibit 121, is that the front room where you went and had to have a seat for the entire time they were in there?
Yes.
Where in State's 123 were you seated? And I want to show you what's in evidence as State's 191. You see this on your screen, ma'am?
Yes.
That vehicle that just drove by, do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that vehicle?
That's the one that pulled up in my driveway.
And this is State's Exhibit 186, your 911 call.
911 on a recorded line. Two people that held you in your house, do you know, were they black, white, or Hispanic?
I was here. They were black males.
Do you know what color shirt either of them had on?
When they initially came in, they were, they changed clothes. They got my husband's clothes.
You know what, the last time you saw them, what color shirt either of them had on?
What one of them is wearing, the one that's got a mustache is wearing plaid sleep pants with a gray Command Brothers t-shirt. The other one's wearing a white muscle shirt and black Mountain Dew sleep shorts with gray tennis shoes. They're carrying their other clothes.
You said, what color were the pants with the white tank top?
It's Mountain Dew theme. They're black background with Mountain Dew all over them.
Which direction were they headed the last time you saw them? Do you know?
They jumped into a red. I thought it was a Charger, but the officer who's working traffic into up the street says it's got two doors. He says probably a Challenger, but they jumped into a red one of those, or reddish color, and then headed down towards Arlington, downtown, and towards Arlington Expressway.
Did either of them have any weapons on them?
Not that I could see. The one definitely did not. The one who kept his he had a black hoodie that he kept trying to keep around his face. I couldn't tell anything that he had.
How long ago did this occur?
They found him in my house at 10:30, and they just left about 10, 15 minutes ago, if that.
So they came. You found them in the house?
I came out of the bathroom. And saw one of the bedroom doors was shut. I went and opened it, and they were standing right there in my house.
Are you injured? Do you need an ambulance? Do you want an ambulance to come and?
I don't need an ambulance. But they do have my cell phone. I'm using a neighbor's phone right now. Thank you, sweetie.
What's your cell phone number?
My cell phone number is 904-982-7559.
All right, ma'am. So are you going to be waiting at 1033 Townsend?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, we do have the call. We've sent it, and officers are going to be out there to you shortly, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Buckley, when the police showed up, did they also collect the clothing that you were wearing that day?
Yes, they did.
And did they also take a DNA swab from you?
Yes, they did.
And did you have any injuries as a result of being grabbed and kind of thrown down to the ground?
Other than a bruised shoulder.
Your Honor, may I approach for one moment?
I'm sorry?
May I approach the clerk for one moment?
Yes.
Ms. Buckley, I want to show you what's in evidence as State's Exhibit 135. Do you recognize that photograph, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. And is that you?
Yes.
And did you have a slight bruise or injury there to your neck?
I couldn't see it because it's, but they said, yeah, the police officer saw it.
And 137, what are we looking at there?
That would be a scratch mark from when they, I'm assuming when they tried to get me off the death grip.
Okay. You didn't have that before then?
No.
142?
That was where I scraped the sliding door being pulled back in.
And that was when both of them were pulling you in? Is that when both individuals were pulling you in?
Yes.
143? Is that just a close-up of that scrape?
Yep.
States 133. Is that the clothing or the pants that you had on that morning?
It's the pants. The shirt matched, but they made me change.
And States 143, same pants? And they were collected?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, cross for Mr. Whitaker.
Good morning, Ms. Buckley. Ma'am, you mentioned that you ended up with a bruised shoulder.
Yes.
Do you think tattoo guy? Did you get some bruises on him?
Well, it's when we fell, because when they pulled me in, the two of them pulled me in, and I landed on my shoulder.
Okay. And then you were able to ultimately get tattoo guy off of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So these two people end up in your home, and they're in the original room that they're in. Was that close to your front door when you encountered them for the very first time?
It's the closest bedroom to the front door. Yes.
And so your obvious reaction is, get the F out of my house, and you go so far as to open the door, the front door.
Yep.
Right. They unfortunately do not leave, correct?
Correct.
There then is some kind of physical altercation where, and I'm going to use your terms, tattoo guy ends up on top of you, correct? And it's at that point that you can't help but notice the very large tattoo on his arm, correct?
He had a tracksuit on, so the jacket. I did not see the tattoo in detail until late when he sat down on the couch after the kerfuffle at the front door, and we came in. That's when I saw him.
Okay. At that point, was he in a short sleeve shirt?
No, he had a jacket.
Taken off his clothes.
He hadn't taken the jacket off or anything.
At some point, did you get a good look at tattoo guy's tattoo?
Yes, I did.
And what was so distinctive about it?
It was the size of it, and also when I saw the year, the only thing I could think of is these guys are, just a couple years younger than my kids.
Do you remember that year right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a number you'll probably never forget?
Pretty much.
1993, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
And obviously, that was something you were able to provide description right away,
Yes.
correct?
Yes. He had another tattoo on the other arm, but the way he was sitting, I couldn't read it.
Now, the other person that you've labeled Squirrely Dude, you didn't get a very good look at him,
No.
correct?
Mm-mm.
At one point, you did get to see his full right arm, though, correct? And got a good look at that?
When he went to change, he had the muscle shirt on. I was like, from distance we are right now, I see beige and white. I see nothing else.
Sure, because you didn't have your glasses on. Fine. But you were able to see a good look at, and we're talking about Squirrely Guy now, Squirrely Guy's right arm, correct?
No.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition? And I realize it's been a number of years.
I do remember deposition, yes.
And that was much closer in time to when this all happened to you.
Mm-hmm.
And counsel, I'm on page 21, starting line 25. Your answer was, and I got a good look of his right arm. I did not see any tattoos on his right arms. And he's got very, I call them chicken arms. You remember?
Yeah.
Responding to that?
Mm-hmm.
So the Swirly Guy, you were able to see his right arm pretty closely when you were in very close proximity to him, and you didn't see any tattoos on his arm.
It wasn't close proximity again. It was the distance I am between you and me right now.
Okay.
Okay. And from what I could see, without my glass, I could not see any tattoos that were visible to me.
Okay. But back when you gave your deposition, you did indicate that you had gotten a good look at his arm.
Yeah, the only thing I could, get a good look of is, I see the shape, I see shapes, I see colors. It's the fact that he had really skinny arms.
Okay. Now, this person, Squirrely Dude, you described that the hoodie was not only on, but it was actually tied, correct?
Yeah, he pulled it. As soon as he saw me, he pulled the hoodie up and pulled it tight.
And Squirrely Dude, you didn't end up having much interaction with, correct?
Right.
Okay. It appeared that Tattoo Guy was kind of calling the shots, right?
I don't know.
Well, according to you, it was Tattoo Guy that kind of tells Squirrely Dude, hey, go change your clothes. Was that not your direct testimony? I'm sorry.
It was, it was Tattoo Dude's idea, yes. But as far as who was calling the shots, I can't make that call. I don't know.
Sure. Okay. And you described that you end up in the living room and you are able to have a cigarette?
Yes.
And I guess Squirrely Dude at that point keeps trying to tell you, hey, I need help. Please look at my phone, right?
No, that was when we first landed in the hallway.
Okay. When you're trying to get them to leave.
And they tried they were like, lady, you don't understand. I said, I understand. You're in my house. You don't belong here. You need to leave. And they're like, we were ambushed, and Squirrely Dude, holds us down his phone for me to see. I said, he's like, we got it on phone. I said, I don't want to see that. I said, if that's true, you need to call JSO. I said, or leave my house one at a time, head down a couple blocks down to the expressway. But either way, you need to go.
Now, you were wearing your wedding rings when this occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And there were valuables in your home,
yes.
Correct? Fortunately, the intruders did not take those things.
Right.
And ultimately, Tattoo Guy takes your phone, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
There was a car at your home as well?
There was a what?
There was a car, your car at your home?
Yes.
Okay. And they did not obviously steal that? Okay. I don't have anything further, ma'am. Thank you very much for your time.
Mm-hmm. All right, cross for Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Ms. Buckley.
Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm here.
You're here. Okay, so just a few questions. You're very certain, 100% certain that there were only 2 people in your home?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't see a third person?
Not inside my house, no, ma'am.
Okay, and the 2 people you saw, you didn't see anybody that was over 6 feet tall?
What?
You didn't see the 2 people that were in your home, they weren't over 6 feet tall?
I still can't understand what you're saying.
Okay, I'm going to slow down because I speak with a little bit of an accent. So, the 2 people that you were in your home, you described one as being, you said you're 5'5", correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that they were about close in range to your height?
Yes.
Okay, no one, in your opinion, was over 6 feet tall?
No.
Okay. And you had mentioned that Squirrely Dude was, you saw him on his phone?
Yes.
And he was actively using his phone?
Yes.
Okay. Did you heard conversation, but you couldn't hear what he was saying?
Right.
Okay. Did you see him with more than one phone?
I just saw one phone, him on the phone, one phone.
Okay. And then neither of these individuals had gloves on?
No.
Okay. And Tattoo Guy, he basically held you down?
Yes.
He put his hands around your neck?
Yeah, he pretty much landed on me when we fell into the hallway.
Okay, and he remained on top of you?
Until I kneed him off.
Okay, but he at some point put his hands around your neck?
Yes.
In an attempt to hold you down?
Yes.
So much so that he left a mark on your neck?
Yes.
He was violent with you?
They both were.
Okay. Now, as it relates to the police showing up to your house, when they get there, well, first we heard your 911 call, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even 911 asked you for a description, right?
Right.
Because it was important so they could identify who the person was, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were even able to give them a very detailed description of the clothes they were wearing when they were leaving. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And that wasn't it. Police then came to your house, right?
Yes.
And they sat down with you and gave you an opportunity to explain and describe the individuals that were in your home.
Yes.
One of which had, as you stated, a very distinct tattoo on his arm that you remember as you sit here 5 years later.
Yes.
Now, I think you had said within the evening, that same day, so within 24 hours, they were able to come back to your home with a bunch of photographs, right?
Yes.
Now, when they were showing you these photographs, it's true that they give you some instructions before presenting you with the photographs, right?
Yes.
And they say things to you like, the person may or may not be in this set of photographs, right?
Yes.
And it's not just one photograph, it's multiple
photographs. Yes, ma'am.
Right. And it's not a photograph of a 1993 tattoo, right?
Right.
So, and they show you them individually, right?
Yes.
And this is to make sure that you're picking the right person.
Yes.
And you were able to ID, without a doubt, Tattoo Man.
Yes.
Did you come to learn that his name was Dominique Barner?
I don't know any of the names.
Okay, no problem. All right, thank you so much, ma'am. No further questions, Judge.
Thank you. Is there any redirect?
No, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Buckley, you're excused and free to go, ma'am. All right, are you ready to call your next witness?
I'm gonna need to check to see if he's outside.
Okay, do we need a recess?
Judge, that might be best.
Okay.
Go over a few things.
All right, well, we have been going for an hour, so I'm going to give a recess to the jurors so that they may take a bio break. If you will leave your notepads behind on your seats and have a step into your respective jury rooms, we'll bring you out here just as soon as we can. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
See who's out there. See.
All right, all right. So far we done got through 2 witnesses today. The first witness was the express employer that the victim went to, who actually was a family friend, also who witnessed the shooting, was unable to provide any actual details about the suspect other than, she felt like he was taller than her and slim. She also explained what she saw when she walked up on the victim after he was shot. The second witness was the victim in a home invasion. Again, we now know the person that she refers to as Tattoo Dude is Dominique. What's his last name? Dominique. The butter dude. I don't forgot his name, but she was unable to identify the second person, who the state's case believed was ATK Scotty. So pretty good so far. Not sure who the next witness is to come up, but really not too much unknown has been said yet. We pretty much had already known the details that came out. I ain't gonna lie, listening to the first witness express person shows like how gruesome the scene was, because she said the victim like teeth was on the concrete, stuff like that. His leg was dislocated from his body, things like that. They have been blocking out the actual shooting video, but the dash cam of the truck of the witness we heard from yesterday shows the whole shooting. So they're not showing it, but in the courtroom, they are able to see it. Also, let me see. I think that's about it. That's all I got in my notes, really. They're on a recess right now, so court should be back in session soon, and then we'll go from there.
concrete beneath Mr. McCormick when he was rolled over, which is evidence of the bullet strike, which the evidence technician will also talk about. Yes, Judge. And it also goes to premeditation to show that he was shot while he was on the ground and defenseless.
All right. I have now had the opportunity not only to look at State's 2A, but all the other photos in this binder. And in looking at these photos and making my analysis of whether this photo is overly prejudicial and outweighs any probative or substantive value, I'm going to overrule the objections. This is the only photo of its kind. There are some others that show close-ups, but this is the only one that shows, and not even the full body, I would say 3/4 of the body. And I don't find it to be overly prejudicial or extremely, gory, if you will. So I'm going to allow the state to use that item in evidence, assuming a predicate is laid.
Judge, I believe they were stipulated to all the other photographs. Is that correct?
All of the photographs in 2?
Yes.
Okay.
The issue is in regards to whether or not it fairly and accurately represents prejudice.
Understood. All right. So to be clear, 2A through what number is being stipulated to?
Should be 1A through 3T.
All right, 1A through 3T on behalf of Mr. Whitaker, with the exception of this photograph that I've just ruled on, is being stipulated into evidence. All right, and on behalf of Mr. Robinson? Okay, then those will be appropriately marked into evidence
Judge,
with the numbered items as they are indicated on this exhibit sheet, which will be numbers 1 through 72. Is that correct?
yes, Judge.
Okay. Anything else we need to take up?
Judge, there were 4 more exhibits that I believe the defense is stipulating to, and that would be number 80 on the list. Is a photograph of the car after it crashed.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, number 80 is being stipulated to by Defendant Whitaker and by Defendant Robinson.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that will be marked into evidence.
Video 190.
All right, Defendant Whitaker.
No objection, Your Honor.
Defendant Robinson. Any objection to Exhibit 190? All right, thank you. That'll be marked into evidence.
Lastly, Judge, 199 to 200.
All right, on behalf of Defendant Whitaker, 199 to 200.
No objection, Your Honor.
And on behalf of Mr. Robinson,
No objection, Judge.
all right, thank you. Anything else from the state?
No, Judge.
Anything from Defendant Whitaker?
200.
And Your Honor, just for housekeeping's sake, the video or the photograph that we have objected to, formerly titled 2B, will now be introduced as State's 28.
2B is 28.
That is correct.
Yes.
All right, before we bring the jury out, it has come to my attention from the bailiff for the jury for Mr. Robinson that juror number 6, having seen some of these photographs, recognizes the area in which the crime occurred. She advised that she worked in the area and that when the incident happened, there were some conversations she had with her coworkers about the incident. To what extent, I don't know. Whether she can set it aside, I don't know. But we can certainly bring her out now and allow the state and attorneys for Mr. Robinson to further inquire. I mean, I will inquire, of course, but if you want me to do that, I will. If you want to strike her and use an alternate, I will. I will defer to Defendant Robinson on this matter, and I will hear from the state on this matter.
Your Honor, questions.
Yes.
We don't know how they're renumbered. What was their number before being juror number 6?
81. This was juror 81 when we were selecting. But now juror number 6 on Mr. Robinson's panel.
How are they numbered in here?
It's the older one that's saying next to the two gentlemen.
You want me to bring her out and inquire?
In an abundance of caution, yes, Your Honor.
All right, if we could please bring out juror number 6. Just right there.
So I don't know if they're gonna do the inquiry off stream or not, but for those who don't get what's going on, basically a juror on Ksoo's jury said she had past conversation. I spelled that wrong. Past conversation about the incident once she realized it was an incident that was near her job. So they're gonna do a juror inquiry. So basically they're gonna ask like, well, what was the details of the conversations? Did y'all talk about who did it or who was responsible? Stuff like that. I'm assuming that's normally how it goes. So we'll see how it plays out, and if they do it on cam or not. But that's what's going on, y'all.
closely, clearly, and loudly into that microphone. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the juries?
Officer J.L. Collins Jr., ID 5686.
And you're currently with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
I am.
How long have you worked for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
A total of 24 years.
What's your current position today?
Training Academy, professional standards.
Okay. How long have you been there?
Almost 2 years.
Prior to this position, what was your position?
I was in Zone 1 on the bike unit, and prior to that, I was in Zone 1 in patrol.
Okay. What area of town was Zone 1?
Springfield, East Side, downtown core area.
Okay. Turning your attention back to January 15th of 2020, were you on duty?
No, sir.
Okay. What were you doing that morning?
I was working in a off-duty capacity at a charter school.
Okay. What school was that?
A Lone Star charter school.
And were you working as a school resource officer?
Yes, sir.
And because of that, were you also in your patrol vehicle?
I was.
Now, that morning on January 15, 2020, did you go up to the Merrill Road Shopping Plaza?
I did.
And that's in Duval County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
Right. And were you up there around 11 a.m.?
I was.
Okay. And what were you doing there?
Getting lunch.
Okay. Now, where did you go to get lunch?
Publix.
When you came out of Publix, did something happen that grabbed your attention?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
I was walking to my vehicle, and I can remember hearing what sounded like a vehicle backfiring from a distance. And as I continued to walk to my vehicle, I've heard a series of rapid fire based upon my training and knowledge. This was a rifle because of the rapid fire of the weapon. And I'll never forget it. I said subconsciously, I know they are not doing this in the middle of the day. I turned and looked to my right, which was a great distance away. And I saw a subject running to a vehicle with a black and gray sweatshirt type hoodie on and a black Draco style pistol rifle in his hand, running to a vehicle.
Where was that vehicle parked?
I was parked. So if you don't know the parking lot, there's a Wells Fargo, there's a gas station, then there's a storefront area where there's a Dunkin' Donuts, as well as a staffing agency. And it was in that corner area where that Dunkin' Donuts and that staffing agency was.
Is that staffing agency, was it called Express Employment?
Yes, sir.
And what type of vehicle was it that you saw?
It was a Nissan.
Okay. Do you remember the color?
Silver.
Okay. What part of the vehicle did that person with the rifle get into?
Passenger side of the vehicle.
And at that point in time, did you know if anybody had actually been struck?
No, sir. I didn't see the crime, but I heard the rounds. I knew that something bad had happened. Either a building was shot into a vehicle or a person.
And what did you do?
Ran to my vehicle.
And did you go after the Nissan?
Absolutely.
All right. Where did you catch up to the Nissan at?
So when I got to my vehicle, that vehicle, as soon as the subject got into the passenger side, I can't even determine the speed it was going. It was racing through the parking lot violently. There was a red truck that I had to block or cut off to get behind the vehicle, and I picked the vehicle up on Merrill Road exiting the Publix parking lot.
Did you later learn the person in that truck had a dash cam?
I did.
And I want to show you a clip from that dash cam, which is in evidence of State's Exhibit 187.
Was that the same Nissan that you saw the person with the rifle get into?
Absolutely.
And the same car you were chasing down Merrill?
Absolutely.
When the car turned onto Merrill from the shopping plaza, where did it go?
Took a right onto Townsend.
And what kind of area is the Townsend?
It's a residential neighborhood. Have a high school in the area, several churches. Townsend is a main thoroughfare used to travel in that area.
Did you attempt to stop the vehicle using your lights and sirens?
Absolutely.
Did the vehicle stop?
No, sir, it accelerated.
How fast did that Nissan get up to?
I can remember one time looking at my dash, and that vehicle I was going almost 100 miles an hour.
Was the vehicle still pulling away from you?
Yes, sir, it was.
And was there other traffic on the road that morning?
It was 11 o'clock, per lunchtime. So it was a lot of people because there's a school there. There's residential area. Like I said, there's businesses in that area. So it was very highly populated. That vehicle was going over 100 miles per hour in the wrong direction of travel.
Did you try to keep pace with the vehicle?
So per our policy, I can't go in that wrong direction of travel. My goal was to stay on the radio, give directions of travel, give conditions that whether or not I was safe, and I was also just trying to keep a visual on the vehicle as it continued to drive erratically away from me.
Were you able to maintain a visual of that vehicle for a while?
I was.
Did eventually you begin to lose sight of the vehicle?
So I got on the radio, obviously, to keep everyone abreast of the direction of travel as well as the conditions. While on the radio, there was another officer that was at Lone Star in Townsend, and he was able to pick up that vehicle at that point as they were pulling away from my sight.
All right, so another officer got behind the vehicle and radioed that to you.
Yes, sir.
Before you lost sight of it.
Yes, sir.
Where did you go when you got to the intersection of Townsend and Lone Star?
So I'm not super familiar with that neighborhood at that time. So I made a left onto Lone Star. So that vehicle turned into a neighborhood. And so my thought was, I'm going to go to the back of that neighborhood, hoping that the vehicle pops out so that I can continue to pursue the vehicle if he pulls away from this officer like he did me. The officer got on the radio and he said they're turning around on me. So at some point in the neighborhood, the vehicle made a U-turn or either got to a dead end, I'm not sure. But I guess I was pretty much paralleling it. The vehicle turned around on him. I got my vehicle turned around and I started going back toward Townsend on Lone Star. I was on Lone Star when I started going to the back of what I thought was the neighborhood that he might have came out on if there was an exit to the neighborhood.
So after you turned around and were going back down Lone Star, you were heading back towards Townsend?
Yes.
And when you got to that intersection of Lone Star and Townsend, what did you see?
So when I got back to Townsend, as I get ready to turn on Townsend, I see that vehicle just pop out and it's gunning it. I mean, they didn't stop. They didn't look at any of the traffic. They had no consideration for the neighborhood that they were in. None of that. They took off, and that vehicle just continued to accelerate.
Was that the same vehicle that you saw leave the shopping plaza on Merrill Road?
Absolutely.
Did you turn onto Townsend?
I did.
And as you were traveling down Townsend, did you see that Nissan do something?
Yes, sir. It crashed.
Okay. Approximately where did it crash?
I think it was the 1200 block of Townsend.
I'm going to show you what's in evidence as State's Exhibit 199. Do you recognize this map, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does this map fairly and accurately depict the Townsend area, that residential neighborhood, and the streets, Townsend, Lone Star?
Yes, sir.
And I want to go to State's 200, which is a closer version of that map. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is the top road Lone Star, is that what you were turning off of onto Townsend?
I was.
And when you saw that Nissan crash in the 1200 block of Townsend, can you show on the map approximately where you were in your patrol vehicle?
So I had to be either in between.
If you touch the screen with your finger.
Okay, I can. Okay. So in between Alderman and Timber Lane, somewhere within here, they popped out of one of either Alderman or Timber Lane, and they, like I said, my consideration was, hey, what if somebody walks out of their neighborhood? What if a vehicle backs out of their driveway? That vehicle had no consideration of that. That vehicle had one thought in mind, not being apprehended. So within that area, I saw that vehicle pop back out on the Townsend Road. I had to be within that area of Alderman and Timber, somewhere in there.
Is that where you were when you saw it, or is that where you were when it crashed?
So I'm not familiar with the area, so I went back to ride the area on one occasion, and I believe I was within that area before you get to Timber, in between Alderman and Timber, probably somewhere around here, where I visually saw that vehicle crash.
And once the vehicle crashed, what happened?
I saw a male get out in all black of the driver's side of the vehicle. And I saw that same subject that had that black and gray hoodie on get out of the passenger side vehicle with that same Draco pistol style rifle in his hand.
And what did that individual with the rifle in his hand do?
So I parked a distance from the vehicle because that's what we're trained to do tactically. And I approached the gate, not knowing if he was waiting to ambush me or whatever. When I got there, I saw that subject. He had jumped that fence, and when I got to the fence, he was jumping the fence in the rear of the residence.
Let me back up for a second. Where were you, about how far away were you when you saw that individual with the rifle getting out of that vehicle and fleeing?
It's hard to determine. I was still driving. I saw them exit that vehicle, and I had not even stopped my vehicle yet. That's how far they were ahead of me.
Okay. And how long of a look did you get of that individual as they fled?
So at no time was I ever close to the subject, and it was a short period of time. It was a glimpse of maybe a second or second and a half. It wasn't long at all.
And did you lose sight of that individual that had the rifle before you stopped your vehicle?
So yes, and that's when I guess he was climbing the fence. And I can remember some of the units came up on the radio asking if he still had the rifle, because I told them that he had jumped the fence. And I remember him still having that rifle, and when he jumped that fence.
When you finally stopped your car, got out, and approached that home, where exactly was the individual that had that rifle in his hand that you were?
He was jumping the rear fence.
How long of a look did you get of him at that moment?
Not long at all. I'd say a second and a half. He was in motion. At no time was this subject standing still or not in motion. He was in motion, actively resisting, just trying to get out of the area.
What direction of travel was he going?
So Mirror Road. I believe more of a westerly direction.
Is the next street over Belmead?
It is.
Once you got to the house that he had cleared the back fence, what did you do?
The residents let me inside to go through their house. I jumped the fence and I got to Belmead, and I had lost sight of him.
Did you ever see him again?
No, sir.
Did you radio his direction of travel to other officers?
Absolutely.
After coming out on Belmead, did you stay in that area or did you go somewhere else?
So the vehicle crashed. I went back to the vehicle to stay there in case those suspects came back to the vehicle and tried to leave the area.
Did you provide a description of the person you saw run across the street with the rifle?
I did.
Okay. And at the time, do you recall what description you gave?
Basically, the most, I guess, identifiable things, what he was wearing, as well as the rifle, what color it was. And then I tried to give my best determination of height based upon me being nowhere near him at any time to be able to determine his exact height or weight.
But what was the height that you gave as a description?
I believe it was like 5'8" to 5'10", something like that. It was an estimation.
Does 5'5" to 5'8" sound?
Yes, yes.
In the grounds?
Proper refreshing.
Overruled.
Does 5'5" to 5'8" sound?
Yes, sir.
And was that the description you gave that day based on where you were when you saw this individual?
Yes, sir. At no time was I ever in close proximity of this subject. The first time I saw him in the parking lot when the initial shooting took place of the Publix shopping center. I mean, if you know that area, or if you don't, it's the Publix to where the Dunkin' is, that staffing agency. It's a long way. It's nowhere. It's not a short distance. So then when I was watching the subject get out the passenger side of the vehicle, I was still driving, and I was still a long way away based upon even where I showed on the map. There was never a time that I was right up there on that subject where I can give you a very clear and distinct. Everything I gave, aside from what I was able to visibly determine, which was the best characteristics, was what he was carrying in his hand and what he was wearing.
Let me showing you what's in evidence, State's Exhibit 80. Do you recognize this, the vehicle in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same vehicle that you chased or followed from the shopping plaza?
Yes, sir.
And is that the same vehicle that you saw the individual with the rifle flee out of?
Yes, sir.
And that was the same individual you saw get into that vehicle at the shopping plaza?
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were waiting by that vehicle, did someone approach you?
They did.
All right. And was that a civilian?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall, or did you find out what that person's name was?
Barbara Buckley.
And what was the purpose of her approaching you?
So there was another lady that I'm not sure who she was. She came up to me, and it was another officer. She came up to him. We were there at the vehicle, and she said, "Hey, my neighbor, someone has been holding her hostage in her house for over an hour." She said 2 subjects had, and she said they changed clothes in her residence. And as she was telling us this, Barbara Buckley was running down the sidewalk in complete disarray and exhausted. She fell at our feet, just so overwhelmed. And she began to give me the account of the subjects holding her hostage in her residence, and them changing clothes and them leaving the residence. And she said it was a orange colored vehicle, that orange or red, that came and picked them up. And she said it was either a Challenger or Charger type vehicle, and that they got into that vehicle and left the residence.
Did you relay that information to other officers?
I put it out on the radio. Yes, sir.
And did detectives take over that investigation?
Yes, sir.
And did you help maintain a perimeter around that Nissan until other officers got there to take over?
I did.
Did you later learn that there was a house on Belmead that had a camera that recorded some things regarding this incident?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity now to actually view that video?
I have.
Show you it's in evidence in State's Exhibit 190. Did you see the individual at the top of the screen?
Yeah, it's like a less than like a second and a half or less. I mean, blazing.
Do you recognize that individual?
Absolutely.
Right. Where do you recognize that individual from?
The same subject that fired those shots in that shopping plaza. Same subject that I saw exit the passenger side of that vehicle and head toward that fence. Same subject that I saw when I got to that fence that was jumping that rear fence toward Balmead.
Now, this is at 11:03:27. Did it take some time for you to actually come into view on this camera?
It did.
Go 11:05:55, still states 190. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes, sir, that's me.
How tall are you?
6'4".
This is still states 190. Do you recognize the individuals in this still shot from the video?
I do.
And who are they?
On the right is the subject with the black, and with correction, on the left is the subject with the black and gray hoodie. And on the right, that's me. And if you use that vehicle, I guess as a...
Well, looking at this video, let me ask you this. Looking at this video, having been at that area at that date and time, do you believe your description that you put out was correct?
Sir, I was wrong.
Okay, just a minute, sir.
I was wrong.
Just a minute, sir. Thank you. What's the objection?
Come sidebar.
All right, let me see court reporter and counsel at sidebar. All right, ready, Madam Court Reporter? Okay, you may proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Officer Collins, having now seen this video, you didn't see it before you gave that description of.
No, sir, I didn't.
All right, having now seen it, does that affect your opinion as to whether or not that description you provided was accurate?
There's no way it can't. I was wrong. I mean, at no point was I ever close enough to determine an exact height. It wasn't, I guess, something for me to give as an indicator to everybody that was coming to look out for. The most distinct thing that stood out was what the subject was wearing and what he had in his hand.
Okay.
But no, this better gives me a marker of, because if I'm 6'4" and I'm on the right, and these images are pretty much similar, very close in height, based upon that vehicle as a marker.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
All right, cross for Mr. Whitaker.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Whitaker.
Good morning, Officer Collins. I could not help but notice as you are about to take, I guess, a left on Townsend, the subject car, the gray or silver Nissan, is directly in front of you, correct? And we can replay it if you'd like.
Yeah, please.
Sure.
Thanks.
187.
I remember on Merrill being behind it initially, leaving the parking lot.
Start.
And I stopped it right there because that's your car, sir, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you had described that there was a red truck that you kind of somewhat had to cut off to get behind the suspect vehicle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know we know now that that actually was Mr. Kruger's car who had the dash cam, correct?
I'm not sure his name, but yes, ma'am. Okay. It was the dash cam from the vehicle.
And you recognize your own car?
I do.
Okay. And ooh, I'm sorry, I did it.
Yeah, I can get out.
Now.
I can get out of it, and then you can play it how you want. Just click play, and you click around.
And right here, and for the record at 3864, we see your car behind the suspect car, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You don't have your lights and siren activated.
Right. So.
And here's the question in regards to that. So you're coming out of Publix. I'm going to assume, and I shouldn't, you probably got a sub or chicken at Publix for lunch.
A wrap.
Okay. And so you're coming out, you're in your normal patrol uniform because you were working off duty?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're going to your patrol car, correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the first thing you hear is, if I remember correctly, is it almost sounded like a car was backfiring, correct?
Distant. Yes, ma'am. I heard just what sounded like a vehicle backfiring in the very distant. Yes.
And then the next thing you notice is you're describing this person running in some kind of gray and black sweatsuit, but with a large gun, correct?
So I heard what sounded like a vehicle backfiring. Then I heard a series of rapid fire coming from what I know is a rifle.
Okay.
And then I see a subject with black and gray hoodie running toward a vehicle, getting in a silver Nissan on the passenger side.
Correct. And so at this point, when you jump in your car, several things have already happened, correct? You've heard shots, correct?
I'm listening. Yes, ma'am. That's one.
That happened.
That happened.
Okay. You've heard not just one shot, but multiple shots, correct?
Right.
You, based on your extensive experience and training, you understand that to be from a high-powered rifle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you physically see what, even from that far distance, you believe is a Draco rifle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, you know there's been some type of shooting, correct?
Something bad's happened.
Okay. And then you're behind this car that you see him jump into.
Yes, ma'am.
This person with the large Draco.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're behind them, and they're actually stopped, correct?
They hesitated.
Okay.
They hadn't broken any traffic laws at that point.
But you just watched a gunman get in the car.
Right. I didn't watch the crime. I heard what was a rifle rapid fire.
Okay.
I absolutely didn't see the crime. But what I do know, like I said, something bad at 11 o'clock has happened without even knowing what it was that had happened.
Okay. And obviously you knew it wasn't a fellow officer, right?
No, it wasn't. No.
This wasn't an undercover car. You recognize this as a subject car.
Well, I knew that a crime occurred. I mean, yes, I knew a crime.
And you knew it was at felony level, correct?
It was I think I put out on the radio, it was a 3388, which is a person shooting, aggravated shooting, yes, with a weapon.
Okay. But as we've established from the video, when you're making that left-hand turn and going through the parking lot yourself, you don't have your lights inside.
So per our policy, we can pursue a vehicle without initiating our lights. I'm still trying to determine what I had. So when they begin to travel at a high rate of speed to get away from me, that began a pursuit. Okay. At that point, it was not a pursuit. I was following the vehicle.
And that's when you turned on your lights.
When I initiated the pursuit, I did.
Okay.
At that point, I was just following the vehicle, which per our policy, we're able to do that.
Okay. And so then you get into this residential area, and we've seen some videos of you after you've gotten out of your car, you're still looking for suspects, correct?
So.
Yes or no, sir?
I'm trying to make sure that I answer your question correctly.
Question's real simple.
Okay.
Were you looking for suspects?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ultimately, though, go back to your car on Townsend, right?
Go back to the vehicle where the subjects had exited, not my car.
Okay, so the Altima that actually crashed on Townsend Boulevard, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and fairly close to the Buckley home, correct?
The house was a little, I don't know exactly how many houses it was. It wasn't the next house.
Sure, but within your eye distance.
It was a distance down the sidewalk. I don't have an exact address or numerical that I can give you or a accurate distance that it is. So I don't have that.
Okay, fair enough. But your role at that time is to start holding a perimeter, correct?
My role was to stay at that vehicle. Okay. And I think I mentioned it already, to make sure that the suspects didn't come back to that vehicle to possibly leave the area. I was on my radio getting units in place to do the perimeter of the area. That wasn't my role.
Okay. Ultimately, a perimeter is set up, correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And a perimeter, for our jurors so they can understand, is when you know of a geographic area that you believe suspects may be in, you try to actually put officers on the perimeter of that geographic area in hopes that you'll capture the suspects, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's what happened in this case, correct?
We set up a perimeter.
And you personally stayed on Townsend, correct?
At the vehicle.
At that car, making sure that the suspects didn't try to come back to that car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you never saw an orange Dodge Challenger, did you?
I didn't see it.
And you think there were 2 people that exited out of that Altima?
Initially, that's what I saw. But I've seen video since that proves that there were 3 people in that vehicle.
I don't have any thing further. Thank you, sir.
All right, cross for Mr. Robinson.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Now, officer, let's explain the stage. Let's imagine this courtroom is a shopping plaza, okay? The Publix is up in the northeast corner, right?
So the Publix, if we're on Merrill Road, the Publix is here.
All right, so we'll say that the Publix is up there, right?
Right.
Now your car is parked a little bit ways away. It's a little bit from the Publix, right?
It's in a parking spot in the parking lot.
But it's not right out in front.
No, it's not right in front of the store. I had to run to my vehicle.
All right. Now you sprinted to your vehicle, right?
I ran to my vehicle.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Sir?
Do you remember giving a deposition in 2021?
I mean, running, sprinting, I mean.
Is it the same to you, running and sprinting?
Yes, sir.
All right, now you ran track and field, right? Are you unsure if you ran track and field?
35 years ago.
But you ran track and field?
35 years ago.
All right. In this case happened 5 years ago, correct?
Sir? 5 years ago, yeah. This case.
My question to you is, you ran track and field. And the answer is yes, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you ran, sprinted to your vehicle. And you did that because you heard those gunshots, right?
I did that because I'm a police officer and I have a duty to enforce the law.
And you have a lot of experience. You have almost a quarter of a century experience in law enforcement, correct?
Been with the agency for 24 years.
All right. And because of that, you have experience in these high-stress situations, right?
Everybody doesn't have a high-stress situation during their career.
But you have.
I have.
You've seen people be shot.
I don't know if I've ever seen anybody get shot.
Would it refresh your recollection to read your deposition from 2021? Would it help your memory? Officer?
I've been in scenes where people have been shot.
Have you seen people murdered before? Yes.
I've been in scenes where people have been murdered before.
All right. And you've been in active shooter type situations, right?
I have.
All right. That's different than the regular civilian. You're trained for these situations.
We go through active shooter training.
So not only do you have training through the department, but you also have training on the job in these situations, in high stress situations. Yes or no?
Are you asking me if I've ever been in one, or are you're saying training and then you're?
Let's break it up for you. Let's break it up.
Be specific if you don't mind, please.
When you were in the academy, you were trained how to be a police officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in your decades on the force, you have experienced high stress situations like seeing somebody murdered.
I don't know if you can relate. I mean,
that's not my question. My question is,
have I ever seen anybody get murdered? The answer is no.
Your Honor, page 21, lines 11 through 19. Question, I think it's probably fair that your adrenaline was pumping. Answer, your answer. I mean, it's an experience that you can't explain. I've seen people murdered before while working, and I've experienced auditory inclusion. I've been in that full mad shooting, active shooter type situation. It's something you can't explain to people where they will understand what happens with the body during that time, honestly. Okay. Those are your words, right?
Yes.
All right. So you have a different level of experience than the common person.
I think I've been in some situations where other people haven't that are in law enforcement. And the determination, I didn't see Charles McCormick get murdered, but I know something bad happened. I've been in situations where people were shot. I didn't see them get shot, but later I found out that they were murdered.
You said, I've seen people get murdered. That's what you said, right?
That's me basing it off of what happened when the person shot into a crowd. Me later finding out a lot of people that die, they don't die right away. Okay? Sometimes they die over time, they die at the hospital. I've seen people get shot, later determined that they were murdered.
What we're talking about here is your ability to react and focus in these situations. You're trained to handle these situations. That's why you ran, you sprinted to your car, you jumped in it, right?
I ran and sprinted in my vehicle
because of your
pursuit of vehicle that was leaving the parking lot of the Publix shopping plaza.
Because you're trained to react in those situations, right?
Yes.
And you were so quick that you were able to get up right behind the vehicle before it left the parking lot, right? We saw it in the video.
I was able to get behind the vehicle before it entered on the Merrill Road.
Now, you were in uniform that day, just like you are now, right?
Yes, sir.
You had your radio on you.
Yes, sir.
There was somebody, and now at this point, you know that it was a shooter. You just said that it was a horrible situation. This person is running with a Draco-style gun through neighborhoods, right?
Are you talking about the Merrill Road shopping plaza? Because you said neighborhoods. You said I'm behind the vehicle before exiting onto Merrill Road. Then you started talking about a neighborhood.
So let's break it down for you again. You follow the vehicle crashes, you talk to Mr. Cooper about it. One jumps out, runs west, one runs east, right?
Yes, sir.
You chase the one that goes west because you believe that that was the person that did the shooting, right?
That was the person that I saw with the rifle running, getting in the passenger side of the vehicle that had the same clothing description and the weapon was the same that I saw. Yes.
Officer, my only question is, that person jumps out and they run west, correct?
Yes.
And you chase him.
Yes.
Using your track and field legs, your long 6'4" legs, you chase after him.
35 years ago? Yes, sir.
Are you saying that you are now in poor health?
I didn't say that. I just said that I can't relate what happened 35 years ago to 5 years ago. Everything changes over time.
I'm not saying that you are a track and field star now like you were then. What I am saying is that you used to run track and field. Your answer is yes, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're in uniform. You have your radio. This person with a firearm is running through neighborhoods with family and children, right?
It's a residential area that I saw the subject running into, yes.
Because of your calls, this is a calls out over the radio to all of your colleagues. A perimeter is set up to catch this person, right?
At some point, yes, sir. Not initially.
There's multiple helicopters overhead.
I don't know about multiple, but we had the air unit come to the scene.
They had drones in the air trying to find the person?
I don't think we had drones at the time, but...
And you put out over the radio the description of the people that you saw?
I did.
Now, Mr. Cooper asked you for your answer as to the height of the shooter, and your original answer was 5'8" to 5'10". Do you remember what you said on that day in the heat of the moment over your radio?
I believe it was 5'8" to 5'10".
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the CAD notes?
that was a estimation
Officer,
of
that's
what I
not my-
saw. So there's no time that I was ever close to that subject. Everything that you see from a distance is not accurate when you're talking about height. There was no time that I wasn't a great distance away from the subject in the Publix Plaza, nor when they were exiting the vehicle. I was still driving and I was at a distance. I wasn't parked. I wasn't up on the vehicle. There was never a time that vehicle wasn't accelerating away from me.
Officer, I'm going to cut
So I never had an opportunity to look at that person like I'm looking at you or be this close at any time. So that was an estimate or a guess for me to put out some information, as well as with the clothing and the weapon, for pursuing officers that were setting up a perimeter or that was coming toward the scene.
Officer, I didn't ask you to explain the answer that you haven't given us to us yet. And that is what it is you put out over the radio that day. Do you remember?
I told you, I believe it was 5'8" to 5'10".
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the call action detail notes from that day? Would it help your memory if you looked at
I don't have a problem with that, but
Your Honor, if I could approach?
Okay.
Just the 34354, page 4. It's the 53 page. Already confirmed his badge number 5686. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Also, do me a favor.
You can read that highlighted portion, and I'm going to ask you the question again.
5686.
No.
Sir?
Now read it to himself. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Officer, you put out over the radio that day that the person that you chased on foot was 5'5" to 5'9", correct?
Yes, sir.
That's what you said on that day.
I did.
All right. Now, you said a moment ago that you didn't have an opportunity to see the person. So let's break that down.
I didn't say I didn't have an opportunity to see.
I haven't asked you the question yet, sir. The person jumps out of the vehicle and they run west. You get out of your vehicle and you chase. You see that person clear a fence, right?
I saw him run toward the fence. I was in my vehicle still driving.
So your testimony
when I got to that fence, that subject was jumping a fence in the rear of the residence.
So your testimony is not that you jumped out of your vehicle, that you gave chase, that you actually cut through somebody's home and you chased him through one backyard.
I went through a residence to the backyard of that same residence that the subject jumped the fence, and I jumped the fence. The question in reference to what I put out on the radio, that video that had that marker of that vehicle, I was wrong in my height description. I was putting out just information for those that were coming. That was absolutely a mistake.
Officer, I'm not asking you to explain your testimony.
Well, you asked me about the height, so I was giving you.
I need you to focus on my question.
Okay.
Okay? And we're talking about now fences and you chasing him.
Okay.
You jumped out of your vehicle. You chased him through one backyard, correct?
Yes.
And you saw him jump a fence in that backyard.
Yes.
And then you went up to that fence yourself, right?
I went up to the first fence and I jumped the rear fence.
All right. So you, as a trained officer, you see somebody jump a fence, sort of like this podium. I'm not saying it's the same height, but you go up to it. So you have a point of reference where you can say, I saw this guy, this shooter, next to this fence, and I walked up to it myself. The question hasn't been asked.
Okay.
You had a point of reference, correct? The fence.
No, I didn't have a point of reference.
You just said that you saw him jump over the fence. You just said
jumped the fence in the rear of the residence.
I understand that, but you saw, just like you can see me standing at this podium, you saw him next to that fence.
I didn't see him next to the fence. I saw him jumping the fence At no time was he not in motion that I ever saw him. Every time I saw him, he was accelerating away from me, either just trying to avoid apprehension.
All right. Now, getting back to the apprehension situation. So again, you have a shooter that's running around neighborhoods. JSO is trying to find this person, and you can give a description of what it is you remember best. In the description that you give, BM, that stands for black male, right?
Yes, sir.
Gray hoodie, black sleeve, black sweatpants, right?
If I remember the black sweatshirt with the gray in it, yes, sir, and the rifle, the black rifle.
Now, you read this. There's nothing in there about a Draco-style firearm, right?
I'm not sure. I mean, I just saw one highlighted line that you told me to focus on.
Do you want to read it again?
The whole thing. Is that everything? Because I remember putting out on the radio. I don't know if so that you're reading is someone's typing. That's not the call that I voiced out on the radio. That's just someone that's possibly like a court reporter that's trying to capture everything that's being said. I don't know if they captured everything or not.
Officer,
I know what I saw though.
Officer, so when you call out over your radio, there's dispatch. All of this is recorded. And somebody that works for JSO takes down these notes. These notes are important, and they take those down, right? It's not a court reporter. It's somebody that works at your department, right?
That's human that can make mistakes, yes.
Are you saying that they made a mistake?
I don't know.
All right. So these are also, this is something that's done. It's kept in the regular course of business, right?
Was kept in the regular course of business.
So anytime you're talking over the radio, these CAD notes are produced. You know that in your 20 years of experience.
CAD notes, they document whatever the call taker received from the phone, from the caller.
Let's get back to the topic of the height. Nowhere in your call, whether it's the recorded call or the actual notes, do you say, could be 5'5" to 5'9", I'm not sure. You don't say you're not sure, right?
It's always a guess. I've never been trained in determining people's height. At no time was I close to this subject. Every time I've seen this subject, it was at a great distance. And I think it's fair to say that anytime you're looking at something from a distance, it's not going to be accurate.
Officer, you said a moment ago to this jury that what you're giving are the things that stand out to you most because you want to find this person. You didn't have to give a height at all. You could have said that there's a black male running through neighborhoods wearing this type sweatshirt. You could have left it at that, right?
Yes, sir.
But you confined it to a certain 4 inches. That's what you chose to do, right?
That was my estimation or guess.
All right. Now, very shortly thereafter, you had a conversation with Detective Gibson, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told Detective Gibson, quote,
Objection, Judge.
impeachment.
Okay. Overruled.
You told Detective Gibson, a homicide detective, quote unquote, 2 black males fled from the vehicle on foot in an eastern direction while the black male Officer Collins originally saw with a firearm fled westbound on foot, still in possession of a firearm. He described him as slender, 5'5" to 5'8" in height, wearing a black and gray hoodie and black sweatpants. He shrunk an inch.
I don't even remember what our conversation was. Did I write that?
Hear my question again, officer. Hear my question again. You had a conversation with a detective that was investigating this case, and you said that to him, yes or no?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your
record? I talked to a detective. I've talked to officers. I talked to several detectives that day. If I wrote it, then I said it. But if I didn't write it, I can't verify that, sir.
So are you saying no, you didn't say it, yes, you didn't say it, or you're not sure?
I'm saying that if I didn't write it, I can't say that I said it or did it. If I wrote it, then I have no problem vouching for what I said. I talked to several detectives and I talked to several officers that day.
Should we just talk to Detective Gibson?
If I wrote it, I can verify it.
So your answer is you have no memory if you said this or not to Detective Gibson?
It was 5 years ago.
I understand, but my question to you is the same. Do you have...
Not sure.
All right. So, today you were asked a question by Mr. Cooper as to the height, right? And originally you said the 5'8" to 5'10". He then came back and said, wasn't it actually 5'5" to, I think it was 5'5" to 5'9", so he corrected you. In February of 2021, when we took that deposition, and I asked you the question of the height of the person that you saw, you said you didn't know, right?
And it's the same thing I'm saying now. There's no time that I was close enough to determine an accurate height. At no point was I close. And I think it's fair to say that anything distant from us is very hard to capture as far as being accurate.
Officer, in 2021, February of 2021, basically a year after this happened, not 5 years like today, did I ask you, yes or no, the height of the person you chased? Did I ask you that question?
Yes.
Was your answer no?
Can I see it? You have it?
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your deposition?
Sure, thanks.
Your Honor, 1 second, get a page in line. Page 29, the whole middle of the page.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, officer, do me a favor. Take a look at you can read the whole page.
What do you need me to read?
To yourself.
Highlight it?
Yeah, read that to yourself here.
Thank you.
Yeah, read that to yourself.
Which part, the highlighted or?
The highlighted, but feel free to read the whole page if you want. Did that refresh your memory?
Okay.
State your exhibit 2, the one that you had at the end of the direct.
Officer, did I ask you the question 12 months after the shooting? Can you make an estimate on the height of the person?
You asked me in reference to the Nissan vehicle, and I told you no. That's what that says, and that's what I said.
Yeah, thank you. Officer, the person that got into the Nissan Altima was the person that you saw do the shooting, right?
You asked me, that parking lot, if you know where the Dunkin' Donuts is, and that staffing agency versus the entrance exit of that Publix, that distance is probably close to a football field in distance. It's a long way. I'm not able to give you an accurate height based upon that Nissan Altima like you're asking.
Officer, please hear my question. My question to you is in February of 2021, where you asked the question in deposition as to the height and the weight of the person that you chased that you believe was a shooter.
Is that what you just showed me?
I can show you the whole deposition.
No, I'm asking you because you.
I asked the questions here. It's not the other way around.
No, I'm trying to verify what you're asking me so I can accurately answer.
All right. The person that you saw get into the Ultimate, that was the person you believed to be the shooter, right?
Yes, sir.
And I asked you the height of that person, right?
Yes, sir.
And your answer was no, I can't give you that answer.
Yes, sir, what you just showed me.
Okay, same thing.
But you told me, you asked also, you're leaving out because you're not telling the whole.
Counsel, why don't you read the question as asked and the answers as given on lines 7 through 13, if that's what you're attempting to do.
So, Your Honor, the next reference and the better one that I can give is page 22, starting at line 6. Question, best Best description that you can provide. You've already given us the clothing in regards to two-tone, but anything else you can tell us about the suspect? Answer from you. The one with the rifle? Question, yes. Answer, I think you took red. I saw the black rifle, gray and black two-tone hoodie on, pretty much it. Question, okay, I didn't know if you had any kind of estimate on height, weight, race, anything like that. Answer, no, it was hard to determine. You said that, right?
Yes, if I were.
Right. So February of 2021, you were not able to give a height and weight estimate.
When I gave.
Yes or no?
When I gave it, I was. But it was based upon the distance that I had a glimpse, short, less than probably a second and a half or less, of seeing this subject from a distance, second and a half, maybe, at any given time. Awesome. But the video that's up now, where it references this vehicle near Belmead, I'm 6'4". This subject is closer to my height than I initially stated, sir.
Officer, and that's the point that we're getting at. In February of 2021, you were asked the question on height and weight. You had no information. Yes or no?
I did have information.
No. When you were asked in deposition, the question we just...
I said, no, I couldn't accurately give it to you.
4 years later, we're sitting in a courtroom and you're asked the question by the prosecutor, and your answer is, well, I can tell you. You didn't go back out to the scene, did you? You didn't go out there and measure anything.
I'm looking at the vehicle.
I understand.
And there's still photos. It's not moving.
Officer.
It's not moving.
You can't tell what type vehicle that is, can you? What type vehicle is it, make and model?
I don't think I need to determine what kind of vehicle it is. I think I need to be able to determine based upon my height and the height of the subject from the roof of that vehicle.
So you're making your estimate, that little tiny image that flies by that car, not knowing what type of car it is, but knowing how tall you are, not knowing if he's standing closer to the vehicle or not, to make that estimate.
I'm basing that off of the still image, sir.
All right. Now, no testimony in 2021, but today here, you're able to say, I was wrong about everything, and you want to know what? He was taller, right?
Looking at these pictures, yes, sir, he was absolutely closer to my height.
And the only thing that you've done in between the deposition in 2021 and the testimony here today changing it, you didn't go out there, you didn't measure anything, but you met with them, right? You met with them before you testified.
I think everybody does.
Yeah, and they corrected your testimony just like they did here today.
No, they showed me this video.
Okay, just a minute, sir. There's an objection.
That was not.
Sir, when there's an objection, you need to stop speaking. Thank you. State, what's your ground?
It's argumentative.
Okay, I'm going to sustain that objection. Let's just ask a question, answer the question, ask a question, answer the question. That's how a trial proceeds. So, counsel, you may proceed.
You sat down with them and talked about your testimony here today, specifically you saying that you were wrong about the height to make it fit my client.
They presented this photo to me, sir, as still image, and I was able to determine that I was wrong in my estimation of the height, that this height was closer to mine.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Briefly, Your Honor, then we'll be able to stop for lunch, if Your Honor wants to.
I'm sure the jury does.
Officer, you've taken plenty of depositions over the years, yes?
Yes, sir. I've had depositions over the years.
Yeah, and you know well that at the end of the depositions, the attorneys ask the questions. If anything changes, please inform us. You know that, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You also have reports. If things change, you can file what's called a supplemental report, right?
Yes, sir.
You never filed a supplemental report in this case saying that you were wrong previously in your assessment. We're learning about it here in front of this jury, right?
I didn't realize it until I saw the still images.
And you just saw those this morning?
No, sir.
When'd you see them?
During my pretrial.
And when was that?
I've had maybe 3 or 4 pretrials. I'm not sure.
When was the last?
I believe it was a week ago.
All right. So you had a week to update people, but you didn't do that, right?
I did not write a supplement.
And it also took them 4 times to organize this testimony for today.
Oh, that's common.
With
Yeah,
John.
sustained. Thank you. Any redirect?
I don't think it's necessary, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. Officer Collins, you're excused and free to go, sir.
Your Honor,
Yes?
we still have this witness under subpoena.
Okay, so you're excused for now, but still under subpoena, sir. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 12:07, so we're going to take our 1-hour lunch recess for the day. I'm going to ask that you leave your notepads behind. We're going to lock them, secure them, and return them to you when we reconvene. I'm also going to remind you, as I will at every long recess, that you're not to talk about this case among yourselves or with anyone else, or allow anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. And of course, if anyone attempts to do so, immediately report the matter to one of my bailiffs, and they will, of course, notify me. Again, we are going to return your electronic devices. You may use them during the lunch recess, but at no point are you to use those devices to look up anything or any information about this case or the people and places involved in this case. And do be very, very careful that you don't inadvertently look at any articles or read any news stories that might appear on your cell phone. So with that, I'm going to give you till 1:10, and we will return here in courtroom 407 for the continuation of the state's case. So you are excused for lunch. Thank you very much.
All right, y'all. My bad. I'm trying to do 2 cases at one time right now. All right, so it is now lunchtime until 10 p.m. Eastern time. Officer Collins just got off the stand. He was the officer that was on lunch break at the Publix in the shopping center where the murder took place, who we heard yesterday. The witness from yesterday say he flagged down the officers to point out the vehicle, and he was the officer that followed suit. So I ain't gonna lie, Officer Collins wasn't the best witness at all. It seems like his original information he provided is now he's changing it based off seeing new information provided during pretrial. So the defense basically laid into him, okay? Laid into him. So far we had 3 witnesses. We had the express employer, we had the home invasion victim, and now we have the officer, okay? So said it's too much noise in the court. What you mean too much noise? All right. He going back to his original statement, which and again, the defense for Ksoo is big on that because the description that was provided they are letting it be known it's no way possible that would have been Ksoo. So, you know, that's their whole, hold on. That's their whole thing. I'm on a Zoom call on another trial and I'm trying to listen. Yeah, it's a lot going on right now. All right. Pretty much again, all I took from it based on my notes, all I took from the 3 witnesses that we had so far today is that the only suspect that they could identify throughout these 3 witnesses is Dominique Boehner, aka Butter, who has already turned state witness. This is why I said, although a lot of other creators are saying that Ksoo's dad is the key witness, we heard the defense say yesterday that Butter is the key witness in this case. Why is he the key witness in this case? Because they can prove he was actually there for the incident, so they're using him as a eyewitness, a source that was there for the whole situation, to be able to pinpoint everybody else that's involved. Okay, because as we heard from a home invasion victim, Miss Buckley, she only could identify a tattoo guy, which they are saying is Butter, and Butter has already admitted to his part, or the part that he's claiming to have been a part of. Okay, so he is going to be very important to the case. What else we got going on? Yeah, that's pretty much that. Like I said, I am trying to get in on, side note, I am trying to get in on the T Grizzly aunt murder case. I'm going through a lot of hiccups right now, and I was late to trying to get in because I was covering this case, so I may not be able to get in. If I'm able to get in, I'll be able to provide more details about what's going on at that trial. So yeah, I'm a busy person right now. But so far, I have not been able to get in on that trial. So hopefully I can. If I don't get in today, they do have court scheduled for tomorrow. I'll just remind myself to, when I start streaming this trial, to make sure I get in line for that trial so that we can find out what's going on. Because, you know, with that case, it's a lot of information that's being provided that just don't make sense to me. And I'd rather hear it myself. But like I said, I haven't been able to get in. I've been on the waiting list for about 30 minutes now. So we'll see how that goes. What else we got going on? Yeah. None of the big witnesses, like the corroborators in the case, has taken a stand yet. I'm pretty sure if we don't get to them by tomorrow, at least by Monday, because I don't see this being too long of a trial. Because they jumped head first into it. So yeah, I'm thinking this will be, you know, done probably by next week. I keep pausing because I'm thinking they letting me in. They keep pausing and make me feel like, doggone, they about to let me in on the court hearing. All right. The defense, I ain't gonna lie, Ksoo's defense team tore into the officer, but both defense teams have been doing well. It's making it intriguing. I'm not even gonna lie, I've been engaged the whole trial so far. And y'all know I'll lose interest quick, okay? Y'all know I'll get sleepy during the boring parts, but I have actually been up and listening to everything. The last 30 minutes I've been kind of sad way, because like I said, I'm trying to get into the other case. So yeah. What y'all got? Because that's pretty much where we're at. It's really not too much to really break down. They are attacking the storyline for sure. Like I said, it does seem like it may be a glimmer of hope that, you know, they walk away. And I'm gonna say right now, as of right now, I'm gonna say it's a I feel strongly like both of them could beat this, because so far it's no direct witness testimony that has been provided that ATK Scotty was indeed the person seen getting out the car, running into Miss Buckley's house None of that. Nobody has described him or anything. Also, we have not, well, as far as Buckley's testimony, she described what shoes he had on. So those are not the shoes. Well, the shoes that, hold on, whose shoes she said? Was it the tattoo one? She described somebody with some shoes, right? And I think she described Dominique Boehner. His shoes doesn't match the picture. So I don't know if at some point they're gonna try to say that Butter was the one that did the shooting, but it doesn't seem like he was the one that did the shooting if his shoes doesn't match. Now I'm just saying that's a theory that I don't think is gonna really play out too much in it. Ksoo, the fact that every witness said the person was thin, I feel like may play into the jury. Because I mean, Ksoo ain't never, especially one of the witnesses said basically he had the shooter had no body fat. Ksoo always had some body fat. I mean, you can look at any video picture of him. So I think that may play into it. Now again, both defendants have their own juries. So that's why I feel like they have a chance of beating it so far. Now we're still only the first full day of trial. Things could change, but based off the 4 witnesses that we have heard in the last 2 days, the evidence is not strong. Now, of course, we haven't got to DNA yet. We haven't got to the fingerprints. We haven't got to none of that. We're just going piece by piece. Okay, y'all know my mind may change once we get to another witness, but based off the 4 witnesses so far, I don't see it being enough to, you know what I'm saying, say, yeah, they're going to be found guilty. I feel like so far it's enough reasonable doubt, especially when that officer got on there and said, I was wrong. Like, you depend on officers' accounts of things, especially the first officer on the scene. So if the information he said that he provided back then was wrong and now he's saying it's something else, me as a juror or me just regular, I wouldn't be able to hold his word that strongly, right? Because I'm like, well, if you made a mistake on that, how do we know you haven't made a mistake now? You just going with what the state is saying, like being that you were literally on scene. Okay, so to me, I feel like that's gonna be a blow for the state, but that's just how I'm thinking. You know, somebody else may not think that way. That's just how I'm thinking. Is they gonna let me in? Like, my bad, y'all. I know I'm getting sidetracked. I'm trying to focus on this case and get in the other case, but they keep, like, I'm been on hold almost an hour. So I got the music. I don't know if y'all can hear it. The music from the holding music on the phone is in one ear, and then I'm trying to focus on what I'm saying with y'all. My bad. First week back. See, if I was in my prime, I would have been able to have all this together, but I wasn't sure. Yeah. Hold on, y'all. My bad. Oh, that's why I've been wondering why they haven't streamed it on YouTube. His channel banned. Give me a second, y'all. But what y'all thinking? Y'all let me know in the comments. I'm trying to I'm really trying to get into that courtroom. All right. Other than that, that's just where I'm at with it. Like I said, a pretty good trial so far. I ain't gonna lie, I'm still kind of like, dang, when the first witness described how she found the body, that junk gave me chills. But again, we already knew they said that the shooter stood over the victim. But when she broke that down, I was like, Jesus. Like, that was like, ugh. All right, why? Will it let me get on Zoom? Let me see. I don't understand. Like, why am I still on hold this long though? Shiesty said it's going good for Ksoo. I mean, it's going good for both of them at this point. Of course, this is before the key witness. You know, until you get the co-defendants in there, I feel like that's where it's probably gonna change. But so far, like the defense said, nobody is putting them there at this point. I must got to wait for a break or something. Cause why they got me sitting here waiting this long? Hold on, I'm about to try to get on the Zoom, the like actual video Zoom. Oh no, I don't want to download it. Do you know when Yellow BZ trial is in November? It's in November. I'm pretty sure they're gonna live stream it. I'm debating because I haven't did a trial in so long. I'm debating on what trial I'm gonna end up going to. Originally, I was gonna go to Dirt, but I don't think I'm gonna go to Dirt. But I don't know yet. But I haven't been to a trial all year. So I'm planning on going to a trial at some point. What trial y'all think I should go to in person? Personally, I like to do the Fed trials just because no cameras can go in. Because I just feel like, you know, if they stream it, you know, I can just stay home instead of traveling. So normally I do like to just go to Fed trial. You should go to Melly trial. Melly trial was definitely on my list to go to. The only thing about, like I said, the only thing about going to Melly trial is that it's streamed online. So, like, as far other than just being there to witness it in person, it's like really no, like, you know, that's the only thing about Melly. But I did have in my mind to go to his trial since I've been covering it for years at this point. So I may still go. But yeah, I haven't been to one, and I really want to go to one. The other year, I went to like 3, 4 of them. I think I went to only one last year. But I know unless somebody that I can't think of off the top of my head goes to trial in August, I know we got a case September, October, and November. So should we get a case in August and get a case in December, we'll have cases to watch for the rest of the year. But yeah, so I may go. I'm thinking about it. I don't know because Melly case is in September, and then Dirk is in October. I don't know. I may do both of those. I don't know. I was up in the air about Dirk just because you know everybody is covering it. But the more I think about it, like it will make sense for me to still go do Dirk because that's a Fed case. But we'll see. Depending on, because I can't think off the top of my mind when Yellow BZ case is, because I may do his. I feel like Millie has a better chance this time around than last time. I feel the same way too, Just because they for sure don't have all the stuff that they had the last time. And remember, the last time they wasn't even able to like seal it. That's the real reason why they is like, oh no, we need to postpone trial, but the judge ain't going for it. Dang, I kind of don't want to mix the content, but I still need to watch Melly last hearing though. We could do that. Key TV said Glorilla got arrested. Yeah, she got released also. She got to turn herself in after a home burglary happened and they found weed in the house. Yeah, I did see that break a couple hours ago. Oh shoot. Once my thing gets to an hour, I'm just gonna say forget it and try again tomorrow. Cause I ain't got in the courtroom yet. You know what? Alright, cause I might as well just go ahead and watch Melly. Cause I didn't watch the last hearing and we still got like 40 minutes on lunch with this case. I thought I was gonna be able to do the T Grizzly Aunt case instead. But you know, a senior roommate was found dead in Michigan. Why is that important? Oh, I need to watch hers too. Shoot. Alright, hold on, y'all. We about to watch some of this other stuff. I need to watch it so I can keep up with it. But why does that matter that her roommate was found dead though? Well, we know she ain't did it. She been locked up. I'm trying to finish something, and then we'll get back in. We'll get into some content. I'm a little out of reach with doing lives. Y'all know it's been so long since I did a live, and I'm supposed to be getting dressed to even leave home. I ain't got dressed yet. All right, I'll finish that later. I hate to hang up and then I lose my spot. Shout out to everybody that been with me since this morning. We've been at this thing since 9 o'clock, almost 4 hours. He was missing for 2 weeks and was found in the river. That's really not intriguing to me. Unless what, did she kill him or something? And how you know that's her roommate? Where you saw that at? She looks spooked out on this video. Alright, hold on. Since Key TV brought up Afeni, I guess we'll get into Afeni real quick. For those that's just joining, we are on lunch break for the Ksoo and ATK Scotty case. We're going to transition into the update on the McDonald's worker who stabbed to death her manager and see what they got going on over there.
File number 25354FY, People versus Akani Badu Muhammad.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Dale Vandenberg on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, Josh Jones, attorney on behalf of Mr. Muhammad, who's standing to my left in the jury box. Mr. Muhammad, please state your name.
Afeni Badu Muhammad, but I also go by Risen Phoenix. Thank you. You're here today for your.
Hold on, did she say I also go by raisins? Lord Jesus.
Probable cause conference. Counsel, are you involved in this way?
Yes, Your Honor. Catherine Romero Bolden, T53823, second chair in this matter.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Very good. And you're asking that this matter be adjourned for discovery, number one, and number two, you want it referred to the Forensic Center for Competency and Culpability. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Counsel does request at this time that Mr. Muhammad be referred to the Forensic Center for those matters. It's my understanding that Ms. Muhammad herself personally objects to the referral at this time.
what is the factual basis that you rely on for the referral?
Your Honor, based upon my observations of the case and in reviewing the case, specifically the police reports, and then again, my observations in interacting with Ms. Muhammad, I need to check those two boxes. Meaning, I need to make sure that, one, she is competent to stand trial, and then two, that there's not an issue in regards to responsibility or culpability.
I will refer it on both. You know, we only need one to go forward on the competency.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
I will refer it for competency and culpability. They're about going out 4 to 6 weeks, so let's go September, have a review date on September 3rd at 1 p.m. I will take this off the docket. I will refer it on both. You know, we only need one to go forward on the competency.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
I will refer it for competency and culpability. They're about going out 4 to 6 weeks, so let's go September, have a review date on September 3rd at 1 p.m. I will take this off the docket for next week for the preliminary exam and remove that from the docket.
Does that deal with the?
That's fine.
It works with the defense, right?
And we're not gonna set a date for the preliminary exam at this time until we get the report on competency. That's why we have the review date set up. If it comes in sooner than that, we will reach out to get you in sooner than that. However, my experience in dealing with the forensic center lately is it takes 4 to 6 weeks. So we're gonna go with that date at this time. Any other matters?
I have nothing further, Your Honor. This will give us time to get that done and the other discovery issues we have, so I have nothing else.
That's absolutely correct, yeah.
Very good. Then that concludes this matter.
Thank you.
My bad, y'all. I don't know what just happened to my computer. Trying to find the stuff about that the girl roommate, it kicked me all the way off, so my bad. But yeah, so basically they're ordering evaluation of her mental state, which I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I saw that coming. I mean, because she just had told the judge that her name is something Phoenix or something she just said. I was like, Lord Jesus. All right, it's 12:36 p.m. They come back from lunch at 1:10 p.m. Like I said, I did not watch Y&W Melly's last hearing, so I'm about to do that now. Because that give us something to do in between time. All right, we'll do this one. Why can't I hear that? Okay. Let's see.
No. The lawyers, Mr. Haddad, your co-counsel or your opposing counsel, they can give you the dates and times. I'm in another capital case right now. I have 4 hearing dates left available between now and September the 10th. I gave the parties those 4 dates, and I'm holding all of those dates and times open only for these 2 defendants. So anything that you need me for, okay? Yes, sir. Okay, so that takes care of Mr. Henry. Mr. Mathis is Mr. Rares' client, so let me just skip on that one for a second. So the bottom of page 2 is Janelle Demons. I've got Mr. Benjamin here, Mr. Wilson here, Ms. Liberty here. Likewise, Mr. Griffin in person, Ms. Collins on Zoom. So I got the following. I got a state motion to stay the July 9th order setting the trial on September the 10th. I got the state's motion to stay order compelling Detective Luna to answer certified questions and to stay the order compelling the affidavit to Apple iCloud that I previously ordered to be disclosed to me. And then lastly, I got a defense motion to require the state to divulge the existence of other search warrants involving Attorney Raven Liberty. I did read the motions as well as all the authority and the rules cited therein. I also read the state's petition for writ of certiorari that was filed with the 4th District Court of Appeals on July 14th, 2025. So let's just take them in order. State the motion to stay the order compelling Detective Luna to answer certified questions in order compelling affidavit to Apple iCloud. Anything else that you want to tell me is supporting the motion?
No, Judge, I think the court's aware of the motion and the fact that the state has now sought circuit court.
All right, defense, your position on their request.
I think you already ruled it.
All right, so let me, on this one, I'm going to grant it in part and deny it in part. Okay, I still want you to turn it over to me. So that order, denied as to that, I want you to turn the affidavit over to me. As to the first part that I ordered the detective to answer the questions, that's the sole issue that's been raised in this petition for writ of certiorari to the 4th DCA. They are seeking review of the trial court's order compelling the state to permit the deposition of an investigator in an ongoing, wholly separate investigation. And the conclusion of their petition, page 27, it says, the state respectfully requests that this honorable court grant the petition of writ of certiorari and quash the trial court's order compelling Detective Luna's testimony, and thus preserving the integrity of the unrelated ongoing criminal investigation. So as to her testimony only, because you're going to turn the affidavit over to me, state paragraph 7 of your motion, you're asking me to be stayed for 30 days?
Yes, Judge, that's, I think we have 30 days to file our appeal, and hopefully that the court will give us an answer then, or they'll stay it if they're taking further consideration.
So over the defense objection, and I certainly understand the defense's objection, I think I'm compelled to grant that part at least for 30 days that the state's asking for. Of course, pending I hear something from the 4th DCA, and hopefully I'll hear something from the 4th DCA sooner than 30 days, and that would resolve the issue.
Well, Judge, I believe you already ruled on
that particular issue.
Yeah, I did.
And what I suggest, Your Honor, consider is that opposed to staying while I take the deposition for 30 days. Instead, we'll wait. We won't wait, but depending upon what the fourth DCA does, and usually they act on writs like this rather quickly. I would ask Your Honor not to stay for the 30-day period. We'll agree to wait a week to set her down for
You want
that.
me to stay for 30 days or from when we hear from the fourth DCA, whichever date arrives sooner? And that's fine with me. If they deny this, as far as
They
you can
deny
take your depo the next day.
Exactly.
Because I already ordered that you could.
Yes.
But if they're gonna tell me, they're the higher authority, and if they're gonna tell me I got that one wrong, I guess that's what they'll say, but I don't think so. She's an A-witness, but do that as an
May I have 1 second? So. Just while they're doing that.
I think that's why I don't like watching Melon hearings no more, because they so redundant. Every hearing they talking about the same thing. Trying the state want to get this back in the case. So then they be like, well, we're gonna appeal to the court's decision. Like although that's their right to do so, it's just like every hearing be the same doggone thing. Like they be arguing about the same thing. I want to see the affidavit for rape and liberty. I want to like just we can't give it. It just be the same thing. It be boring. It be redundant at this point. Yeah. I'll catch the next one. I don't even feel like watching it now because it's boring. All right, let's see what we're gonna do in the meantime because currently there's no feed up for the Ksoo trial because they're on lunch until 1:10 p.m. Eastern time. Y'all know I don't be having a lot of filler for the time being because so far, and I guess this is a good thing, right? For it not to be that many questions or stuff to say about the Ksoo trial so far means they have really been on point because it's really not no confusion like we would normally have. Like something like they have been doing a great job. Like the prosecution will put something out, the defense get in there and eat it up. So I really don't have a lot of feedback because it's just been, clean and cut. Yeah. Not Ksoo done made it in Law and Crime. I didn't even think they was gonna be covering that case. They said let them in. Let me see if I can get back on the thing real quick. Damn, what I did with the code.
Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just press pound to continue. You are in the meeting now. There are 11 participants in the meeting. This meeting is being recorded. You've been added to the waiting list.
Oh my gosh. They put me back in the waiting room. Oh my God. We ain't gonna never hear the inside of that courtroom. Like, Jesus. Oh Lord. Modern day sniper, you about to get blocked. Cause you like yesterday I had more energy for the foolery. But I don't have the energy for your foolery today. Like, that's the dumbest, weirdest shit. Matter of fact, I just ain't got time. Like, that's the most weirdest, dumbest shit I ever heard in my damn life to even say. I be with the shenanigans sometimes, but sometimes, like, I don't be having time to be playing with people's kids. Alright, so we'll see. I got back on hold to try to get into the courtroom for T Grizzly Aunt case, but we'll see how that happens. Alright, I don't know. I don't even know what we're gonna do in the meantime. We still got about 20 minutes left. We done touched on everything. Every time I thought they was gonna say something just now. Oh, y'all remember when we watched this? They didn't got their time. Hold on. Y'all remember we watched the body cam of, well, not the interrogation of the boys, and then it was the 14-year-old, and they had the girl in the trunk that they killed and all that. They didn't got their time.
County Community Correspondent Emily McLeod. I'm here outside the courthouse where a case dating back to 2023 has officially come to a close. On Tuesday, 14-year-old Christopher Adkins was sentenced to 40 years. And on Wednesday, his other co-defendants, Taj Bruton and Robert Robinson, learned they'll be spending the rest of their life behind bars for the murders of 3 teens.
The offenses in this case are absolutely heinous.
Judge Robert Hodges handing down 5 life sentences for Robert Robinson on Wednesday. 3 of those are for the 2023 murders of Layla Silvernail, Michael Hodo Jr., and Camille Quarles.
The only sentence that's appropriate for these crimes is life imprisonment.
It was an emotional day in court for the friends and families of the 3 teens killed in 2023. Michael Hodo's father delivering an impact statement to Robert Robinson through a victim's advocate.
My son is in a jar on my mantle.
Prosecutors presenting evidence to the court on Wednesday. Judge Hodges asking a simple question to one of the state's witnesses.
During the 8 hours, did he ever say why they did this?
The why was because of wanting a firearm that Mr. Hodo had.
And prior to his sentencing, Robinson addressing the courtroom.
I'm not going to make excuses for it.
That's why I knew they was going to get time, because that was a heinous crime. What's up, Nate? Are you feeling it yet? Feeling what? Feeling better? I'm feeling better. Just trying to get in the swing of doing content again full time. I ain't gonna lie. I had so much fun not doing content like that, like full time. Y'all know, even I said I wasn't doing content, but even though I was dropping videos every few days or something. I wasn't doing no lives or nothing, but now I'm back in. I'm supposed to be back full time. That's why y'all seen yesterday I was dropping multiple videos. I did a live. It's just getting back in the swing of doing content full time again. Cause yeah, I really enjoy not doing content that much, a little bit too much. You know, music hit me up and was like, yo, you saw this? And I'll be like, who? No. Like when I say I wasn't paying attention to Jack Squad, something would happen, I wouldn't know nothing about it. I really just was like catching up on my shows, just doing other things. So trying to get back into like following all the different things that's happening. It's been an adjustment. But, you know, the only plus thing is that at least, you know, it's a trial to come back to. They ain't gonna never let me in this damn thing.
You can imagine.
Damn. Man pleads guilty to killing mother, daughter after Drake concert in St. Louis. What the world? I don't really want to get into too many of those stories because I need to do videos. Yeah, so we're just waiting for Ksoo trial to start back up. I do have to start getting ready to get up out of here. So hopefully they start on time. Oh, so what we're gonna do? I know this is just a segue, just because we need a time filler. We got about, I'll say about 15 to 20 minutes left before they come back. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna do a reaction to a video. I decided not to do this video, so I want to watch this one to see what it was about. Y'all know last night I did do a reaction to OTF Duty Low Dancer Project interview, and I told y'all at the end that they do mention King AK-47, and I see Music 101. Shout out to Music 101. He did a video on it, and I just want to hear it because I wasn't planning on doing that part of the interview. So we're gonna just check it out while we, have some time until the trial come back.
Duty Low did an interview with Dancer Project speaking on the situation when he was robbed and shot in Atlanta. I did a video on it. If you haven't seen it, make sure you go check it out. Duty Low also called out two YouTubers, King Yella and AK-47. While Duty Low was on the phone speaking with Seti Nash during the interview, he asked him, "Who is that dude you be going live with?" And Seti Nash responded and let him know it was AK-47. Duty Low then responded and said, "He a goofy."
No, but I be seeing, damn, who you always be podcasting with?
Who don't I be?
No, I'm saying, what's the one dude that you be like going live with?
Oh, you talking about AK?
Yeah.
Nah, we fell out. He did some
goofy.
Yeah, he did some weak. I don't
like how he be yelling and all at the cameras and all that goofy shit, putting himself in certain, talking like. And then when it be funny when the shoe get on the other foot, and when niggas get in that hot seat, like the people that be talking shit about other people, they don't like that. Like I seen when he was going back and forth with my boy, I ain't gonna say no names, but folks was on his
That tripped me out. Like, we all know you talking about Bezu Duty Low. Like, I ain't gonna say no name.
He supposed to came on Hands TV or some.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna do. Because I thought
they gonna bring guns and no, we put the guns down, put the hands up.
Nah, look, this is the funny part. I called Cuz my evil twin. Who you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
And then that nigga got mad.
So hold on, Seti Nash called Bezu his evil twin? I ain't never heard that one. Nah, that's crazy.
Oh, y'all, you gonna try to backdoor me and all this? Because you know the feds did some homies. When I went up there to support the homies.
Yeah.
They overplayed their hand.
Yeah.
So nigga, I get snatched by the feds, and then they say some about Lil Bro, and I'm like, what the fuck?
But you can't let them trick you though, because they'll say some try to turn you against, you know?
That's what he gonna watch this episode and get everything we saying though.
The host then asked Duty Low how he feel about King Yella saying Chicago rappers need to leave Atlanta. Duty Low responded the same and said, King Yella is a goofy.
What's your thoughts on people like King Yella saying like Chicago rappers just need to get out of Atlanta?
It's a big goofy. He is a big goofy. Like on some real shit, like I was in Vegas, right? I ran into a couple more. I ain't gonna say their name because they never even spoke on it, and I ain't the type of nigga to speak on it. But he had called my phone. If you go on one of his things, he Duty Low, real. He dropped this low and the rest of them. Then when all the he shaking your head like he just like doing content. It's like you got all like, bro. I wouldn't even want to take your jury. That is fake as hell, right? Like, so it's like I don't even stoop that low to even beef with big goofies like him.
King Yellow responded.
Duty Low, you just mad. Duty Low just mad, y'all. He just mad that I trolled him when he got shot. But I said I was just joking. I didn't take it. I didn't go on there to, what can I say? What can I say? I was just, being silly, just being yellow, me and big homie CC, man, we were just popping it, you know what I'm saying? I said I wish him the best though, Duty Low. Now, since I've never gone on the internet, so since you a big goofy, for one, you can't whoop me. We're gonna start there. On duck, you can't whoop me. You don't want to fight me. On my mama, put your bag up. Since you want to do that on the interviews now, I got your number. You got my number. Folks, them just ready.
Hold on. How the hell we get there? Jesus. These them Chicago rappers, bloggers, well, they go left so quick because I'm like, damn, how we get the doggone fighting? Jesus.
And it to you at the clothes thing. First thing folks them said, you said, where y'all at? I'm a big goofy. Okay. I want to understand what big goofy as being silly. I hope that's what you insinuating, that I'm silly, more like a comedian goofy. When y'all say yellow goofy, I'm more like a comedian. I don't have no filter. You need for the internet. You Lil Durk's son, and I think you older than him. But
Lil Durk's son is crazy. Jody, what's up? Everything's going well. Lil Durk's son is crazy. But y'all already know, a while ago when I was really covering the whole drill stuff, I had reacted to a King Yellow video. King Yellow, anytime is an OTF member and some stuff, y'all already know King Yellow is going to have something to say. He going to troll. He going to do all that. He done said that. He said, shoot, y'all boys get y'all money. I'm going to get mine. He done already said that. So I feel like he gonna say the most craziest thing because people gonna pick it up, especially being that is, a OTF member. It's gonna hit the blog. It's gonna do all that. So I don't really pay none of it no attention because I just feel like they just do it just because they know it's gonna get picked up. He probably gonna get a Cam Capone interview or something. He's gonna elaborate more on Duty Low. And I kind of feel like, I don't know if Duty Low got like back then in this interview or what, because the fact that he's highlighting so, like, as far as content, it's great content, right? It's great clips. So the Dancing Project definitely did what they were supposed to do. But being that, I hate to say it like this, but like Duty Low is the only active OTF member from my view, right? And to respond to different people, you just gave them more content. So I was shocked that he even responded to a lot of this stuff, but hey, that's just how I'm viewing it. Let's finish the video.
But then we just talked. You was at the Aria in Vegas, right? Like, now let's talk about these things. Since I'm a bit goofy. When you sit on the phone, you ever told me I was a big goofy? You ever, you vlogging and da-da-da-da-da. Hey, they say get money, and they ain't say how to get money. Make money.
Y'all get in the comments and let me know what you think about this situation, man. Should King Yellow and Duty Low do a boxing match? This right here would be big for the culture. And if they do box, who you think will win? Duty Low or King Yellow? Get in the comments and let me know. Like
music as is trolling. Why would that be big for the culture? Duty Low and King Yellow, like that don't even make sense to me. I don't know. Shout out to Music 101, pretty good video. But yeah, I like what would that do? I wouldn't even be intrigued to want to watch that other than to, I guess, react to it for content. But like, I don't see how that's like even that. I don't know. I was more intrigued of watching Basil and King AK-47 do something than King Yella and Duty Low. That don't even make sense. Now, Duty Low and what's his name? He just got locked up. What's his name? 051 Kiddo, that made more sense to me. But like, yeah, I just don't. Yeah, that wouldn't be intriguing to me. That would not be intriguing to me. That just wouldn't make sense. But you know, all right. Shout out to everybody with that one. But yeah, that wouldn't make sense to me. All right, how long we got now? We got 8 more minutes or so before Ksoo's court starts back up. And then I got to start getting dressed because I got to go. I was unsuccessful with getting into the Zoom call for the Detroit trial. I'm gonna try again tomorrow. Oh, if I want Kiddo locked up again. Yes, it just hit Instagram. Oh, if I want Kiddo was arrested for having a switch. Let me pull up Instagram. At this point, they might well keep him. I ain't gonna lie. I posted it to my story. They might well keep him because he just be doing the most. That man love jail at this point. Love jail, okay? Who did I see posted? Yeah. So at this point, they might well just keep him, okay? Because he stayed going in there. He was arrested with a switch Glock, a Glock switch, or however you put it. Like the man, I don't even think have he been out for 6 months yet. I ain't gonna lie. Like I don't have no empathy for dudes that go back to back to jail. Like, bro, you ain't even stay out long enough to even get into anything really to be back in jail for. And then to stay where, like, come on. I just don't understand how any of them known people in Chicago walk around Chicago with guns. Like, you already know. And it's not just Chicago, just period, anywhere. Like, if you're known in your city, why are you walking around with guns? Like, make it make sense. A switch at it is crazy. But yeah. We just gonna vibe out. If y'all got questions, whether it's about whatever case, y'all can ask them. But yeah, we just gonna chill out until the Ksoo trial come back on because I don't really have no other topics to really go over. We pretty much talked about everything over the past hour that we've been waiting for. So yeah, we just gonna vibe out. Because I don't really want to get into St. Nelson. We're not going to be there that long. Oh, yeah, I did put up a poll. Let me see what y'all got on there. So far, I'm going to keep it up for a while. So I asked everybody on the poll, who will beat the case? Ksoo, ATK, Scotty, both or neither. 46% is saying Ksoo, and then 35% is saying neither. Really, none of y'all got hope for ATK Scotty. I'm gonna be honest. If I had to pick right now, I honestly feel like I told y'all earlier, I feel like it's definitely a possibility. I feel like so far for all of them, well, both of them. But I honestly feel like ATK Scotty can beat it. At this point. This is just how I feel at this point. Just because for one, he's not accused of being a shooter. And the only evidence, according to his defense, is the witness. And I feel like his defense team will definitely knock that down. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel about it. The defense team for Ksoo, they are like weighing heavily on the sides, and I think that's a good strategy. But will that be enough by the end of the trial? I don't know. So personally, I will pick. If I had to pick one of the two, I would think Scotty would beat it. But I could be wrong. That's just my pick right now. And by the end of the day, I may feel something different. So what's going to happen, y'all, from this point forward, once court comes back in, like I told y'all, I do have to get out and about. So I'm going to get dressed. I'm going to still be listening in. I may have to pick up from my phone. But nevertheless, y'all know we'll have our recaps after when they go on breaks. This judge, unlike Fulton County and stuff, KG, what's up? We only had one break before lunch, so it may be one break after lunch. But anytime you see a black screen, don't get alarmed. It's because they're not trying to show the jury and stuff, so they go dark. So yeah. Keenan said, are they using Ksoo's music in the trial? To my understanding, it was granted. However, I don't know if they're going to use the music or not. I do know they're using social media. The defense already put that out. Joseph says Scotty has a scar from hopping the gate on his right leg. He's cooked. Nah, not necessarily. How do you know that scar came from the fence that day? The officer already said he couldn't tell who was jumping the fence. So just because he has a scar, that you need more than that. Like, did they have blood at the scene from that scar? Like, just because he has a scar from hopping the gate in his right leg does not mean. Is a witness that said, hey, I saw the suspect hop the fence, leg get caught on the fence and injured himself? Like, got to have more. They tested it and the wound was fresh when they caught him. Still doesn't matter. Do they have DNA on the fence near the crime scene to put him there? You have to have more. Now, we haven't got to DNA and all that yet. If that comes up, we'll talk about it then. But just because they found a fresh wound, you have to find the blood. Was DNA somewhere? Did he link blood in the victim's house? They didn't ask her about no blood when she was on the stand. Remember, the home invasion victim was on the stand this morning. You got to have more. You got to have more. A scar that's you. Somebody could have had none. Cut somebody 1,000 times, got cuts on their hand. That definitely will pinpoint something, but it's not gonna per se just cook somebody on the murder trial. You get what I'm saying? You got a point, but they also got him in the car and in the house with the woman. Is way more evidence on him than Ksoo. So we already, and court about to start again. We already heard from the victim. The victim can only identify one suspect, and that's Buck, who is already state witness. She could not identify the second person in her house. And also, just like his defense attorney said in opening statements, just because DNA was in the car, they have to prove that DNA got in the car right then and there. You know what I'm saying? The DNA, the car was stolen for months. So you have to pinpoint, like, it's the day you got it. You know what I'm saying? So it's more to it. I thought they had to start. It's more to it than just because they got it there. Again, from the state's case, and that's why I like the defense on this case, because they poked holes in the state case. When the state did their opening statement, they wrapped it with a bow. But then the defense came like, oh, well, this is what they didn't tell you, is that this car was stolen for months. We know Scotty and Ksoo hung together because they're cousins. We know these people hung together. And matter of fact, it's a whole nother DNA profile there with somebody who has nothing to do with this case, meaning wasn't arrested or anything. So obviously they have DNA in the car, but again, they have to prove to the jury that this was there again. You know what I'm saying? So they hopefully, hold on. Okay, so they ain't doing that yet. But yeah. So like I said, they definitely got evidence. At no point y'all to take what I'm saying is that they don't have evidence. All I'm saying is the defense is doing a great job, you know what I'm saying? Going against the evidence so far. KG said it's been a long time since I looked at this case, but didn't his daddy tell him? Yes, his daddy will be testifying in this case for sure. All right, here we go. Is that bad? You got a point, but they also got him in the car, and I already said that. It's crazy because I was younger, Ksoo, and his dad used to come to my granddad's house all the time talking to me and whatnot. Well, they said Ksoo daddy is bad. Bad. All right, we back into it. Like I told y'all, I got to get ready. I'm going to try my best to jump in between time on breaks, but if not, just keep your ears and eyes open as we listen.
Okay. All right, we'll go back on the record. Wait, do we have the court reporter? Oh, there she is. We'll go back on the record. The defendants are present with counsel, as is counsel for the state. I need everyone to please be quiet as they enter the courtroom, and a reminder, everyone is to turn off their devices. There shall be no use of electronic devices, or you're going to be asked to leave the courtroom. So come on in, have a seat so we can get started, and everyone, please, I would appreciate some quiet. Are the jurors in their jury rooms? They are. So I would ask Mr. DeCoste not to speak into the microphone. We'll continue and address the Richardson hearing request that was made prior to the lunch break. And I'll hear as succinctly as you can any additional argument that you may have been able to now with a 1 hour lunch break more thoughtfully thought through.
Some more, Your Honor.
Okay.
Florida's discovery state Scipio stands for this exact situation. That I trust that Your Honor saw the case law. The situation was very similar. It was considered to be harmful. The situation here is different. Now, I objected and I went sidebar because I thought he was going to try to comment on the video based on the knowledge in the video. But that's not what this was. He sat down in their office and he did what they have Latham do. He did photogrammetry. He sat down and looked at one photo and another, not based on any personal knowledge from when he was there, and made an assessment on height. Now, there's a whole host of things that I would have done. The stuff that I said before, I would have done that. I'd also get an accurate reading on his height. I don't think he's 6'4". That's my lay opinion. But I'd want to know exactly what is his height. He's also giving an opinion based on a person that is running. We touched on this in the Dauber hearings that when a person runs, they draw. Interestingly, their expert Latham said he would never touch that video because it wasn't reliable for him to do an expert analysis.
Okay, but let's focus it. I care nothing about Mr. Latham and programmetry at this point. It's this witness and the discovery violation that you're alleging involving this witness's change testimony? Okay.
So, Your Honor, I've brought out yes, redacted testimony, or recanted. So I've laid out what the prejudice is to us. I mean, the fact that I'm having to do on the fly a cross-examination of a case that's 5 years old on something that I can prepare for, that I've been preparing for years. So there's that. That's the prejudice. Was it willful? Absolutely. They knew that this was coming in when they created that slide. Again, we don't have a problem with the slide. We have a problem with what came out of the officer's mouth. Based on Scipio, the second that they knew that he was going to say, I was wrong previously. They were under a duty to give it to us. Now, the reason why we stopped, and this wasn't asked about anymore in deposition, because in deposition, he was asked the question, Your Honor has a full transcript. Do you know the height or weight of the shooter? And his answer was, I don't know. The remedy that we are looking for is to strike that portion of his testimony with an instruction to the jury.
Which portion specifically?
When he said, based on my view of that exhibit, I was wrong, and then gave his new opinion of the person was around my height.
Okay, I'll hear from the state.
Judge, I would just say that I don't believe it's a material change in his testimony. He does not give a height. He was personally there that day, looked at the video. This is evidence that the defense has. His testimony today is, and as it has been when it was brought up by the defense, he gave estimates, he gave ranges. And today he just said, looking at that, knowing how tall I am, that's me in that video. I think I was wrong. I think he's a little closer to my height. He didn't say he's 6'3". He didn't say 6'4", 6'1", any of those things. He just said, I think he's closer to my height. I don't think it's a material change in his testimony.
Okay, thank you.
It's a change of nearly a foot from his previous testimony. It's a material change in his testimony. I understand and the important thing, Your Honor, this is our entire defense. We have been very clear what our defense is on this case, that it is all based on a misidentification. The height and the weight is the biggest thing. They were under an obligation to give that. They didn't. It's a violation.
Okay, thank you. I am guided, of course, by our rules of procedure that deal with discovery, Rule 3.220, B1B specifically, but also case law as expounded upon by our appellate courts that set a precedent. And the Florida Supreme Court has stated that unlike a failure to name a witness, changed testimony does not rise to the level of a discovery violation and will not support a motion for a Richardson hearing. And I'll cite to you the case of State versus Evans, 770 Southern 2nd, and that's at 1178. But if this were a Richardson violation, I would further make the finding that I don't find it to be willful, I don't find it to be substantial, and I don't find it to have a prejudicial effect on preparation. A witness who comes in to make a different statement than he or she has made previously is subject to impeachment, which you successfully did with the use of your deposition, as with any witness. But more critically, this isn't focusing on the substantive nature so much of the violation, but the procedural nature of the violation. This is a discovery procedural rule. And under our rules of procedure 3.220 B1B, the Florida Supreme Court has also advised, and the specific language in the rule does not require the disclosure of an oral statement when such a statement has not been reduced to writing or recorded in any manner prescribed by the rule. And this witness's oral statements to the state attorney in preparation for trial, as all witnesses meet with attorneys every time they prepare for trial, there is nothing at all improper about that. And in fact, I will be advising the jury that there's nothing improper about that, is not subject to disclosure since it was not recorded, as I understand, not recorded or transcribed in any way. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. It was a pretrial prep meeting a week ago where he looked at this exhibit and estimated, well, of course, he knows his own height and told us what his height was and gave his explanation or estimation as to height. So I'm not going to find a Richardson violation. I'm not going to strike the testimony, but I think the record is made on behalf of the defense, and that's my ruling. So other than that, are we ready to bring the jury in and move on?
One thing I wanted to bring to the court's attention, I've let one of the counsels know, I didn't let Ms. Schleich know she wasn't in here. I guess two things. One is in the break, the state of Florida became aware of some of the jurors' faces on live stream.
The court has become aware of that as well. We have talked to the cameraman. He is aware that the jurors' faces shall not be filmed. The streaming, we do have a 2-minute delay, so we were able to take it down off YouTube, take it down off Law and Crime Network, take it down off other news video clips, but I want to once again reiterate that the jurors' faces should absolutely not be filmed. Okay? Let me get a thumbs up from the cameraman. Thank you so much.
I'm not sure which jurors it was.
It was these two right here. Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure the court was aware. Another thing is I had a incredibly brief interaction with the juror when I was walking into the courtroom. He wanted to know how to get into the courtroom. I told him I didn't know. I would check. And
how to get into this courtroom?
He was waiting in the hallway by himself, so he didn't know how. So
okay.
I just walked by and now to answer him. I said, I don't know. I'll check. get the bailiffs without.
So he was trying to get into this door?
Trying to get to the jury, correct.
So
Or
this,
the exit.
okay, I see.
He was in the hallway out in front of the court.
Understood.
Back into the jury.
Okay.
Honor, just a request moving forward. I don't know if it was part of your instruction. It may not have been, but I know I've had it routinely. That they tell the jurors that in the event that you see one of the attorneys and they, walk away from you and don't speak to you, know that it's because I've instructed them not to. And I think that that's what the state should have done. Just, any interaction, even with a smile, a facial gesture, isn't a proper communication with the juror. It should have been head down, walk away.
Okay, I have instructed them and I will instruct them again, if that would.
I'm not saying the jury, I'm asking the other attorneys that in the event that any juror tries to speak to them, that they, as an officer of the court, walk away with it.
Okay, I will ask all attorneys to not speak to the jurors and to walk away from the jurors. I will advise them again that that's what y'all are going to do because you've been instructed to do so by the court. But I've also instructed them on multiple occasions that they're not to approach you. And, it's human nature. It's holding the door open for Ms. Schlacks. I think one of them did on Monday. But I will once again remind them so that we don't have any issues with juror contact going forward.
I don't want to make it seem like the state got in trouble for that interaction.
No, understood.
Yeah, the court has done it before. Certainly.
I will remind them again along with my other reminders and admonitions, so it'll be part of my usual warnings to the jury.
Your Honor, final request is an or tennis motion to compel. Officer Collins has made his own type material in this case. But that's all based on his own assessment. I had my opinion when he walked by a fight. I don't believe that it's 6'4". I have him under subpoena. This is not something that I've done before, but I do want to have an accurate measurement of his height if he's saying that the person that he chased was around his height.
Okay, is this something we have to deal with right now? He's not the next witness, right?
No, this is on Collins.
Okay.
Who already testified, just putting it, I want to make sure that it's contemporaneous with
Okay.
everything else with Collins.
And what is it you want me to compel? Why don't, since it's not an issue at the moment, you can put it in a pleading in writing. I'll have the state respond, and then whatever it is you're wanting me to compel, I will address that and think about it and rule on it. But if it's not for any witness today, then I would ask, let's hold off on that until it becomes an issue. Okay. Are we ready to bring the jury out?
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Mr. Atkinson gets to speak. Go ahead.
Just to expedite the next couple of witnesses, I've shown defense counsel a series of photographs that we intend on introducing. I was going to introduce them now.
And that they're being stipulated to? All right, let me also say this, because one thing that happened in the last time when you stipulated to the series of pictures is then that both of my clerks here have to label them and sticker them and do this and do that. And that is also, no offense to you ladies, a little distracting. So this is all something that should be done either before court, at the beginning of the day, or at the end of the day, or during lunch recess, although they need their lunch breaks too, not during the testimony. I'm trying to reduce, eliminate, minimize as much disruption during testimony as I can, from doors opening and closing, people's phones ringing, talking and whispering. We need to not have that done in the middle of testimony. Okay, but that said, if there are items to be stipulated into, then tell me now what those are, and then I'll inquire of the defense.
Goes through 5C, and we say 73 through 107. Series of photographs around the ensemble.
So 73 through 97 are being stipulated to? Through 107, okay. Is that with the approval of Defendant Whitaker?
Yes, Your Honor.
And thank you. And Defendant Robinson? Photos number 73 through 107. Okay, those will be marked into evidence by stipulation.
The next set, Judge, is states 5D through 6Q, which are coming as 108 through 147. It's a series of photographs from the town boulevard address.
Okay, and some of those exhibits have already actually been moved into evidence.
Some were used for this Buckley earlier,
Okay, then the remainder between 108 and, what number did you say? 176? 147. 147. 108 to 147. Any objection from Mr. Whitaker? No, Your Honor. Any objection from Mr. Robinson? No objection. Okay, then those will be marked into evidence by stipulation.
Next set is for 7U through 7Y. We're coming from 177 to 181. It's a series of photographs from 7201 Arlington Expressway.
All right, those are 5 photographs. Any objection from Defendant Whitaker? No, Your Honor. Any objection from Defendant Robinson? Okay, those will be marked into evidence by stipulation.
Final judge states 10 in. I believe is 248. It is a map from 7201 Arlington Expressway.
10N?
I think it was written in after.
Oh, I don't have that one. Okay. 248. Wait, what number? My exhibit only goes up, my exhibit list only goes to 226. Oh, all right. Well, okay. I'll want an updated exhibit list if possible, but any objection from Defendant Whitaker? Any objection from Defendant Robinson? And this is 244 to 247? No, what numbers are these?
Just number 247.
Oh, just number 247, the map? Okay, got it. 247 will be moved into evidence by stipulation.
On one of the lists, it was 248, on the other, 247. For the record, the only thing we're introducing now is the map, not the cat.
All right, anything else we need to take up before we bring the jury out?
No, ma'am, not from the state.
All right, very good. Then let's bring them out, please.
Judge, for the 2 crime scene detectives, can I inquire from here, from the evidence cart?
Yes, as long as you speak loudly and clearly into the microphone. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. Okay. Well, while we wait for Mr. Whitaker's jury to come, I do want to inquire if during this lunch recess, any of you heard, watched, or listened to any newspaper, television, or radio stories that may have been printed or aired about this case? No? Okay, I see no hands raised. And has anyone attempted to speak to you or approach you in any way to provide you any information or any reason about this case? And I see no hands raised. All right, let me also remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that during the course of this entire trial this week and next week, of course, you're not to talk among yourselves. You're also not to speak to any witnesses who might be waiting outside the courtroom. You're not to speak to the attorneys about any subject matter whatsoever until your deliberations are complete. In fact, I have told the attorneys that they are not to engage with you at all. And so if they see you coming, they are going to turn around and go in the opposite direction. They're not going to talk to you. And that might seem rude and disrespectful, but I assure you that they are not being so. They are following this court's orders and their rules of professional conduct to have no contact with you until your deliberations are complete. So please, again, do not engage them in any conversation whatsoever, even on a topic as mundane as the weather. All right. I thank you for that. We will await Mr. Whitaker's jury. Who was asking? Okay.
Jury 9 in the courtroom.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. And before we begin, let me just inquire of you all if during this 1 hour lunch recess, any of you read, watched, saw, listened to any news stories about this case. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, I see no hands raised. And did anyone approach you to speak to you or have anything to do with anything having to do about this case? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, and I see no hands raised. Thank you. Lastly, I do just want to remind the jurors that as you come and go and during lunch recesses or end of the day recesses or any recesses where you exit the courtroom or the court jury room, you're not to speak to any witnesses who might be waiting outside the courtroom doors. You're not to speak or engage with the attorneys should you see them in the hallways and the elevators or in the lunch spots. They are not going to be able to speak to you about anything at all. In fact, if they see you coming, they're going to turn and go in the opposite direction, or if you get on an elevator that they're on, they're going to get off of it. And that might seem rude or disrespectful, but I assure you they are simply following this court's orders and their rules of professional conduct that they are to have no contact with you whatsoever until this case is completed. So please do not engage them in any conversation whatsoever. All right. So with that, I will call upon the state to call its next witness.
The state would call Detective Dunn.
Detective Dunn, please. And Mr. Atkinson, and for all the lawyers, a request has been made by the jurors for you all to speak closely, clearly, and loudly into the microphones. All right, Detective, if you'll come forward and be sworn. Yes, if you'll have a seat in that chair, please speak closely, clearly, and loudly into that microphone.
Good afternoon.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Noelle Dunn, and I'm a retired crime scene detective with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Okay. How long were you a crime scene detective with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
I was a crime scene detective for a little over 19 years, and I was with JSO for almost 26 years.
At the time that you retired and back in 2020, were you what is called major case certified?
Yes, I was.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Basically, it means that I've undergone additional training where I'm able to handle homicides and also other advanced types of crime scenes, such as officer-involved crime scenes, successfully. And it also means that I've gone through additional training. For example, I've had multiple classes in advanced crime scene investigation techniques, including a certificate of proficiency from the Institute of Police Technology and Management, which involved over 180 hours of crime scene processing techniques.
Ma'am, I want to draw your attention to January the 15th of 2020. On that day, were you dispatched to 7001 Merrill Road?
Yes, I was.
Is that in Duval County?
Yes, it is.
When you arrived on scene, your role in this case, you've said, is as a crime scene detective.
Yes, that's correct.
And when you arrived, was the scene secured?
Yes, it was.
Can you explain to the jury what that means and why that's important?
Basically, when they talk about scene security, it just basically means that the officers that responded initially have used crime scene tape to rope off the scene where people cannot just walk into your scene.
And can you explain to the jury what your role is as a crime scene detective when you arrive on a scene like this?
So basically, when I arrive on a scene, I meet with either the officers or the detectives if they're already there, and I get a synopsis of what's going on, and so I am able to better understand how to go ahead and proceed and start processing the crime scene.
What does it mean to process a crime scene? What are your responsibilities there?
So generally, it's any kind of documentation and evidence collection at the crime scene, and that can include photography, evidence collection, and any kind of measurements that are necessary.
When you are taking photographs of a scene, do you often take photographs to try to give perspective of where items are?
Yes, I do. I take overall photographs of the entire scene, and then I also take close-up photographs of the evidence.
And the jury's going to see in a little bit, but in some of the photographs, we can see what are called evidence placards, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Importantly, they're numbered. Are you giving any kind of order of sequence or chronological order to the evidence that you're finding, or is that the order that you found things as you're processing this?
So generally, the crime scene placards, even though they display a number, they don't refer to a chronological order, either the chronological order that it occurred during the crime. It actually refers to the order that I do see it when I come across it during my investigation.
Your Honor, permission to publish a series of photographs that have already been introduced into evidence.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you see on your screen where it says 7001 Merrill Road?
Yes, I do.
I'm showing you states 1. Can you explain to the jury what's going on in this photograph?
Yes, that's a view from Merrill Road looking north to the shopping center, and that's basically the entrance to the shopping center off of Merrill Road.
States 2.
So that's another view. That's inside the shopping center area in the parking lot, and that's a view of the businesses. That's looking at like the south wall of the businesses.
States 3.
That's a view of the Express Employment Professionals business. That's the east wall of the business, looking at it from the parking lot.
Okay. So just as a reference from states 2, you're kind of over here for stage 3. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then in stage 3, it's looking back towards where you were in stage 2.
Yes, that's correct.
States 4, just further down that wall.
Yes, it is.
And we can see the victim there on the ground.
Yes.
Going further down that same wall, states 5.
Yes, it is.
In state 6.
That's another view of the shopping center going across.
State 7, what do we see here?
So that's a slightly closer view of the Express Employment Professionals business, and you can see the damage to the south glass window.
States 8.
That's also a closer view of the glass on the south wall.
States 9.
That's a view from the inside of the business looking back out. It's that same glass wall.
In states 10.
That's the east side of the window that's on the wall there in the same business, the Express Employment Professionals.
And I know you can see it in the photograph, but you can see that the blinds are down in some of these photographs, states 9. Did you have any difficulty seeing out the blinds?
No.
States 11.
That's a view of the east window, sort of looking back to the south window.
States 12.
That's a view out in the parking lot showing evidence number 9 and the victim's vehicle.
And when you take overall photographs, do you progressively take closer and closer photographs of the evidence at a placard?
Yes, I do.
So in states 13, we can see placard number 9?
Yes.
And what is that?
That was a casing that was recovered from the parking lot to the south of the victim's vehicle, and it was an unknown caliber casing.
States 14.
That's a close-up photograph of that same casing. It's showing the head stamp of the casing.
And that's here.
Yes.
States 15.
So that's an overview of the east side of the shopping plaza. It's showing some of the evidence placards that were labeling individual pieces of evidence, and also you can see the greater scene, including the victim.
State 16.
That's another view, the same view of the shopping center from a slightly different angle, again showing the evidence placards and also showing the victim and some of the other evidence.
State 17.
That's a view looking towards the south. It's the same general area showing the evidence placards and also the victim.
States 18.
That's a closer view, also looking to the south. It's showing the victim on the sidewalk in front of the shopping plaza and also the location of placarded items of evidence.
And in this photograph, we can see, I'm circling it, but for the record, it's kind of a white box with orange on it and then some other material here. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Yes, there was a medical business that was close by, the Baptist Health. And when this incident happened, the people used their medical supplies to attempt to treat the victim for his injuries. And they left those behind.
States 19.
That's evidence placard number 1 showing casing.
States 20.
That's a close-up of the same casing, and it's showing the head stamp of the casing.
States 21.
That's evidence number 2 with another casing.
States 22.
That's evidence number 3 with another casing.
States 23.
That's evidence 4 with another casing.
States 24.
That's evidence 5 with another casing.
States 25.
That's evidence 6 with another casing.
States 26.
That's evidence 7 with another casing.
And I know that in this series of photographs, we're not seeing the head stamps with the firing pin impression, but these are all fired rounds.
That is correct.
States 27.
That's evidence number 8 with another unknown caliber casing.
States 28. What do we see here?
That's an overview of the victim, basically showing the immediate area and the medical supplies and the condition of the victim when we found him during our investigation.
Okay, and coming down kind of slightly from the victim's waist, this item on the ground, did you ultimately find bullet strikes into the concrete?
Yes, we did.
States 29.
That's a close-up photo of the victim. It's showing the belt at his waist, and it's showing that the belt was severed.
States 30.
That's the victim's cell phone that was in his pocket. It's showing that it was shattered.
States 31.
That's the front of the cell phone when we removed it from his pocket.
States 32.
This is an overview of the lower part of the victim's body. It's also showing some of the condition of the victim's body when we found it during our investigation.
States 33.
That's a close-up of the victim's right leg. It's showing the damage that we observed during our investigation.
States 34.
Those are items that were recovered from the victim's pocket during our investigation.
States 35.
That's showing the victim's identification that was located in his wallet at the time of our investigation.
States 36.
That's the contents of the victim's wallet when we were doing our investigation.
States 37.
That was when I laid out the money, indicating how much money we recovered from the victim's wallet during our investigation.
States 38.
That's another view of the sidewalk and the evidence looking towards the north.
States 39.
That's an example of some of the paperwork that we recovered around the victim at the time of our investigation.
States 40.
That's another example of paperwork that we located around the victim.
States 41.
That is also additional paperwork that we located around the victim.
States 42.
That is another paper that we located by the victim.
States 43.
Those are also papers that we located on the ground by the victim.
States 44.
Those are additional papers that we located on the ground by the victim.
States 45.
That's another view looking towards the north. It's showing the evidence that has the placard labels on them and also the condition of the victim's body.
And States 46.
That's evidence 10. It was an unknown fragment that we recovered.
States 47.
So that's showing the east wall of the Baptist Health Building, and it's showing where we labeled some bullet defects to the metal molding and also to the glass that we located, and it was to the north of where we observed the victim.
Okay. And I'm circling kind of right in the middle of the picture below the tape. Is that what you're referencing?
Yes.
And you said that anytime that you find suspected bullet strikes to buildings, you will label those.
Yes, that's correct.
Same kind of question as the placards. Are you giving an order of sequencing or just the order that you found them in?
No, we're not sequencing it. We're just basically documenting it in the order that we actually do find it.
States 48.
That's a closer view. It's showing that metal molding, and it's showing some of the labels that we put on it, showing the bullet defect to the actual metal molding and then also to the glass nearby.
States 49.
That's a close-up of the bullet defect to the metal molding that we labeled as B1.
States 42, or sorry, states 50.
That's the other corresponding side of the metal molding, and that we labeled as B2.
States 51.
And then that's the final area where it shows a bullet defect to the glass that we labeled as B3.
States 52.
That's an overview of the east wall of that shopping plaza, and it's showing the evidence placards, and it's showing the location of the victim's body in perspective with the Baptist primary care area.
States 53.
So that's showing, if you look at the planner on the right-hand side, at the base of the planner, we located another bullet defect, and that's also labeled there.
Okay. Is that what I've circled on the screen there?
Yes.
For the record, it's at the base of the concrete planter. States 54.
So you can see the planter in the left-hand side of the photo, and then also that's showing basically the south wall of the rest of the plaza as an overview.
States 55.
That's a close-up of the bullet defect that we labeled at the base of the planter.
States 56.
That's evidence 11, which was an unknown fragment that we located at the scene.
States 57.
So that's an overview of the east wall of the shopping plaza. Again, it's just showing the evidence placards, and it's showing the perspective and how they're related to each other.
And states 58.
That's an unknown casing, and it was evidence number 12.
States 59.
So that's a view of the shopping center looking towards the north, and it's also showing the relationship of the different items of evidence to each other at the scene.
States 60.
That's evidence number 14, and it's an unknown caliber casing.
States 61. What is the focus of this photograph?
So that's another close-up of the right side of the victim's body, and you can see the fact that the belt was severed, illustrated in that photo.
Okay. And I'm circling a couple of items on the screen. Can you tell the jury what those items are? Just for the record, they're like a cone-shaped item. Below is underwear and a couple of other metal pieces.
Yes. So we located several fragments by and under the victim's body, and the specific cone-shaped fragment appeared to be consistent with the tip from a rifle round.
States 62.
That's a closer-up photo of the object that we were just describing, the unknown fragment that appeared to be consistent with the tip of a rifle round.
States 63.
That's documenting the right hip of the victim, showing a wound that we observed at the time of our investigation.
States 64.
That's a bullet defect into the concrete by the victim.
States 65.
That's showing the victim's body was moved after the medical examiner got there and started their investigation. It's showing fragments that were located under the victim.
States 66.
That's another unknown fragment that was located in the area.
And 67.
That is also illustrating some more unknown fragments that were located in that area.
States 68. Can you explain what the yellow items that you place on the ground are that I've circled?
Yes, so after the victim's body was removed, there were bullet defects into the concrete, and the yellow markers are labeling the bullet defects in the concrete.
69.
So that's basically evidence placard A, and it's illustrating one of the defects that we located.
70.
That's evidence placard B, and it's illustrating another defect that we located.
71.
That's another overview of that same area where the victim's body was, and it's showing a third evidence placard C.
And 72.
That's a close-up of evidence placard C, which was a bullet defect into the concrete.
And the physical evidence that you collect as you are processing the scene, do you collect those items and place them into the property room?
Yes, I do.
Do you yourself do any forensic testing on those items?
No, I do not.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been introduced or what's identifying the state's AT for identification purposes. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury what this item is?
So the part on the left are 10 unknown caliber casings, which are the evidence items that I placed in the property room. And then the one on the right is another unknown caliber casing.
Your Honor, it's time to say evidence to mark the state's AT as state's 202.
Okay, any objection from Defendant Whitaker?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection from Defendant Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then 8T will be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit 202.
And I'm next showing you what's been marked as state's 8U for identification purposes. I'll ask you to look at that item. Can you tell the jury what that item is?
These are both unknown fragments. One was evidence number 10 and one was evidence number 11 that I collected at the scene.
Your Honor, it's time to say what's been marked as state's 8U, the state's 203 in evidence.
All right, any objection from Defendant Whitaker?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection from Defendant Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 8U shall be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 203.
Finally, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked as 8B as in Victor. Take a look at that item.
I recognize this item.
What is that item?
They are two unknown fragments that were located on the ground under the victim.
All right, at this time, the state will move 8B as in Victor into evidence as state's 204.
Any objection from Defendant Whitaker?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection from Defendant Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then State's Exhibit 8V shall be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit number 204.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, any cross from Defendant Whitaker?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any cross from Defendant Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. You're excused and free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, State, you may call your next witness.
State would call Detective Grant.
Grant.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Detective Grant, please. Oh, okay. I was looking for her on the list. All right, Detective, if you'll come forward and be sworn. Yes, you'll have a seat right there. Be sure to speak closely and loudly into that microphone.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Rebecca Grant, previously Rebecca Crosby.
Okay, and where are you currently employed?
I'm currently retired.
Retired from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I am.
When you retired, what was your assignment at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
The crime scene unit,
How long were you with the crime scene unit?
8.5 years.
And were you also what is called major case certified?
Yes, I was.
I want to draw your attention to January the 15th of 2020. On that day, were you dispatched to 1033 Townsend Boulevard?
I was.
And while there, did you learn that you were asked to process both a vehicle that was nearby as well as a home located at that address?
Yes,
Were you working with another detective on that day?
I was. I was working with Detective James.
Your Honor, this time the state would would ask to publish what's been already admitted into evidence, a series of photographs.
All right, you may go ahead.
Ma'am, the jury's already heard kind of from Detective Dunn about what your procedure is when you arrive on scene, but is it any different when you're processing a scene that is outside versus a scene like a home?
No, when we get to the scene, we always speak with the detective on scene.
Get an understanding of what happened?
Yes,
And then take overall photographs as well as photographs of particular items.
correct.
So we'll start with the home. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 108. Can you explain to the jury what's in this photograph?
So this is overall photograph of the exterior of the house and also to show the house number.
State's 109.
A continued overall photograph of the house.
State's 110.
This is just an overall photograph of the front door.
State's 111.
And this would be an overall photograph of the right side of the residence.
State's 112.
Again, another angle of the residence.
113.
And this is the overall photograph of the left side of the residence.
114.
Photograph of the back porch.
115.
This is the sliding glass door.
State's 116.
This is the room that when you enter the sliding glass door that you come into.
State's 117.
Once you enter the sliding glass door, this is where we're showing that you continue to walk through the house.
118.
An overall photograph of another room in the house, the dining room area
119.
of the kitchen.
120.
And this would be a photograph of the front door.
121.
Again, a picture of the front door.
122.
This is an overall photograph of a picture just showing the hallway.
123.
This would be the living room area before you enter into the hallway.
And if you're standing at 123 and you look out these windows, where does that lead you to?
That should be the front yard.
124.
This is the hallway.
125.
This would be a picture of the spare bedroom that's on to the right of the hallway.
126.
That would be the spare inside the spare bedroom.
127.
Again, a picture of the hallway
128.
showing me walking down the hallway.
129.
The closet in one of the bedrooms.
130.
This is the hallway picture showing should be a bathroom door to the left and another spare bedroom.
131.
And this was the bathroom in the hallway.
132.
Spare bedroom in the hallway.
In addition to photographing the house, were you also asked to take photographs of the resident of the house, Miss Barbara Buckley,
Yes.
showing you dates 133? Who is this?
This would be our victim, the homeowner.
Dates 134. What do we see here?
I was advised by detectives on scene that she had injuries. So this is photographing an injury to her neck.
135.
This is just a closer photograph of her injury with a scale, just kind of give it perspective.
136.
An injury to her wrist, her left wrist.
And 137.
Again, the same thing, just a scale just to give it perspective, the size of the injury.
Ultimately, are you going to take a swab of her neck and her wrist?
Yes.
Dates 138.
This is a photograph of her hands.
Dates 139.
This is showing that she has possible blood on her hand, her thumb.
And 140, is that what we're talking about?
Yes,
141, her hands again.
again.
142,
Just another injury to her right arm.
143,
Again, just with scale to show the perspective of the injury.
143. It should be 144.
This is an overall photograph of her pants, the back side of it.
It's what should be 145.
That's to show that there's possibly what we think is blood on her pants.
Okay. And when you suspect that there's possibly blood on an item like pants, is there something that you can do to test for that?
Yeah, so we take a sterile swab, we hydrate it with distilled water, and we swab the area in question, and then we conduct a hemodynamic test that once you stick it in that test kit, it will turn blue if it's a positive reaction.
It should be 146
Again, just showing the area that we're focused on.
and 147. Is that the hemodynamic test?
Yeah, so that would be the reaction that we got.
Ultimately, we talked about the fact that you did a swab of her neck and her wrist. I'm showing you some mark of State's Exhibit 9L for identification purposes. Can you tell me if you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is that item?
This would be the touch DNA swab that we took of her neck and her left wrist.
Your Honor, this time the state will move into evidence which is marked as 9L as 220.
Any objection from Defendant Whitaker? Any objection from Defendant Robinson?
So, Your Honor.
All right, 9L shall be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit 220.
Showing you what's been marked as 9K for identification purposes. Recognize that item?
Yes. These are two buccal swabs that we collected from Mrs. Buckley.
Can you explain to the jury what a buccal swab is and how you take it?
So a buccal swab is basically we take sterile swabs and we swipe the inside of the mouth. And it's basically a comparison swab of the DNA that we collect.
All right, this time the state will move into evidence which is marked as 9K as State's 219.
Okay, any objection from Defendant Whitaker? Any objection from Defendant Robinson? All right, 9K will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 219.
Detective, ultimately, did you collect the shirt and pants from Ms. Buckley?
I did.
I will show you first what has been marked as Exhibit 10K. Recognize this item?
Yes.
And what is this item?
This was the shirt that was given to me on scene by Detective Richardson.
The shirt was in the photograph.
Yes.
And state would move this into evidence as State's 244.
Okay, and any objection from Mr. Whitaker? Any objection from Mr. Robinson? All right. State's Exhibit, what exhibit is this?
244 now. It was identified as 10K.
10K, okay. 10K shall be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 244.
State's 10L.
Yes, those were the pants she was wearing.
Your Honor, the state will move into evidence which is marked as State's 10L as State's 245.
Okay, any objection from Mr. Whitaker? Any objection from Mr. Robinson? All right, 10L shall be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 245.
In addition to processing the home of Ms. Buckley, Detective, you were asked to process the crashed vehicle that was somewhat nearby.
Yes, I was.
I can have a moment. showing you State's Exhibit 73. What is State's Exhibit 73? Do you see that on your screen?
Yes.
What do we see in this photograph?
So this is the numeric of the residence the vehicle was located.
State 74.
Just an overall photograph of the area where the vehicle is located.
State 75.
Again, an overall photograph.
State 76.
This would be an overall photograph of the vehicle as we found it.
State 77.
Overall photograph of the vehicle and the damage.
State 78.
Overall photograph of the vehicle and the license plate.
State 79.
Another overall photograph of the vehicle.
State's 80.
And an overall photograph of the vehicle and the damage.
State's 81. What do we see in this photograph?
This is a picture showing that the gear shift is still in drive.
When you arrived on scene, was the vehicle still turned on?
Yes,
Who turned the vehicle off?
I did.
State's 82. What do we see here?
So this is a photograph of the exterior looking inside the vehicle of what's in the driver's seat.
You said that at this point you're taking photographs from the exterior of the vehicle.
Correct.
You're still on scene at this point.
Yes.
Ultimately, are you going to have the vehicle towed to the JSO warehouse?
Yes, we are.
And what's the point of doing that?
To have a more secure location and then also to get the search warrant.
When you move a vehicle from one scene to the warehouse, is there something you do to secure the vehicle to make sure that it's not tampered with?
Yeah, so we seal the vehicle, all points of entry with evidence tape with our names, the date, and the report number.
All right, so State's 83.
So this is also an exterior picture looking in showing a rifle in the back seat.
And State's 84. We've now moved to the warehouse.
Yes, so this is our warehouse, just showing an overall picture, trying to document that the seals are still placed.
And I'm circling kind of in the middle of the screen, a blue sticker on the hood of the car. Is that what you're referencing?
Yes.
Were any of the seals tampered with?
No.
State's 85.
Again, to show the seals were still in place.
State's 86.
This would be an overall photograph of us, of the interior of the vehicle.
State's 87.
Overall photograph of what we found in the driver's seat.
State's 88. What is that?
It was a white t-shirt.
State's 89.
And this is to show the make and size of the t-shirt.
This is the one that's in the front seat.
I'm not sure which one this is.
State's 90.
This would just to show overall photograph of the glove box area in the center console.
And ultimately, you're taking your photographs in series.
Yes.
State's 91.
This is an overall photograph of the left rear passenger area.
State's 92.
I'm
sorry.
Sorry, right rear.
State's 92.
Again, overall photograph.
State's 93.
Overall photograph of the area.
State's 94.
And this would be the overall photograph of the other t-shirt.
State's 95.
An overall photograph of then the left side of the vehicle.
State's 96.
This is the overall photograph of the trunk of the vehicle.
State's 97.
This is an overall photograph of the Glock that we collected in the driver's seat.
State's 98.
This is to document the identification of the gun that we located.
State's 99.
This is to show that there was an actual live round that was in the chamber of the gun.
State's 100.
This is the live round next to the magazine of the gun,
State's 101.
and that would be the live rounds located in the magazine of the gun.
State's 102.
Overall photograph of the rifle that we found.
State's 103.
This is to document that the rifle was actually in fire mode and not safe.
State's 104.
This would be the live round that was located in the chamber of the rifle.
State's 105.
This is to show the stamp head of the live round.
State's 106.
Again, this is identifying the type of rifle it is.
And State's 107.
And these are the live rounds that were located in the magazine of the rifle.
In addition to photographing and collecting evidence from inside the vehicle, do you also take swabs of the compartments of the vehicle?
Correct.
Can you explain how that's done?
So it's the same process. We take a sterile swab and we hydrate it with distilled water, and we break down the vehicle in 4 compartments. Those 4 compartments would be the driver's side, the left rear side, the front passenger side, and the right rear passenger side.
And how do you divide up the passenger side from the driver's side?
So we tend to swab, for example, the driver's side, we swab areas that are common for a driver to touch, such as steering wheel, gear shift, door handle, those type of areas.
That also include the center console of the vehicle.
Yeah, so we would split those in half and do one side here and then one side on the other side.
Understood. If I can have a moment. So you would been marked in states 9 and 10 for identification purposes. Can you take a look at that?
Yes,
What is that item?
it would be a touch DNA swab of the driver's compartment.
This is the one that you performed and just explained.
Yes.
This time, the state will move into evidence we marked states 9 and states 221.
Any objection from Defendant Whitaker? Any objection from Defendant Robinson? All right, the 9M shall be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 221.
Next, showing you what's been marked as states 9B. Take a look at that item. First, the brown bag that I've just kind of pulled out of the side. Explain what the brown bag is.
It's basically a way to the item to collect the item without contaminating the item.
And this is what goes into the property room?
Yes.
And on the brown bag, do you write what is inside?
Yes, we do.
First, can you take a look at this item in the bag?
Yes.
Recognize this item.
Yes, it's the white T-shirt collected from the driver seat.
Your Honor, this time the state will move into evidence which will mark as states 9B as states 210.
All right, any objection from Mr. Whitaker? No, Your Honor. Any objection from Mr. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 9B shall be moved into evidence as State's 210.
Next showing you is the mark of states 9C as well as the back of it. Tell the jury you recognize this item.
Yes, so this is the white T-shirt that was in the rear back seat in the middle.
Your Honor, this time the state will move into evidence which will mark the states 9C and states 211.
All right, any objection from Mr. Whitaker? Any objection from Mr. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 9C shall be marked into evidence as State's 211.
Your Honor, the next exhibit states 8Z, which is a rifle I believe that's been cleared by the bailiffs.
Okay.
And I'm showing you with the mark of states exhibit 8Z. You recognize this item.
Yes.
What is this item?
And that would be the rifle located in the back seat.
Your Honor, at this time the state will move into evidence which will mark the states 200 and, as 8Z as states 208.
Okay, any objection from Mr. Whitaker? No, Your Honor. Any objection from Mr. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, States 8Z shall be marked into evidence as number 208.
Just quick permission to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
marked as State's Exhibit 9A.
Yes, those are the live rounds located in the rifle.
The rifle that we just saw.
Yes.
Evidence what's been marked as 9A, State's 209.
Any objection from Defendant Whitaker? Any objection from Defendant Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then Exhibit 9A shall be marked into evidence as 209.
When you collect an item like a rifle, you process it or you swab it to finish the DNA.
Yes, we do.
Can you explain how that's done?
So again, the same process, take a sterile swab, hydrate it with distilled water, and then we swab the areas rough, like with a rough exterior. Usually it could be the magazine, the slide. I mean, it's according to what type of gun it is.
Something like a smooth surface, like the slide of a handgun, and you swab that item and use that for potential fingerprint examination.
So no, we wouldn't swab that. That would be for possible latent prints.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8W.
That would be the Glock that was located in the driver's seat.
Marked State's Exhibit 8W as State's Exhibit 205.
Okay, any objection from Mr. Whitaker?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection from Mr. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, without objection, State's 8W will be marked into evidence as 205.
And the same thing with this is the rifle. You can swap with the same procedure.
Correct.
Smooth items available for examination.
Right.
Showing you what's been marked as State's 8Y and 8Z, or 8X and 8Y. You look at these two items.
Yes.
What are these two items?
These would be the 40 caliber live rounds that were located in the handgun.
Here on the State Movement evidence, which is marked as 8X as State's 206 and State's 8Y as 207.
Okay, any objection from Defendant Whitaker? Any objection from Defendant Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so State's Exhibit 8X shall be marked into evidence as number 206, and State's Evidence XY shall be marked into evidence as State's 207.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right, is there any cross from Defendant Whitaker?
Hey.
Which sex do you need the photographs?
Yes, I need,
96 from the vehicle or the home?
yes, 96.
96.
Detective, just a few very brief questions. Did you make any effort in regards to this Altima? It would turn over, like when you got it to the police impound yard, were you able to crank up the engine again?
We don't crank it up again.
I've seen in past cases, was there any effort made to determine if anyone had ever connected a cell phone to the car? You know, with Apple Play, CarPlay, anything like that?
Not to my knowledge.
Then in regards to what's now been stipulated as State's 96, did you do any kind of fingerprint analysis on this item?
I did not.
once you take all of your photographs, those are automatically forwarded to the lead detective in the case, correct?
Well, it's sent off to our print lab, who then he has to get a copy through them.
Okay, because obviously that's something the lead detective is going to do. That's why you make every effort to meet with either the lead or one of the detectives so that you can kind of determine where should I be focusing on, correct? And you make sure that your reports and really the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office does it, correct? They make sure that all of your reports and all of your photos are readily accessible to those detectives because they kind of have the bigger picture, right?
Correct. They have access to those, yes.
And of course, that was done in this case.
Yes.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor. Thanks.
All right, any cross for Mr. Robinson?
Briefly, Your Honor, yes. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, good.
So, question with respect to the swabbing of the interior of the vehicle, okay? You were saying that you use one swab per compartment?
Yes.
All right. So, for instance, if you're in the driver's seat, you're going to use one swab for the steering wheel, the seat belt buckle, the center console. Is that the way that it's done?
Correct.
All right. Does that lead to the potential of combining DNA? If you have two contributors, one on the steering wheel, one on the seatbelt, would that create a mixture?
Possibly, but it's a better proponent to collect more DNA with one swab.
I'm sorry?
It's a better to be able to collect more DNA with one swab in one compartment area, yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, is there any redirect?
No, ma'am.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Detective. You're excused and free to go.
Your Honor, can we take a short recess to confer with which witnesses we have available for the rest of the afternoon? Oh,
Ready? All right, call your next witness.
Emily, Anna here.
I'm sorry, who?
Emily, Anna here from Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Okay, thank you. All right, ma'am, if you'll come forward and be sworn. All right, if you'll be certain to speak closely and loudly into that microphone, thank you.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to these two juries.
Yes, my name is Emily Amhere. The first name is spelled E-M-I-L-E-E, and the last name A-M-I-H-E-R-E.
And ma'am, I'm gonna ask you to just pull that microphone a little bit closer to you to make sure everyone hears you. You gotta project with two juries here. Thank you. What do you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm currently employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Jacksonville Regional Operations Center as a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section.
How long have you been so employed?
I've been with the department in total a little over 12 years now.
And how long have you been in the firearms unit?
I've been in firearms for approximately 10 years or so, in the last 8.5 or so as a qualified analyst.
So give the juries an idea of how you came to get this job, your training and experience, and then what you do at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
So I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Florida, as well as a master's degree in crime scene investigation forensic science from the George Washington University as my educational background. And then at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, I completed their in-house training program, which is approximately 16 to 17 months for crime laboratory analysts in the firearms section.
Do you receive training once you're hired by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement that helps you perform the duties that you're here to testify about?
Yes.
And describe that a little bit for the jury.
So the training program for crime laboratory analysts in the firearms section, again, is approximately for me was about 16 to 17 months, which includes 2 phases. And those are going to include academic study and experimental and comparative study of all the subject matter that a crime laboratory analyst will encounter in independent casework. So these would be things like history of firearms and ammunition, working mechanisms of firearms, how to disassemble and compare fired components, usually bullets and cartridge cases, but also including shot shell components that an analyst will encounter in casework. So again, the training occurs in 2 phases, and each phase will culminate in what's called an oral board examination, which is approximately 2 to 3 hours with the trainees training committee, which consists of all qualified analysts in the firearms section, and those have to be passed before you can move on to the next phase. The second phase is much like the first, but also includes a period of supervised casework, which is approximately 800 hours, which usually works out to about 5 to 6 months, where an analyst trainee will work cases under the supervision of a qualified analyst in the section. Once all of that is passed, and trainee will be given their mock case to work independently and testify to their findings in a moot court setting. And again, once all of that is passed, they'll be able to be signed off and authorized for independent casework in the firearms section.
So we've mentioned firearms. What are the types of things that you would testify to in a court using your training, education, and experience?
Primarily, the duty of a firearms examiner is to examine, microscopically compare fire components, usually bullets and cartridge cases, to each other if no gun is submitted in a case, or to a specific firearm if a particular gun is submitted in a case, to see if they were fired from the same source.
In addition to that comparison, when you're looking at fired components, are you also generally an expert in firearms generally?
Yes, I've been qualified as an expert, yes.
And approximately how many times have you come into courts like this and provided your opinion with regards to what you've just testified to?
Approximately over 50 times at trial, and then other depositions and hearings as well.
I would this time tender the witness is able to give her opinion in the field of firearms and the ballistic testing that she does.
Okay, is there any additional voir dire either defendant Whitaker or defendant Robinson wishes to conduct?
Can't argue that experience, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Mizrahi.
So let's explain a little bit. We mentioned FDLE. The jury hasn't met anyone from FDLE yet. What is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and how does it interact with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, the State Attorney's Office, things like that?
Very simply, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement encompasses a state law enforcement agency that has both a forensics and investigative side to aid local, county, and city law enforcement, in my particular case, in forensic services.
So you're in the firearms unit. Does the Florida Department of Law Enforcement also have a DNA unit?
Yes, they do.
And are those separate?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so you're not going to come and testify about DNA, and they're not going to come testify about firearms.
Yes, I have no training in DNA at all. All I do is firearms.
And I would now turn your attention. Do you have your case file with you?
Yes, sir.
And have you prepared for this testimony and reviewed it?
Yes.
If you ever need to refer to it, please feel free to do so. That's fine, okay?
Okay.
And that's going to be in your FDLE number 2020-04626?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive a series of items purported to be either things that came out of a firearm and then 2 firearms?
Yes, there were components as well as 2 firearms submitted in this case.
So I want to first talk about things that just ended up being inconclusive because we don't need to spend a lot of time on it. Did you receive a number of fragments of what was purported to be fired bullets?
Yes, there were numerous projectile evidence items in this case, including some fire bullets.
And were those of any value for you to compare to any firearms?
Specifically, several items were no value. I can name those if you'd like.
I don't think we need to. I think let's go to this. Is it common that when you have a projectile crash into concrete and walls that it gets so deformed that it's of no use for comparison?
Yes, that does happen.
Did you also receive a series of shell casings?
Yes, there were also cartridge cases submitted.
explain to the jury the difference between these fragments / bullets and what a cartridge case is.
So very simply, a cartridge case is just the metal receptacle that holds all the components of unfired ammunition, otherwise known as cartridges. So those components are going to be the bullet, the cartridge case itself, the primer, and the gunpowder. So once a round is discharged in a firearm, those first components, the primer and the gunpowder, will be consumed by the detonation, and the bullet will use those products of that detonation from the primer and the gunpowder to be propelled down the barrel of a firearm. So that will leave the barrel of a firearm toward whatever the target was in the shot, and the cartridge case itself will be ejected from the firearm, usually in a semi-automatic fashion.
And so like in a revolver, those cartridge cases would remain in the firearm until they're somehow manually expelled.
Yes.
But in a semi-automatic or an automatic, they would automatically be expelled from the firearm.
Yes, sir.
In your training and experience, is it common to be able to match one shell casing to another shell casing to determine whether or not those two shell casings or cartridge casings were fired from the same firearm?
Yes, the comparison of cartridge cases to each other is an examination that I will perform quite often.
Are you able to link cartridge cases to bullets that go down the barrel?
So cartridge cases and bullets that are expelled down the barrel of a firearm will be two separate components. So comparing the cartridge case to the bullet that has been fired is not an examination that we can practically do, because the marks from the inside of the cartridge case will be obliterated. That would be on the bullet would be obliterated by its travel down the barrel. So the only thing that we can do is compare cartridge cases to cartridge cases and bullets to bullets.
Are you also able to do bullets and cartridge cases to firearms that you have?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that in this case?
Yes, that was the request.
Are you also able to test the functionality of any firearms that you received?
Yes.
All right. So let's quickly go through the various items that you did. And we're going to begin with the cartridge cases. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And these have already been introduced into evidence. Showing you adherence to evidence states there 202. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize it?
If I may. By the unique FDLE case number, the item number on the packaging, as well as on the cartridge cases.
Is it the yellow sticker?
Yes, the yellow label on each of these packages is from FDLE, and those items will be affixed with those labels as soon as they are submitted to the laboratory.
Okay, so we see a series of, I guess, 10 cartridge casings in one, and then one cartridge casing in another. And they have separate numbers. One is number 24, and one is number 1. You see that?
Yes.
Why are they separate?
Because those were two separate numbered items that were submitted.
Were you able to do a comparison of all these shell casings to each other?
Yes.
And what were your findings?
I came to the opinion in the comparison of these two cartridge case items, the total of 11, that they were identified as having been fired in the same firearm.
During the course of your examination, were there any cartridge casings that did not match these 11 cartridge cases?
No, again, the item identification opinion was for those cartridge cases to each other.
I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence. It states 205. Let's see if we can find your sticker. See that?
Yes, sir.
And did you examine this rifle?
Yes.
Are the cartridge cases that we just talked about, could they possibly have been fired from this rifle?
Since the rifle and the cartridge cases that were submitted in items 1 and 24 were of the same caliber, they could have been fired in that firearm, which is why I had to compare tests from that rifle to the cartridge cases that were submitted.
For example, if the only firearm that you received was the .40 caliber, you wouldn't have even done the comparison because there's no way those cartridge casings could have been fired from a .40 caliber handgun.
Yes, that's true. That's what we would call an elimination on class characteristics, the class characteristic being the caliber.
So when you did the comparison, were the cartridge cases fired from the rifle?
I came to the opinion that they were not. So that was an elimination opinion of the item 1 and 24 cartridge cases as with respect to that rifle.
Was the rifle operational?
Yes, it was functional at the time of my examination.
And you actually did the test fire?
Yes, I did.
Likewise, did you have any cartridge casings to examine and compare to State's Exhibit 205, the 40 caliber? I guess you need to look at that as well. May I just approach freely?
Yes.
Yes, I examined that firearm, and there were no 40 S&W caliber cartridge cases submitted to me with these items.
Was that firearm, the 40 caliber, functional?
Yes, it was.
Did the laser sight on the gun work?
At the time of my examination, I found it to be non-functional.
I also want to show what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 9D. Did you examine one bullet that was potentially able to be made a comparison to the
Yes, I examined this bullet.
And why did you begin the examination? Is it because there was characteristics on it that you could potentially match?
Yes, the first part of any examination is judging the suitability of the item, whether there are any marks that could be compared to anything at all. And I found this item to be somewhat suitable for comparison, which is why I ended up comparing it in this case.
And did you note that that had come from the medical examiner's office?
The envelope and the packaging that was submitted to me did state that.
And what did you notice about this fired bullet?
As far as the conclusion?
Well, yeah, what were the characteristics of it? What was the conclusion?
So the characteristics as far as the caliber class, I found from the measurement and size of the bullets that I took, that the bullet was 22/5 millimeter caliber class.
And were you able to link that bullet to any of the firearms that you examined?
No, my opinion was inconclusive based upon the examination of the bullet to the rifle in this case.
And you already previously testified how you don't compare bullets to cartridge casings, but is it consistent with the cartridge casings, this bullet?
So the caliber class of the bullet, 22/5 millimeter caliber class, would be consistent with the caliber of the cartridge cases, which was 223 Remington /5.56 millimeter NATO caliber cartridge cases.
There may be later evidence in this case about an XTAR EXP 556 MK1. Were you asked to do some research on that type of firearm?
Yes.
And that type of firearm, can you describe it for the jury?
So it's an AR style pistol, just the general description of the type of firearm made by a company that is now discontinued called XTAR. And that is a same caliber 223 Remington /556 NATO caliber that is similar to the rifle here in this case, as far as the caliber.
Okay, so you're not, obviously you didn't get one of those guns to compare.
No, I did not.
And you can't make any comparison about whether the cartridge casings and or the fire projectile came from that type of gun. Is that fair?
No, I couldn't. I would need to see the item.
But is it possible that they did?
Just based on the class characteristics, that being the caliber, that they are similar, that would be a comparison I would have to do if the item were ever submitted.
But unlike the 40, which you can immediately rule out, that type of firearm could fire what we have in this case.
Yes, the XTAR 556 could fire a 223 Remington 556 caliber round.
Thank you. That's all. Well, let me move into evidence if there's no objection from counsel's 9D into evidence as 212.
All right, is there any objection from Defendant Whitaker?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection from Defendant Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll move States 9D into evidence as States 212.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, any cross from defendant Whitaker?
Briefly, Your Honor, may I pitch the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, ma'am, how you.
I'm doing well.
I'm going to ask you to look at 208. And you examined this?
Yes, again, my tag here with the FDLE case number, item number, and my initials, as well as on the firearm is there.
When you receive a firearm like this, you may assume it's fireable, but you actually tested yourself to figure out if it's operational or not, correct?
Yes, all guns would need to be function tested and test fired to see if they're operational.
And this particular gun was in fact operational.
It was.
Now I'm going to show you the 205. If you could sing with this firearm.
Yes, the examination for any firearm would generally be the same to test for functionality at the bench and then also attempt to test fire.
So if someone wanted to intend to shoot either one of these firearms, they absolutely could.
Yes, I found them to be functional at the time of my examination.
I don't have anything for you.
Okay, thank you. Cross for defendant Robinson.
Please, Your Honor. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon.
It's good seeing you. You work with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, correct?
Yes,
And that's referred to as FDLE.
yes,
You're a gun expert within FDLE,
yes, I work in the firearm section.
and you've testified as an expert on firearms dozens of times before, correct?
Yes, I've been qualified to do so.
Now, I'm not going to get into specifics here, so feel me on this question first. You make a salary through FDLE, right?
Yes, my salary is paid by the state.
Whether you're in here testifying on this case or you're back at FDLE testing items on another case, your pay is the same, right?
Yes, it is.
Meaning that you're different than a private contractor expert that's hired and paid specifically for their time and testimony on a case, right?
Yes,
Now, you were asked a question about the X-Tar. What's the name of that gun?
I believe it's the EXP 556.
Now, you said that was a company that recently ceased to exist, right?
As I've researched it, it's been discontinued.
All right. So in 2020, that company was in existence, correct?
As far as I've researched.
And it was sometime in between then and now that they stopped producing the firearms, specifically the one that you just mentioned, right?
As I research, yes.
All right. If a company were to go bankrupt, cease to operate, and stop manufacturing the guns, would that then make the gun rare?
I don't know exactly how many they sold or how rare the firearm might be.
All right. Now, you as the firearm expert working for law enforcement, did the government ever come to you and show you a photograph of a third firearm and ask you as the firearm expert to identify that gun?
Identify the gun from the photograph.
Correct.
I was showed a photograph during a pretrial as far as a model that they wanted me to look at, and that was it.
And they never, the pretrial was before charges were filed back in 2020?
It was just recently this year before testimony in this case.
One moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Is there any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down and you are excused and free to go.
Thank you.
We have another shorter witness.
We have a civilian, and we have the FDLE people who are still here, but we're going to take a civilian real quick.
Okay, and it's a short witness? Okay, it's just for the jury, so we'll do this one witness and then we'll take an afternoon recess. Just wanted to get the timing of it all. So state, you may call your next witness.
The state would call Ms. Renata Boston.
All right, Ms. Boston, please. All right, ma'am, if you'll come forward and be sworn. No, all the way up here. Thank you. All right, and be sure to sit up close to that microphone and speak loudly and clearly into it. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Renata Boston.
All right, can you sit up a little closer to the microphone? Thank you. Or you can pull the microphone closer to you.
Ms. Boston, do you live in Jacksonville?
Yes,
How long have you lived in Jacksonville?
my whole life.
I want to draw your attention to January of 2020. Back in 2020, where were you living?
In Lake Chateau.
Okay. And that's an apartment complex?
Yes,
And is that at 7201 Arlington Road?
yes,
Do you remember a day back in 2020 in January where there was heavy police involvement, contact out in the area?
yes,
And you were getting notification alerts on your phone?
yes,
I'm showing you what's been marked as states 248. Do you see that on your screen?
yes.
And ma'am, can you, by touching the screen, show the jury where you were on that day, approximately?
Here.
Okay. And for the record, you've kind of drawn it in between where it says 7201 and another building 7201, and there's kind of a white truck and a gray car there.
Yes,
And at some point during the day, were you outside talking with your neighbors on what you call the wall?
yes.
Can you explain to the jury what the wall is?
When I come out my apartment, it's a set of stairs, and on the stairs, it's connected to a wall, and you can sit there.
Okay, you can kind of see it on the map there.
Yes,
And I'm showing you States Exhibit 180. Sorry, is that a fair representation of the wall?
yes,
Okay. And you said you have to come up a set of stairs to get out from the apartments?
yes.
Do you remember what time of day it was that all of this was going on?
It was like late in the morning, early afternoon.
Now, where the wall sits, is it when it butts up to grass? Is it just where the sidewalk ends and the grass starts, or is there an elevation difference?
It's elevation difference.
Okay, so it's not sitting straight up, but there's some difference. And what is higher, the grass or the wall?
The wall is higher.
Okay. How much is the wall higher than the grass?
A few inches.
A few inches?
Like a few feet.
A few feet. Okay, so if I start with my hands where they're equal, I'm going to kind of demonstrate, and you tell me when to stop, approximately when you think that it is, okay?
Like that's.
About there?
Yes.
Okay, and how much would you estimate that is, just kind of looking at it?
Probably like a feet or two.
A foot or two? Okay. At some point while you're standing there, do you hear something from behind you in the woods?
Yes.
And going back to the map, you said that you're about here. Is this the woods here where I'm drawing on the map?
Yes.
And what is it that you hear?
We were talking and I heard like scrubbling, like a sound, like a trash bag kind of rattling sound, like leaves.
Okay, like a rustling of leaves.
Yes.
Right. At some time around the time that you hear that noise, do you see something else that draws your attention?
Yes.
What is that?
A car.
Okay.
Approaching us, like coming the way we were sitting.
And what was significant about the car?
It was a lady driving, holding a cell phone. She looked lost, like she was looking for something.
Okay. Do you remember what she looked like?
Yes.
Remember what race she was?
Yes.
What was she?
She was white.
Okay. Had you ever seen her before in that complex?
No.
And at that point back in 2020, had you lived there for some time?
Yes.
Kind of knew most of the people in the area?
Yes.
You had never seen her before?
No.
Do you remember what kind of car she was driving?
Like a silver four-door sedan.
At some point after seeing the sedan, do you see somebody come out of the woods from behind you where I've drawn on the screen?
Like moments after the car had passed. I did.
And can you describe that person to the jury the best that you remember?
Just the build of the person.
Okay. About how tall did he appear to you?
Maybe like he was 5'8", 5'9".
Okay. What about his build?
He was slim.
You remember about how much you guessed that he weighed?
Maybe like 160, 170.
Did you get a view of his skin complexion?
Yes.
And how would you describe that?
Butter pecan brown.
Okay. Could you see his hair at all?
Yes.
What did that look like?
He had dreads.
And how long were his dreads?
It was to his chin.
Do you remember what he was wearing?
I remember the top.
Okay, what did that look like?
A gray hoodie.
How long do you think that you saw this person for?
Seconds.
What did you do when you saw that person come from the woods?
I ran.
Okay. Did you ever see them again?
No.
Did you ever see what happened with the white woman in the silver sedan?
No.
Eventually, the police came out to the complex?
Yes.
And they spoke with you?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right, across from Mr. Whitaker. All right, any across from Mr. Robinson?
Squats, you need these photographs.
Good afternoon, Ms. Boston.
Afternoon.
Okay, so this happened all the way back January 15th of 2020, right?
Correct.
You were living in that apartment complex at the time?
Yes.
And that apartment complex has cameras, right?
No.
It does not?
No.
You were sitting on that wall. You weren't sitting by yourself, were you?
No.
You were sitting with two other individuals, right?
3.
3 others. Okay, Claudia was one, right?
Yes.
Marva was one.
Yes.
And you're right. And Larry was the other one.
Correct.
Okay. They were all sitting on the wall where you were sitting.
Yes.
Were they all sitting there when the person came out of the woods?
Yes.
Okay, they saw him too?
No.
They didn't.
No.
How do you know?
Because we were all talking and I stood up. Like I had heard the sound 3 times and like my 3rd time hearing it, I stood up and turned around and the view was in the opening where I was sitting. They were sitting more so behind this building where they couldn't see what I saw.
Okay. But what you just stated was you were sitting on this wall, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I know that Mr. Atkinson got up here and talked to you about the fact that there's some elevation on the wall, right?
Yes.
And you can see that the state's attorney's office has pictures of the apartment complex, right?
Yes.
They could have easily taken a picture of the elevation that you described, right?
Right.
But you haven't seen one of those, have you?
Not.
Okay. You do not know, you haven't yourself gone out and measured the height of that wall, have you?
No,
You didn't measure the level of that elevation, have you?
no,
Okay. And so you did mention, though, that you were first sitting down, and then after you heard that sound, you stood up, right?
correct,
So you made that observation from a standing position, correct?
correct.
Okay. And just to reiterate, the individual that you saw, male or female?
It was a male.
Okay. 5'8" to 5'9"?
Yes,
And you used the word slim, right?
yes,
Okay. And the weight range you gave was 160 to 170 pounds.
correct.
Okay. And I hate to do this. I don't normally ask people this, but for example, how much do you weigh now?
I wear like 180.
Okay. The description you gave as a skin color was buttered pecan brown.
Correct,
Okay. And that's lighter than your complexion, correct?
correct.
And now also you were able to take note of the fact that this individual was wearing a gray hoodie,
Yes,
but the hoodie was down.
yes,
Okay. The individual's hair was down, correct?
it was just loose.
Loose, okay. But in dreadlocks is how you described it.
Yes,
Okay. And you said the length of the dreadlocks of that individual went down to their chin.
yes,
Okay. The hood was not covering this individual's face, was it?
no,
Okay. The bottom of this individual's face wasn't covered, was it?
no,
And then you immediately said, now you see this person coming out. Did they have a firearm in their hands?
no.
Okay. And the reason that you took off running was what?
Before that, we had got an alert to the phone stating that a murder had happened and what the individual was wearing. So I was asking the police, like, if it happened down there, why would they be down here? Like, why y'all got us?
Like almost like it was so far.
Yeah,
Okay. The information you got, in your opinion, seemed far from where you were.
yeah,
Okay. And then so because of that, that's what kind of made you take notice of this individual. Okay. And because you received the information that it was possibly related to a murder, you just safety took off running.
exactly.
Okay. Now, now on that day though, you spoke to law enforcement, right?
Yes,
And you were able to tell them exactly what you saw.
yes,
And I'm sure they asked you a description of the individual, right?
yes,
Now, you also then remember about 2 years later, receiving a subpoena to come in for a deposition, right?
yes,
And it was over Zoom.
yes,
Okay, and all the attorneys were there, right? You remember that?
yes.
Prior to that, had you met at all with the state attorney's office?
I don't remember.
Okay. And then the next time that you've spoken to anyone about this is today in court, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you meet with the prosecutors within the past few weeks before you testified today?
Yes,
Okay. And what, you went to their office, they asked you to come in so you could sit down and go over evidence?
yes,
Did they show you your deposition transcripts?
yes,
So you could remember what you told us back then, right?
correct.
Okay. And nothing's changed. Everything that you said back then is the same as you've said today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the other thing that they brought out was that something caught your attention about a car that came into the complex,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
You noticed what you described as maybe did you say a silver sedan?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it 4 doors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you noticed that there was a woman inside,
Yes, ma'am.
and you described her as a white lady,
Yes, ma'am.
dirty blonde hair.
Yes.
Okay. And you said this was someone you had never seen before.
No, ma'am.
Now, you gave the opinion as the person looked like they were lost.
Yes.
What made you think that?
Just the way she was looking. She looked lost.
Did she look like she was looking
Looking
around?
around, yeah.
Now, you had
She had a
mentioned she
phone
had
up.
I'm sorry.
She had a phone up in her hand, and she was just like looking from side to side.
Okay, so let me ask you this. When she said she had a phone in her hand, right?
Yes.
Could you physically see the phone in her hand?
Yes.
Did she have it to her ear, or she
No.
was looking at it?
She just had it up, and she was driving.
Okay, so did it look as if she was trying to pay attention to the phone and what she was doing?
I'm not sure. I just seen the phone in her hand.
Okay. Did it look as if she was talking?
No, she was looking.
Okay. And did you see where that car ultimately came to a stop?
Yes.
Okay. Did it park?
Yes.
And did you see that suspect or individual jump into that vehicle?
I did not.
And that's just because you turned around and took off running?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, after that, because you had initially told the police that you had seen the shooter, right?
I said
Or
I
the
seen
suspect.
someone come.
I apologize. You saw the suspect coming out of the woods.
Yes.
Okay. Did they ever come back to you and try to show you any photographs?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Just briefly. Ms. Boston, you said that you saw the individual that came out of the woods for a brief second or two.
Yes.
Do you think that you would have been able to identify anybody in photographs?
No.
No further questions. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Ms. Boston. You're excused and free to go, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, then at this time, it's just 3:01. I'm going to ask you to leave your notepads on your seats. Again, we will secure them, return them to you when we reconvene after our afternoon recess. If we can take approximately 15 or so minutes to give you a bio break, then we'll return back out here to continue with the state's case in chief. Remember, you are not to talk about this case among yourselves. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. All right. So far today, hey, unlike Fulton County cases, we have been speeding through today. Okay, you get a morning break, a lunch, and an afternoon break. I like this judge's schedule. Okay. So far we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 witnesses today. We had 2 crime scene detectives, and they pretty much established like what was in the photos that was presented at trial. We had a ballistics expert who testified. The guns found in the car after it wrecked did not come back as the weapon used in the murder. So from what I'm gathering so far, and correct me if I'm wrong, they never located the murder weapon. Okay. We just heard from Miss Boston, who was a witness to the suspect being picked up near her apartment complex. The description she provided on the stand, which seems like she has been providing it this way since 2020, was that it was a butter pecan brown skin guy with dreads, slim build, and had on a gray hoodie. Okay. She said that she did recognize that it was a white woman waiting in a car nearby that was holding her phone. So I asked y'all in the comments, like, well, based on her description, who did she just describe? And one person said Ksoo. But I'm gonna be honest, in my opinion, that description doesn't fit Ksoo to a T, right? We do know that Ksoo at this time did have dreads in his head, but she said that the dreads was loose. I feel like a better question for the state to have asked was if they were just hanging down, or was they sticking up, was they up in the ponytail, like more description of the hair, because maybe that can help kind of hone in on if they are indeed talking about Ksoo, since his whole defense is that the descriptions don't match him. That's all I was thinking. Okay. Other than that, that's all that really took place. Like I said, I like this trial. It really, the questions or thoughts that we may have about what's being said, the lawyers are doing a great job on both sides to clear it up. So it's like, just like that last question, the state came back and said, could you have identified who you saw? And she said no. That was a great way to go ahead and cover that loop, because the defense could have argued, well, why didn't they ask her to pinpoint who she saw, since she has stated that she saw the person's face. So that was a good way to close that out. But yeah, that's pretty much what we got going on. Somebody said he's describing Ksoo's brother. But isn't Ksoo's brother dark skinned? I wouldn't describe him as butter pecan. You talking about the brother that's on the case with him, the one that got severed? Abdul Jr., isn't he more dark skinned? Some people had speculated that they had the wrong person as the shooter and that ATK Scotty was actually the shooter. Some people have said, oh, it was Ksoo's brother. Some people say, hey, it was Ksoo. Let me look, because he looked dark skinned in his give me a second. He looked dark skinned to me. I want to, but let me see. It's been a minute since we really looked into this. Give me a second. I want to describe him as no butter pecan. I could be wrong. Let me pull up his interrogation real quick. Yeah, I want in. To me, this guy look darker. I want to pinpoint him as no butter pecan. Now he ain't chocolate, but he sure ain't no butter pecan. So just my opinion, okay? I wouldn't call him butter pecan for sure. I wouldn't call him butter pecan. However, he is thin built. He is slim. But yeah, I wouldn't call him butter pecan. He's darker than that. Like, yeah, he's darker than that. However, Ksoo to me could fit that description as far as the color, and also Scotty. So I would go for that, but his brother, no. Now, also, Butter is about that complexion. However, he didn't have dreads. So, another thing, Scotty, now that I think about, Scotty didn't have dangly dreads, though. So, skin complexion, dreads, I definitely can say can fit Ksoo's description. However, the slim build is throwing a wrench in that, and also the height. Now, I'll be honest, I don't think the height is gonna be the biggest thing, you know what I'm saying? That really like play a part. But I do feel like the thin build situation. Because without knowing anything about this case, if you would have just showed me Scotty and Ksoo, I would have basically, you know what I'm saying? I would have basically thought Scotty was the shooter, right? If I was just going off of what they were saying. So, you know, it just depends. Somebody said when this happened, Scotty had a fro. Yeah, I do know back when we covered when it first happened, he didn't have dangly dreads. So yeah, I do know that. But again, without knowing what this witness saw, right, and just going off the description and all that they said from the scene, I would have guessed it was Scotty. But the issue with that, and I feel like because according to Mr. I was wrong, the officer that testified earlier, remember he said that the passenger, right, jumped out the car and went a certain way, and then the other person went the other way. So they're going off of, okay, if we got Butter saying that him and Scotty was in the home invasion, then that means that the passenger had to be the other person. And they're saying that Ksoo was the other person with him. So that's how they're pinpointing who's who. But I mean, you never know. They could have swapped places. Ain't no telling. So many different things could have taken place or that the defense can use in their argument, but we'll see. All right, so y'all, I have been trying my best to put up who's on the stand. However, when trial resumes, I do have to leave away from my computer. So I'll try to see if I can type it in the comments. If not, my bad. But yeah, I've been prolonged. I've been live for 6 hours. But I finally do got to get out and about and get some things done. Y'all know my grandbaby birthday is tomorrow. We're having a big party on Saturday. So I got a lot of things I got to do. Pick up things, go to the store, drop things off so it can be ready for Saturday. But we're going to ride it out for the remainder of the day. Court normally ends, according to the judge, yesterday about 5:36 p.m. Eastern time. So we'll be here until then. And then tomorrow we're back at it. I do believe the trial is supposed to continue all of next week with either possibly a verdict next week or the week after. So we will be following it every day. Tomorrow, for those who was on the live earlier, I will try my best to get up early to get in on the T Grizzly aunt's murder case. Y'all know I waited late and they wouldn't allow me into the Zoom call, so I'll try again tomorrow so that we can get details from that trial. And then that's where we at for now. I mean, today, like I said, today nothing so far stands out to me so far that they're cooked. I don't see that yet. Again, we're just getting started. It's still a lot more testimony. We still got to hear from Ksoo's dad. We still got to hear from the star witness Butter. So we still got to hear from the other guy that's doing the cooperation. I forgot his name. I think his last name was Williams. But it's more people we got to hear from. So, but you know, I may say, oh, they gonna get off today, and then by tomorrow I might be like, oh, that's it. So, you know, we'll see. We'll have some dialogue with it. But like I said, I'm getting ready to get out of here, but we're still going to keep going. I'll be listening in on the trial. I'll do a recap later on tonight. It's really not too many key things that I wrote down in my notes for this. Like I said, it's really like, you know, it's just been flowing. But we'll keep it going. So until then, we'll just ride out. How long I've been talking? So yeah, I'm gonna cut the music back on, the waiting music, because I do have to leave out the house. But I will get back on momentarily once I get situated in the car. So yeah. Oh, and then I can't cut the music off once I get in the car. I'll probably have to talk over the music, but I know me personally, I don't just like videos that just stay on quiet. So I want to have some type of noise. So yeah, but I'll be back in a few. Dang, I thought they would have been back on by now. I done left the house and all. But yeah, we just waiting for them to start back for the last leg of the day. And then, we should be in about 5:30, 6 o'clock. I hope y'all can hear me, because I'm not home to mute the other screen. But yeah, they was only supposed to be gone about 15 minutes. So, we back at it.
All right, ma'am, if you'll come forward and be sworn. You'll have a seat right there in the center. A little bit different than the usual. If you'll be certain to speak closely and loudly into that microphone. Okay. Thank you.
Take your time, get ready. May it please the court.
Yes.
Please the stuff is falling behind you. Please introduce yourself to the two juries.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Jenna Adona. The first name is spelled Jeannelyn, and the last name is spelled Adona.
What do you do for a living?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, or FDLE.
You had to pause there for how long have you been working there?
It'll be 21 years next month.
Okay. And explain to the jury your educational background, training experience that allows you to come into courts and testify.
Yes, I hold a bachelor's of science degree in cell biology and a master's of science degree in genetics. And I have successfully undergone a training program at FDLE, which I finished in January of 2010, and I've been conducted independent DNA testing since January of 2010.
And during that period of time, have you undergone training through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement that allows you to come and give your opinion in courts?
Yes.
And approximately how many times have you testified?
I lost count, but I think it's about 87 times.
Okay. And what fields are you testifying in?
I testify in the fields of forensic serology, forensic DNA analysis with expertise on population statistics.
And what is serology?
Serology is the identification of body fluids like blood, semen, and saliva.
And what is DNA testing? Explain that, how it's forensically used.
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the genetic material that is passed on from parents to offspring. Half of the DNA comes from the father and half of the DNA comes from the mother. No two individuals would have the same DNA with the exception of identical twins. It is useful in forensic DNA analysis because DNA profiles can be developed from question samples, and these DNA profiles can then be compared to DNA profiles from known individuals.
Is this type of DNA testing well accepted in the scientific community?
Yes, it is.
And have you ever not been allowed to give your opinion on your DNA testing in courts like this?
Never.
Your Honor, I would tender the witness as an expert in DNA testing and its statistical population components.
Any additional voir dire from attorney for Mr. Whitaker? And for Mr. Robinson? No, Your Honor. Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Mizrahi.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the jury heard about DNA. We think of DNA as something that defines our biological traits like height, weight, hair color, skin color, eye color. Are those the types of areas of the DNA that you're looking at?
No, the DNA areas that I'm looking at doesn't code for any trait that are visible.
And I think sometimes it's commonly referred to as junk parts of the DNA?
Yes.
Is that because we don't really know exactly what it does?
It doesn't code for anything, so they're, yes, called junk DNA.
But the science is not junk.
It's not.
And it's in the course of your training experience, other than identical twins, do any two people have the same DNA profile?
No.
And the areas of the DNA molecule that we're looking at, are they different among different people?
Yes. So most of our DNA are the same because it codes for like our 2 eyes, nose, ears, and all the other bodily functions. But the areas that I am looking at, they are different among individuals. And that's why we are looking at the small segment of the DNA that are different among individuals.
And during the course of your training experience, do you continue with education that allows you to continue to be up to date on the latest expertise?
Yes, we routinely conduct journal clubs at work, and I also attend DNA conferences once a year.
Does the lab go through the FDLE lab that you work at? Does it go through proficiency and testing to make sure it's accredited, things like that?
Yes.
So, during the course of your testimony today, did you ensure that all the safety protocols of your lab were followed and adhered to?
Yes, I did.
So I want, have you had the opportunity to review your 2020 530 file?
Yes.
And if you ever need to refer to it, just let us know. That's perfectly okay. All right. Did you receive a lot of information and evidence related to Barbara and David Buckley?
I did.
Now, obviously, you're not at the scene collecting all this evidence, so you're relying upon law enforcement to provide you the information on the packages.
Correct.
And then you put in your report what the law enforcement officers have done.
Yes.
You can't testify as to how they did it or anything like that.
Correct.
Is it? How are you able to testify to this jury that once FDLE gets the item, that item is forensically secure? In other words, you put it into a vault to make sure the seals are done and all that. Explain that to the jury.
So FDLE has an evidence intake section where the items of evidence that are submitted by contributors, the police departments and sheriff's offices are submitted to FDLE. So every case gets assigned a unique FDLE case number, and every item associated with that case gets a unique FDLE item number. Once these pieces of evidence are entered into the system, they are placed in a secure vault that only few members of FDLE personnel are allowed to have access to. And until I request the transfer of custody of those items to myself from the crime laboratory technicians, they remain secure in the vault.
And the jury's kind of, I think, from a distance, seeing things like evidence tape and signatures and things like that. Why is that important?
It is important so that I would be able to know if my seal has been broken into or tampered with after I'm done with my analysis.
Was there any indication in any of your work that the items had been tampered with?
Not with the previous cases that I've testified to where evidence were shown to me.
So I want to go and explain a little bit about what you did there. Lucky for us, the two main items I want you to look at are sitting right to your left. Do you see both a pajama bottom and a pajama shirt?
I see a pajama bottom and yes, a pajama shirt.
The pajama shirt is 244 and the bottoms are 245. So we should refer to them as bottoms and tops.
Okay.
And you previously looked at those items and identified them as the items that you worked in this case.
Yes.
And I think you could probably see we might as well do it. You can see the bags that are in here that have your identifiable information.
Yes.
So when you're examining items like this, explain to the jury how you go about examining the pajama bottoms and tops to see if there's any DNA that you can test.
So for these particular pieces of evidence, They were described to me as pieces of evidence suspected to contain possible blood stain. So I look for stains that are consistent with originating from possible blood stains, which may present themselves as red-brown staining, brown staining, black staining, green staining, or yellow staining.
And why do you specifically look for blood stains or any kind of stains for doing your DNA testing?
So for this particular case, it was.
Let me ask it like this. Would blood contain DNA?
Yes,
Okay.
it will.
So as opposed to going over the whole shirt or the whole bottom searching for potential touch DNA, you go directly to the blood. That's going to give you the best chance.
Yes. And also it was on the case tracking form that possible blood was located on the victim's clothing.
And did you do a test to see if there was any presumptive blood on those items?
I did.
And what was the results of that? If you need to refer to your, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The pajama top and pajama bottoms both gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
So when that happens, does that target where you're going to do your DNA testing?
Yes, so the same area that gave chemical indications for the presence of blood would be the same areas I will take samples to proceed to DNA testing.
And did you do that?
I did.
Now, before we get into the results of those, it's important that the jury understands the concept of an intimate sample and what does that mean for your testing? How do you take that into account?
So the items of evidence such as clothing are actually referred to as indigenous samples.
Indigenous, that's okay.
And which means that the person wearing the items of evidence, we can expect their DNA to be present and would not be unusual. And I can use that person's DNA sample present on the item to back out their DNA to be able to determine if there's any DNA foreign to that person or any DNA not belonging to that person wearing the pajama top or pajama bottoms.
Did you actually receive a known buckle? I say buckle. Is it buccal or buckle?
I say buccal, but I think most people nowadays say buckle.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna say that. So that's going to be State's Exhibit 219, which is going to be your number 2. Is that going to be Ms. Buckley's known buckles?
Yes.
Did you use that to parse out her indigenous DNA from her pajamas?
I did.
So in parsing out Ms. Buckley's, did you also have her husband, or purported to be her husband, David Buckley's buckle swab?
Yes.
And was he excluded as a possible contributor?
He was.
Did you find DNA that was male that was foreign to Miss Buckley?
I did.
Did you find it on both items?
I did.
So was it a mixture of Miss Buckley and then this unknown person?
Correct.
Just the two of them?
Yes.
Did you also receive Mr. Barner's buckle swab as well as Mr. Whitaker's buckle swab?
I did.
I'll just show you those for the record. The State's Exhibit 222 is going to be Mr. Barner's swab, Dominic Barner, and then State's 224 is going to be Mr. Whitaker's.
Yes.
So when you're getting these known profiles from Mr. Barner and Mr. Whitaker, do you develop a full DNA profile for them?
I did.
Did you compare the full DNA profiles from Mr. Barner and Mr. Whitaker to the unknown male DNA you took from the blood stains on the shirts and the bottoms?
I did.
And let the jury know what the results of that was.
So for the DNA profile from Dominic Barner, his DNA profile was compared to the shirt from Barbara Buckley, and Dominic Barner is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from the shirt from Barbara Buckley.
And the shirt would have been number 244 for the record. So included as a possible contributor. What does that mean? Does that mean it could be him? May not. Explain to the jury how statistically significant that is.
Yes. So because I wasn't there and I didn't create the mixture, I can't say it's definitively these people who are in the mixture. So I say possible, but the DNA types are consistent with what I observed between the DNA type from Dominic Warner and the DNA types on the pajama from the top from Barbara Buckley. And then I calculated a likelihood ratio. So the observed mixed DNA profile from the top, from the pajama top, is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originates from Barbara Buckley and Dominic Warner than if it originates from Barbara Buckley and an unrelated individual.
Okay, it says 700 billion is a huge number.
It is.
Is that a conservative estimate?
Yes. The actual number is actually so much greater than that, but we cap our reporting segment at 700 billion because it's something that we are more familiar with. It's a number we're more familiar with.
And even that number is more than any human beings have ever lived on planet Earth.
That I'm not sure, but it's definitely more than the people on the planet now.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. And the people on the planet now, are we up to 9 billion yet? 10 billion? Are we that high?
I think we just exceeded 8 billion or approaching 8.5 billion.
So this is 700 billion times.
Yes, it's greater than 700 billion.
So that was with Mr. Barner on the shirt.
Yes, and Dominic Warner is excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile from the bottoms.
Okay, and then likewise, Mr. Whitaker is excluded from the top.
Yes, he is. He is excluded from the top.
We have Barner on the top, and then we have Whitaker on the bottom, which I guess you haven't got to yet. Explain to the jury what the results of the bottoms were.
So a complete DNA profile was obtained from Leroy Whitaker Jr., and that DNA profile was compared to the mixed DNA profiles from the top and bottom. So Leroy Whitaker is excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile from the pajama top. Leroy Whitaker Jr. is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from the pajama bottoms. And the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originates from Barbara Buckley and Leroy Whitaker Jr. than if it originated from Barbara Buckley and an unrelated individual.
And I want to just briefly explain to the jury how you just practically are taking Barbara Buckley out, and then what's the DNA profile left behind? How do you do that?
So, as I mentioned earlier, half of the DNA comes from the father and half of the DNA comes from the mother. And so we have the DNA profile is actually just a pair of numbers at the 21 areas of the DNA that I'm looking at. So individuals will have different DNA types. Only identical twins would have the same DNA. So anything that does not belong to Barbara Buckley is said to be foreign to her.
And in your analysis, were you confident that there was only one other source of DNA, meaning only 2 total contributors?
Yes.
And we should probably show the jury where we're talking about. You make marks on the bottoms to indicate where you would have gotten the sample from.
Okay, so on my note, I said area A is red-brown staining on the back.
Did you do a parentheses and put the letter A?
Yes.
There's another on the side that's facing me where it says neg.
That is short for negative.
So if the jury, if they need to see it, it's just a little parentheses that says
A.
Looks like there's a little hole there.
Yes, that's where I collected the sample from for DNA testing.
I also want to show you one other item that you looked at, which is States Exhibit 220220.
I do. The neck and left wrist swab of Barbara Buckley.
And you expect to find Barbara Buckley on the swab taken from her neck.
And wrist, yes.
And what were the results of that once you accounted for Ms. Buckley's DNA being present?
So the neck and left wrist swab also gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. And the DNA results obtained demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. And Barbara Buckley is expected to be a donor to this item, and she is observed in the mixture. David Buckley is excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile.
And was Mr. Barner found to be the other contributor?
Dominic Warner is included as a possible contributor to the swab from the neck and left wrist of Barbara Buckley.
And was the statistic the same?
Yes, observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Barbara Buckley and Dominic Warner than if it originated from Barbara Buckley and an unrelated individual.
Other than Leroy Whitaker and Dominic Barner, and obviously Mrs. Buckley, Barbara Buckley, did you reveal any other DNA profiles?
I did not obtain any other standards, so I didn't make any other comparisons.
I guess that was not a great question. Was there anything in those samples where you matched it to Whitaker and Barner, like a third person, I guess is the better question.
No.
Is it common in the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for you to develop a full profile of Leroy Whitaker and then, or any defendant or suspect, and then have another analyst use that full profile for comparison purposes on additional testing?
Yes.
And you're aware that that happened in this case?
I'm aware that this is cross-referenced to a different case, to another case, but I don't know if this DNA profile was used for that case.
And you see Ms. Heisler outside?
Yes.
She doesn't live here anymore?
She doesn't.
Was it nice to see her?
Yes.
Okay. And she'll testify about that. But is that common in FDLE for
Yes.
one analyst to do the standard and then another analyst to use that standard?
Yes, I have done that in many other cases.
And the standard that you did for Leroy Whitaker, that's just part of your case file and it gets documented.
Yes.
So someone else can come back and use it.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you. Cross for Mr. Whitaker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good. In your 21 years at FDLE, those have all been in serology and DNA?
Yes.
Is it fair to say over the 21 years that there have been a lot of changes in the technology?
Yes.
And obviously changes in your protocols as well?
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
I mean, 20 years ago, did you have the level of safety protocols that are now in place?
I think so. Nothing much has changed with our standard operating procedures, with the exception of the instrument platforms and the amplification kits. But technology is pretty much the same.
Okay. And you mentioned as part of your training, obviously you have your education before you even began at the FDLE, but part of your training at FDLE is to actually learn how to testify effectively.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Like you literally have mock moot courts.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, you had mentioned something that, to your knowledge, no 2 people have the same DNA, correct? Besides
Yes.
identical twins.
Correct.
Okay. And that's based on what we know right now, correct?
Yes.
And another way to say that is, and we'll get there, and I apologize for somewhat jumping around, but when we start talking about the statistical significance of a certain result, that's based on a specific database, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in that database is sample DNA profiles of then where you're able to statistically determine what level of the population might have that particular loci?
This is a likelihood ratio, so I think that's different from random match probability.
I should let you explain it because I guarantee you'll do a better job than me trying to ask the question.
Okay.
What is the database? How was the database created?
So the database is created by collecting samples from blood banks, from, I think for this particular database, it was from Memphis, Tennessee,
Okay.
and Fort Lauderdale. And then there were buccal swabs from Paternity Lab in Ohio. And so these samples were then extracted and DNA profiles were developed and tabulated. And then the number of times a particular DNA type is observed in the population, they are tabulated. And we are using this database, which is used nationwide and used by the FBI as well. And this is published in a peer-reviewed journal, Forensic Science International Genetics, and it can be refuted by other people, other scientists out there, but this has been validated to be valid for our purposes.
For the statistical analysis.
For this statistical analysis, yes.
And so, if I understood you correctly, number one, how many people are in the database?
I believe it's about 1,097 individuals in the database, including Asian individuals, which, you know, we're not calculating the likelihood ratio of.
Okay. And a real world application, is it somewhat the concept? Is it somewhat similar to like when we hear about polling results? And then people are trying to say, because we had a poll result, we can then assume we took a small database, we can now then expand upon what we think will happen for a larger population.
Yes.
Okay, so very similar to like when we'll read in the paper before some type of an election, the polling numbers are suggesting, correct?
Yes, but I think it's different in the fact that Caucasian population, the genetic differences between individuals are greater than between populations.
Sure. Okay. And so your calculations are, and they're scientific, they've been scientifically validated.
Yes.
But just for kind of the education of our jurors, we're creating these numbers, or we're finding these numbers based on the, I guess, known profiles of, was it 1,197 people?
1,097.
1,097. Okay. Okay. And I think it goes without saying, but I'll go ahead and say it, that obviously those 1,097 samples that make up this database, we know for sure that there were not two DNA profiles that exactly matched, correct?
Correct.
And through all of your 21 years, you have not come across a situation where two different people that were not identical twins had the same DNA profile, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So you had mentioned in regards to kind of the different protocols that are in effect at FDLE that you all actually have your own vault, correct?
We have a central vault in the evidence intake section, and we have our own lockers in the biology DNA section.
Okay. You obviously do not know where a particular piece of evidence or standard was prior to getting to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Correct.
There is a difference between what we call touch DNA, and then I'm going to use the word intimate sample. Would that be correct?
No, not for.
Correct me. Correct
Yes.
me. Tune me
So
up.
intimate samples are samples that were collected from an individual's body, like orifices and, you know, skin swab. And indigenous samples are samples like bedding or clothing or purses or cell phones. But both intimate and indigenous samples, we expect that individual's DNA to be present there. Or we don't necessarily expect, but if we see them there, it's not unusual because they have contact with those pieces of evidence.
And forgive me, because the distinction I'm actually trying to make, by a very poorly worded question, is the difference between touch DNA, where you might ultimately be seeking epithelial, versus blood. Okay? And is there a difference?
Yes,
Okay.
blood is a much richer source of DNA.
Okay. In regards to touch DNA, give us some examples of what touch DNA.
So touch DNA would be, if say for example, my hands are sweaty and then I touch this surface, there is a possibility that I can leave my DNA behind or my skin cells behind on this surface, and then if it's swabbed at a later time, then my DNA can be picked up from those skin cells, but it's not a guarantee. There's a lot of factors that come into play with touch DNA, getting left behind on an item or not.
And sometimes you will know that you have DNA, but you don't have any identifiable DNA or interpretable DNA, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. And let me actually go to the example in this particular case. Just for an example of sometimes you know there's DNA there, but it's just not interpretable. In this particular case, you attempted to get DNA from Miss Buckley's fingernail swabs.
Correct.
Okay. And your ultimate result in regards to that was due to the limited nature of these results, the data is not interpretable.
Correct.
Okay. You did find, though, that there was DNA foreign to Miss Buckley, correct? Just,
it was too little to be compared to anyone's standard.
and you also have that with the instrumentation, that there are times you're ultimately, to get these numbers, you're looking at graphs.
Yes.
You're looking at peaks.
Correct.
And if a peak isn't, there's sometimes what you can't call a certain peak, correct?
Yes.
Help us understand what that phrase means.
So we have a threshold. So a peak has to reach a certain height in order for me to be able to say that that is a DNA peak attributable to a person.
And so there are times that we have what's called a mixture, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what I've heard you explain is that, or actually let me start with the results in regards to the pajama bottoms.
Yes.
Would you call that a mixture?
It was a mixture.
Okay. And is it fair to say you call it a mixture because you found at least 2 different persons' DNA?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Mizrahi had asked you a question, were you confident, and we're specifically talking about pajama bottoms, that it was only the 2, that it was only 2 people?
With the results that I interpreted and I have observed, I am confident it is only 2 and 2 individuals only.
But again, we unfortunately have in DNA technology situations where you may have peaks that don't meet your threshold, correct?
Yes, but I don't interpret those peaks because they're not interpretable.
Sure. And so they're not interpretable in terms of identifying them to anything, correct?
If they're not even called, I can't interpret them.
Okay, you can't even call it a specific DNA marker.
Correct.
Okay. Fair enough. There are a number of steps in regards to the DNA process, are there not?
Yes, there are.
You actually do not complete all of those steps yourself, do you?
I don't.
And in this particular case, there was an Aliyah Field, correct? Am I pronouncing her name correctly?
Aliyah Fields.
Aliyah, is it Fields?
Fields,
Okay.
yes.
She's no longer with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
She's not.
Okay, but she performed some of the manual steps in this process, correct?
Robotic steps.
Okay. She also helped perform the quantitation setup?
Yes.
Okay. And then there was another worker, Rowena McKenzie,
yes.
Okay. And she also operated the robot for amplification?
Yes,
And you're a supervisor at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, correct?
I am.
Within your.
I am not.
You are not.
I am not.
But you were supervising these people, correct?
I'm not.
Okay. But they do important steps to the DNA
Yes,
process,
they
correct?
have undergone training and they have completed their training successfully. They do proficiency testing and competency testing before they are able to operate these instruments with casework samples.
In your time at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, you have experienced instances of what's called sample carryover contamination, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you could, explain what that is to the jurors.
So sample carryover contamination could occur if there is a sample that has a large amount of DNA that could then bleed over to other samples that are adjacent to it on a plate.
And you personally, ma'am, are not sure of how many times in your career at FDLE you've had instances of contamination?
I don't remember, but it is recorded.
There is documentation as is required for
Yes.
your accreditation. Can I just have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
When you were asked, ma'am, in regards to whether or not other analysts, and I think you mentioned that you were aware in this case that there might have been two separate analysts working on different aspects or different parts of the case. What would that analyst use in terms of what you produced for the known profile of Mr. Whitaker?
The DNA profile that was generated in the course of the analysis.
Meaning the double numbers
Yes,
or the actual item?
just the double numbers.
Yes.
Show you the JAMA bottoms, which reads 10L for identification, but I think it's still digit used. And I just want to make sure that I understand. Where this is marked A, this is where you took the actual cutting,
Correct. That whole.
that hole. What is the significance of what's on the back?
That is actually the front.
Oh, I'm sorry, the front.
So there is a stain there that I think could be a possible blood stain, and I tested it presumptively for blood, and it was negative. So I marked it.
And that's why you stopped any further analysis?
Correct.
Okay, how about this other where it says maybe NEG?
No, that was negative.
Oh, I'm sorry, I see another mark then. Oh.
That must have been negative because I only assigned a alphabetical identifier on areas that gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. I must not have labeled that negative.
Can you look through your bench notes? Because obviously you take very detailed
Right.
notes over exactly what you do.
So I said with red-brown staining on the front pant leg and back pant leg, and positive area A, right, red-brown staining on the back, and negative red-brown staining on the front. And a sample was collected from area A for DNA analysis.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. I don't have anything further.
All right, thank you. Cross for Mr. Robinson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I didn't have anything for you, but then you were talking about population, so it caused me to put together a few questions. So you were asked about 700 billion times more likely, right?
It's actually greater than 700 billion times.
That's a lot of billions.
Yes.
And we all agree, and I think that it was Mr. Mizrahi that said that that's more people than have ever been on the planet.
Which I'm not sure of.
Okay. But it's more than are on here right now. I'll agree with that.
Yes.
Now, if instead I were to change it, and this doesn't have to do with your analysis, but your expertise, if I were to change that to 4.4 million times more likely, that's a lot less, right?
Yes.
Is that equivalent to the population of Florida?
See, the likelihood ratio statistic that I calculate doesn't have anything to do with the Earth's population. It is independent of it. But the fact of the matter that we are capping the reporting at 700 billion is because it's something that most people can relate to.
Okay, but we're talking about 4.4 million.
I don't know the.
Let me finish
Okay.
the question. If it's 4.4 million, and I understand that you're going, you're not saying that it's against the population, but the terminology that's used by FDLE, that's used by all analysts across all reports, ties to the population, correct?
It doesn't.
So then what's the relevance of the number? To just give a big number?
No, the likelihood ratio is what the number that is the statistics that is calculated when comparisons are made.
Okay. So you can have, and we can end with this. You can have comparisons when it's in the hundreds of billions, right?
Yes.
If it's on the low end of the millions, that's lower, much lower on the spectrum, right?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, is there any redirect?
So Ms. Schlacks briefly brought up the concept of not having DNA and the fragility of DNA. Could you explain to the jury, in your training experience, if I touch something, does that mean I'm going to automatically leave behind DNA that we're going to find?
No.
Explain that to the jury.
So, as I've mentioned earlier, there's a lot of factors that come into play as to when touch DNA can be left behind. It depends on the length of time between the contact of the skin surface and the item of evidence. It depends on if there was enough friction to slop off skin cells from the skin surface to the item. It also depends if the person recently washed hands, or if the item was clean prior to it being swabbed or being sampled after it was touched.
What about environmental factors? Heat, water, stuff like that.
DNA is a very stable molecule. However, it can be degraded by extreme heat. It can be degraded by cleaning products. It can be degraded by water because it can promote microbial growth. And it's also sensitive to pH changes.
It can also be like wiped away.
Yes.
I just want to make sure it's not necessarily cleaning products, but just wiping something away.
Yes. Somebody could have touched it, and that person just like picked up the DNA with his skin surface or her skin surface, and DNA was not there anymore.
Schlacks asked you about the why about there being only two contributors to the DNA. Why are you so confident that it's only two?
Because like I mentioned earlier, half the DNA comes from the father and half the DNA comes from the mother. It can be the same DNA type at one area of the DNA, or it could be two. The maximum number of DNA types that I expect at one area of the DNA for one person is two. So anytime I see 3 or 4, then it tells me that there's more than one individual there. And the DNA that I observed on the shirt, or the bottom and the top, I am very confident that there are just two people because I've seen a maximum of 4 DNA peaks.
Never saw a fifth, which would indicate a third contributor.
Correct.
And the DNA profile that wasn't Barbara Buckley matched the DNA profile of either Barner or Whitaker.
They align with their DNA profile. They're consistent.
And we're looking at 21 different locations?
Correct.
Explain to the jury, because we excluded Mr. Buckley. if there's any location where that DNA does not match either Mr. Barner or Mr. Whitaker, are you able to definitively exclude them as being a contributor?
Exclusion is absolute. If there's any discrepancy whatsoever in just one area of the DNA, that is on exclusion.
And we were talking about the population of the earth, but this statistical probability is to show how rare the likelihood of someone, an unknown individual, contributing that DNA versus either Mr. Barner or Mr. Whitaker. Is that a better way to say it?
It sounds correct, but I don't know if it is correct.
Well, it's not, you're not saying that there's a 700 billion people in the earth and you might find one person that has that.
No, what I'm saying that DNA profile is 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Barbara Buckley and Dominic Barner on the pajama top than if it originated from Barbara Buckley and an unrelated individual who is not Dominic Barner. So the likelihood ratio is a statistical calculation that compares two opposing explanations to the same event. So the event being a mixed DNA profile of two individuals was observed on the pajama top. The first explanation is that DNA profile originated from Barbara Buckley and Dominic Barner. And the second explanation is that DNA profile originated from Barbara Buckley and an unknown individual. The first explanation is greater than 700 billion times more likely than the other explanation. That is what likelihood ratio is about.
And I assume you're not an expert in political polling or anything like that. Is that true?
I'm not.
But in your lay mind, have you ever heard of someone being 700 billion times more likely to win than somebody else? Have you ever heard that kind of polling reported?
No.
That's all the questions I have now.
All right, thank you. May this witness be excused? All right, thank you, ma'am. You're excused and free to go.
Thank you.
All right, state, you may call your next witness.
Oral High School. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Yes. All right, ma'am, if you'll come forward and be sworn. All right, if you can have a seat right there in the center. And be sure to hold that microphone or have it close to your mouth. Speak loudly and clearly. Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, police the court.
Yes.
Please introduce yourself to both juries.
Hello. Hello. My name's Coral Heisler. It's Heisler.
What do you currently do for a living?
I work at the Charleston Police Department, and I just opened up a new forensic DNA laboratory.
Is that working at the Charleston Police Department you were opened up?
Yes.
So you, that's kind of cool. How long have you been there?
About a year.
And so you moved from Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes.
And were you previously employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, I was.
For how long were you employed with Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
For about 14 years.
And the jury's already heard about who FDLE is, and were you a DNA analyst?
Yes, I was.
You currently still are in Charleston.
Yes.
So explain for the jury a little bit. We've already heard some of it about your educational background, training experience that allows you to come into courts and testify.
I have a bachelor's from Penn State in forensic science with the option in biology. I was trained at FDLE through a 2-phase training program. The first phase is mainly academic. There are readings, textbooks, exams, lab practicals. And the second phase is supervised casework, where I'll work actual cases under the supervision of a qualified analyst. There's a series of 3 oral boards or oral examinations in front of my training committee and a mock trial.
And over the years, have you undergone proficiency testing to make sure that you're qualified to testify in DNA?
Yes, I have.
And is the lab accredited?
Yes.
And the jury's heard a little bit about this. When you're doing specific testing, do you make sure that the samples that you're testing both are not tampered with, and that you're doing your testing without tampering with it externally from like you or other analysts?
Yes, I make sure the package is sealed and I wear protective equipment, PPE, like a mask, gloves, hairnet when I work the items.
When you actually work the items, do you use blanks to make sure that there is no contamination?
Yes, I do.
So have you, and how many times have you testified as an expert?
About 70 times.
You ever not been qualified and expert in forensic DNA technology and the statistical components?
No.
At this time, I would tender the witness.
Any voir dire from Defendant Whitaker and from Defendant Robinson? All right, you may proceed.
So the jury has already heard of deoxyribonucleic acid and how it's worked forensically, so we don't need to go all through that. Have you had the opportunity to review your case file with regard to 2020-626?
Yes.
It's pretty lengthy.
Yes.
Thick. Okay.
It is.
You did a lot of testing in this case?
I did.
And we heard from analyst Adona, who indicated that she did the sample from Leroy Whitaker. Did you eventually use her produced sample in some of your comparisons?
Yes, I did.
Is that commonly done at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And throughout DNA technology, because you're in Charleston now.
Yes.
So I want to turn to your testing, and we'll kind of go through with it. The items taken from a reported to be a Nissan sedan. Did you do DNA testing on 2 white shirts from the Nissan sedan?
I did. May I refer to my notes?
If that helps refresh your memory, you may.
Thank you for asking. I should have said that. I said it to the other one.
Yes, I did.
Did you also do swabs from the rifle and the Glock?
Yes, I did.
Did you also swab live rounds and bullet fragments?
Yes.
So we'll go through some of the easy things first. The bullet fragment, did that end up matching Charles McCormick? Victim in this case.
Yes.
Okay, so the swab from the live round, that did not demonstrate anything that could be extracted and quantified?
The steps, I do extract the DNA, and when I moved to the quantification step, there was insufficient DNA to continue the DNA process.
And so those were the swabs from the live rounds in the rifle. Also, were there swabs from the rifle and the Glock? Did those indicate a mixture that could not be interpreted?
That's correct.
So that was the easy stuff. Let's go, and it's actually right to your left. I know you previously looked at them in your pre-trials. These are the 2 shirts beginning first with State's Exhibit 210, which corresponds to exhibit number 9 for you. Right?
Yes.
And then State's 211, which reports to exhibit number 10.
Yes.
And where was 9 located according to the law enforcement, and where was 10 located according to law enforcement?
Nine was the driver's seat, and 10 was the rear seat middle.
Okay, so I'm going to refer to 9 as the driver's seat, which 9 is going to be 210, and then 211 will be 10, the rear seat. Okay?
Okay.
So we'll just do Front seat, driver's seat, back seat. In the analysis of the white T-shirt, were you able to locate a hair that could be tested for DNA?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, just clarification, which white T-shirt is it still?
Yeah.
From the driver's seat.
Yes.
Explain for the jury how you determine that a hair is suitable for DNA testing.
I take the hair, I put it under the microscope, and if I see possible debris or epithelial cells or look at the root and determine it's suitable for DNA testing, I proceed. I take a cutting of the end of the hair and put it in a tube.
And did you determine that that DNA was from a single source?
Yes.
And did that DNA end up not matching some of the people we're going to talk about that we've already heard, Leroy Whitaker, Hakeem Robinson? It did not match any of those people.
That's correct. They were excluded.
All excluded.
Yes.
Okay. But did you also perform a test on the shirt itself?
Yes, I did.
How did you go about doing that?
I swabbed specific areas of the shirt to look for wear DNA, and I swabbed the collar area and the armpits, and I believe the shoulders. 1 second.
You can check to see. And you're using one swab for all of those areas?
Yes, to concentrate the DNA on one swab. I swabbed the inside of the shirt, collar, armpits, and shoulder.
And in doing that test, did you determine that there was a mixture of DNA that could be compared to other people?
Yes.
And that mixture was consistent with how many individuals?
3 donors.
Were you able to exclude in your first round Charles McCormick, Krista Odom, Cora McKnight, and Miss Barton? I don't want to say her name wrong. Eva Barton were all excluded as possible contributors?
Sorry, I have them listed as numbers. I just have to verify.
Okay. Yeah, take your time.
Yes, they were excluded.
Were you later provided the known DNA samples from a Leroy Whitaker and Hakeem Robinson?
Yes.
And did you compare those known DNA samples to the mixtures in the driver's seat T-shirt as well as the rear seat T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
And what results did you have beginning first with the driver's seat T-shirt?
For the driver's seat, Leroy Whitaker is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from the item. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Leroy Whitaker and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals.
And the jury has already been explaining that billion-time likelihood, but I guess let's just get a different perspective. What does that mean?
Its likelihood ratio is a weight of the evidence in a form of a number. I can tell you, yeah, it's 7 billion times more likely or 700 billion times more likely, but that doesn't really mean much. Like if I can say he's included, but that doesn't mean much without giving you a weight to the number. And that 700 billion is the weight.
And to confirm the Hakeem Robinson, did you actually perform the DNA analysis on his known buccal swab?
Yes.
And that's going to be states 223.
Yes. Buckle.
So 700 billion times Hakeem Robinson on the driver's seat, but there's a mixture of multiple people.
It was a mixture of 3.
Turning to the rear seat, did you perform the similar DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results of that?
That also demonstrated a mixture consistent with 3 donors.
And did it match any known profiles that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement had developed?
Since it's not a single source, I don't say match, I say included. And Leroy Whitaker is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from this item. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Leroy Whitaker and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals.
And so same testimony that you gave with Mr. Robinson in terms of what that means, 700 billion, what it means.
Yes. I stated the inclusion for Leroy Whitaker for item 9 and 10. We didn't go over Mr. Robinson for item 9.
Who did you say for item 9? I'm sorry.
I just stated the inclusion for Leroy Whitaker for item 9 and 10, not the other individual yet.
Correct. I'm sorry. Let's go back to 9 so I make it clear. Who's on 9? Or who's included on 9? 9 being the driver's seat.
I did state Leroy Whitaker was included as a possible contributor, and that's the likelihood ratio of 700 billion that I gave. And when I compare Hakeem Robinson, I do also include him as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile, and it is the same likelihood ratio. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Hakeem Robinson and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals.
Sorry, I wasn't listening carefully. So both Hakeem and Leroy Whitaker are included on the driver's.
They are.
Well, let's have the witness clarify. T-shirt on the driver's seat. Tell me, repeat again, if you will, please, who is included in that T-shirt?
I independently looked at the reference samples from both Leroy Whitaker and Hakeem Robinson. In my first statement, I compare Mr. Whitaker, and I'm including him into the mixed DNA profile that originated from item 9, or the driver's seat white T-shirt. And then I look at Hakeem Robinson, and I also included him as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. And then I reported the likelihood ratios independently for each of them.
So we heard from analyst Adona that she's confident in one of her other, and it has nothing to do with what you did, that she knows it's only 2 people because there's no more than 4 loci in any particular location on the DNA. No more than 4 alleles in any particular loci. So here, are you confident that there's at least 3 people involved?
Yes.
How can 2 people both Case Exhibit 226 and Case Exhibit 225, which are samples that you developed with Abdul Robinson Jr. and Abdul Robinson Sr.
Yes.
And were you able to exclude Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes.
And with Abdul Robinson Sr., were you able to exclude him in some areas, but then it was undetermined in others?
From the driver's side?
I'm sorry, for the shirt, he was excluded. Go ahead. Just explain the results. Let me stop.
For item 9, the T-shirt from the driver's seat?
Yes.
They were both excluded.
I was talking about the driver's compartment where.
Okay.
I'm jumping ahead. It's my fault. And they were excluded from the rear middle seat as well.
The T-shirt on the rear middle seat, they were also excluded from.
Okay, and I don't think we've given the results for the rear yet. What were the results on the rear?
You have not.
Let's do it.
Okay. So what results are you looking at now?
DNA mixed, 3-person mixed DNA profile from the T-shirt from the rear of the vehicle, the rear seat. Number 10, I believe.
They are also excluded from that.
But were you able to include, and also Hakeem Robinson was also excluded from that?
Hakeem Robinson is excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from the white T-shirt from the rear middle seat.
You were able to include Leroy Whitaker to that shirt?
Yes, he is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from this item. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Leroy Whitaker and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals.
Okay, so despite my jumping around too much, Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker are included on the front seat and only Leroy Whitaker on the back seat.
Objection, mischaracterization for testimony. Front seat versus T-shirt on front seat.
Okay, if you'll just clarify your question.
T-shirt that we've talked about that's sitting right to your left side.
Yes.
That mixed DNA profile included both Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker.
Yes.
And the rear seat T-shirt sitting right to your left, it was just Leroy Whitaker.
Correct.
So did you also get some touch DNA swabs that were taken from the reported 4 compartments of the Nissan car, sedan?
Yes.
And 3 of them, were you able to report any identifiable DNA?
No, it was a mixture that was not suitable for comparison on 3 of the items.
Were you able to report some information with regard to the driver's seat compartment swab taken from the Nissan sedan?
Yes, it was a mixture consistent with 4 donors.
That's 4, so that's the most we've seen. Is that Stacey's?
Yes.
So Stacey's Exhibit 221 had a mixture of 4 potential donors.
That's correct.
And what did you report in terms of Hakeem Robinson being a contributor to one of those profiles?
He is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile, and the observed mixed DNA profile is approximately 4.4 million times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Hakeem Robinson and 3 unrelated individuals than from 4 unrelated individuals.
So explain to the jury why we see a number like 4.4 million as opposed to 700 billion.
I'm looking at the frequency of the DNA types and the overall profile and making that comparison. So it's not quite as big as 700 billion, but it is an inclusion that's greater than 1 or whatever number you would say. I'm just giving a weight to the inclusion.
And is the number potentially explanation for it because there's so many contributors of DNA because there's 4 potential people? Or is it because you just didn't have as much DNA to analyze?
It's just looking at the overall profile and how I can include him at certain locations and the frequency of the alleles at those locations.
Were you able to exclude people from that driver's side swab?
Yes.
Who were you able to exclude?
Leroy Whitaker is excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile obtained from that item.
And how about Abdul Robinson Sr. and Jr.?
They're Junior is excluded and 34, or I'm sorry, senior is inconclusive. I couldn't make a determination to include or exclude.
The junior was excluded.
Yes.
May I have a moment to check with counsel?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
All right, cross for Mr. Whitaker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thanks. It's somewhat obvious, but just to get it out there, you can't see DNA, can you?
I mean, I can see red-brown staining if there's blood, but I can't see the DNA profile, no.
Sure. And like when you look at any item, and what I'm trying to have you explain for the jurors is just how tiny DNA is.
Yes, it's very small.
I've heard it referred to that you can fit, correct me if I'm wrong, like a million DNA on the top of a pen head.
I haven't tested that.
But it's fair to say it's extremely small, correct?
Yes.
And you never know, with the exception of if you see some red-brown staining, you can anticipate you may very well have a DNA result if it is in fact blood, correct?
Blood is a rich source of DNA.
Sure. But sometimes a stain can be some other substance that's not blood, correct?
Correct.
And so there's no way you as the analyst, when you look at any of these items, have any idea what DNA results, if any, you might get, correct?
When I look at items, I'm trained in identifying stains. So I do look for specific stains that would have characteristics of blood, if that's what you're referring to. But I don't know if it's going to be a mixture when I'm swabbing something for wear or single source, or maybe no results even.
And so let's go specifically to, I guess we have some T-shirts that you ended up analyzing, correct?
Yes.
And my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that you did not take cuttings. You literally made your own swab. Is that correct?
Yes, I swabbed the shirts in those areas.
And it sounds like one of the reasons you would have swabbed the particular areas that you did is that you're trying to capture maybe known areas where people naturally sweat. Would that be fair?
Not necessarily sweat, just I know that has the most contact with their body, so it would have skin cells on it to identify who was wearing the shirts.
And so you look for those particular areas because you're trying to capture whatever DNA might be there, correct?
Yes.
And when we're talking about trying to get DNA from an item such as the two shirts that are next to you, DNA technology can tell us a lot, but it can't tell us when that DNA got on that shirt, correct?
That's correct.
And can't tell us how it got there, correct?
That's correct.
Because there is this concept of transfer of DNA, correct?
Yes, there's transfer DNA.
And I'm sure as part of your very extensive training, you've become aware of studies that they have done, scientific studies, where if I grab this pen and then hand it to Mr. DeCoste, and then you test the DNA from Mr. DeCoste's possession, my DNA may very well be on that pen, correct?
Yes, it's possible. That's more so like touch DNA versus wear DNA.
Sure. But the concept exists, correct?
Yes.
And that's something you just always have to be aware of when you're doing your analysis and trying to explain the results, correct?
It doesn't really affect my analysis on the DNA because I'm still just testing what DNA is on the shirt. I don't know how it got there.
Nor do you know when, correct? Because DNA can be degraded over time, but I think we're all aware of situations where DNA has been recovered 10, 20, 30 years down the road.
Yes, that's why we do cold cases.
And so that technology exists as well.
Yes, it's the same DNA technology that I'm using.
In this particular case, you were never given a standard of Dominique Barner?
That's correct.
So you did not include or exclude him from any analysis you completed?
I made no comparisons of that person.
How about anyone named Chris Brown?
No.
Okay. How about anyone named Torrigan Williams?
No.
Did you do any testing on any hairs found?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of testing on hair does FDLE do?
It's the same DNA testing.
There's also something called mitochondrial DNA testing, correct?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Florida Department of Law Enforcement does not do that testing,
No,
correct?
they do not.
And so that was not completed in this case?
No.
Okay. And mitochondrial DNA testing is for the Y chromosome? Is that correct?
That's for Y DNA testing.
Okay.
For mitochondrial DNA, it's looking at the whole hair shaft, and I only look at the root end of the hair when I do perform DNA analysis. I do STR, which stands for short tandem repeat DNA testing.
And in this particular case, I guess there were about 70 hairs?
On what item?
I'm sorry?
On which item?
I guess total on all the different items that you were looking at?
I'm notated on item 9, which is the shirt from the driver's seat, that I collected approximately 70 apparent hairs, and that there was a clump of apparent hairs and some also remained on the shirt. And on the other white t-shirt from the rear, that had about 65 hairs, and some also remained on the shirt.
And then you ended up picking 2 out of those hairs for DNA testing?
I determined 2 to be suitable to continue DNA testing with.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, cross from Mr. Robinson.
I could have one moment.
Okay.
Great. No, not yet. I'm going to come over with it. All right, thank you. Good evening. Hi.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Doing well. Your Honor, I'm going to approach. I want to retrieve Exhibit 210.
Okay.
Mr. Robinson's DNA. Not involved in that one. Do you understand this to be your item 9, Exhibit 210?
Yes.
Put her over here. In front of the juror. Safe to say, when you get that, it was a dirty article of clothing.
I actually notated it was not very dirty.
Lots of look. I have a dog. I have hairs all over my clothes, but there was a lot of human hair on that T-shirt, right?
I can't testify if it's human hair. I noted there were hairs.
There was also multiple types of DNA, right?
When you say types, do you mean like blood, semen, saliva, or different people? I don't know what you mean.
Let's leave it at this. It was not a freshly laundered shirt.
I don't know when it was laundered.
Freshly laundered meaning that it's clean, it's folded, like the shirt that I put on today before coming here. Do you have any indication that that was a clean, freshly laundered shirt?
I don't.
Okay. So you get the shirt, what I will term is the dirty shirt, and you tested it. You pulled off a bunch of hairs and you found how many were suitable?
2.
So that would have left 68 hairs that were on that shirt, give or take.
Those are the ones I collected. There were possibly more, yes.
Now, with respect to private lab testing, mitochondrial DNA testing, the remaining 68 on that could have been tested, right?
I should clarify, I wrote they're apparent hairs. I'm not saying they are definitely hairs. So I don't know if they could have been tested.
Fair enough.
If they're fibers, that wouldn't have DNA necessarily.
Fair enough. But there were the hairs that you determine are suitable for testing. They have the root, and that's what you can test, right?
Yes, I look at the root.
All right. So however many other hairs there were, if it were 2 or if it were 68, those could have been tested because these private labs can test the actual hair, right?
Again, I'm not saying necessarily that they're hairs or human hairs or fibers. I'm just looking at items that were not suitable for DNA.
You testified a moment ago that there was a clump of hairs.
I did say a clump, and I should have said apparent hairs. I didn't pull them all apart.
But if we don't look, and we don't know, right?
I wasn't able to pull them all apart, and I'm not able to say if they are fibers or hairs. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be confusing, but it was a clump that was all intertwined. There could have been fibers involved in them. I'm not specifying the difference between if that went to a trace DNA or a trace section instead of DNA.
You found 2 hairs that were suitable, but you would agree that there was other hairs recovered from the shirt. Understanding that some of them may have been fibers, there was other hairs that were recovered.
Yes.
That could have been tested.
Yes.
If the state chose to send them for mitochondrial testing, right?
I'd imagine. I'm not sure how that works.
Okay. Now, you got another name from the hairs, right? Tied back to a gentleman, Mr. Hogan.
Objection, Your Honor. Your side.
All right, sustained.
Without saying the name, you tied one of the hairs back to somebody whose name has not been said in this courtroom, right?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
We need to reject. We might need a reproach.
Okay, let me see court reporter and counsel at sidebar.
Seemed like that DNA specialist got them in a chokehold. So what y'all thinking so far in regards to what has been transpiring in the last couple of weeks? I'm going to tell you, the DNA recovered from the pants of the home invasion victim is definitely, well, hold on, can y'all hear me? I don't know if y'all can hear me. I hope y'all can. It's damaging to ATK Scotty because based off the testimony from that witness, they both of the suspects that came into her house attempted to pull her back in the house. And remember, she already said tattoo guy had his hands basically up on her shoulders, collarbone, which goes with the fact that his DNA was found on her shirt. And she said, I forgot what she called him, the stranger guy or whatever she referred to the other one as, was like at the other end. So being that his DNA was found on her pants, because why else would your DNA be on her pants, right? So that's damaging. It did, I'll be honest, the defense attempted to like discredit that. I don't see that really working in the eyes of the jury because it's like, okay, so the convenience that they happen to quote unquote contaminate DNA to put his DNA on her pants is just wild to me. I just don't see that happening. I don't know if y'all can hear me. I might have to wait to do my whole follow up afterwards because, like I said, I'm still out and about. But the car DNA will be a little bit, because it's like they had both Ksoo and Scotty in the driver's seat, back seat, all that. So that there already shows that, well, if you're saying this person was driving, that person was there, it's no way to pinpoint exactly why that DNA was in the car. But yeah, so far that's the DNA on the pins is definitely damaging for sure. So we'll see what happens coming up next. They trying to definitely get at these DNA analysts, but we'll see how it plays out. Shoot, I thought it hadn't came back. Okay. Because I can't see the screen because the sun is booming. Y'all make sure if you haven't, make sure you hit the like button, share the live. Court should be ending within the next hour. So it shouldn't be going on too much longer. They have been going through witnesses like crazy. I tell you no lie. This is one of the fastest like flowing. They have, I think they only had like 3 sidebars during the trial so far. What's up, Cherie? So it definitely has been flowing. I know I'm lagging, so I don't know. Are they talking yet? We just gonna chill because I can't. My phone keep jumping in and out. I don't know if I'm talking over the people if they back. But once the trial is over, I'll come back on. We'll chop it up a little bit more. Let's see. Can I hear it now? I still can't hear the music playing. I know they got the music playing. I hope I ain't messed it up trying to talk. Can y'all still hear the music playing, or is it just me? Okay. Because I can't hear the music playing, so that's why I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to be talking when they come back on, because I don't know if I'm lagging because my phone and my other phone is dead. But music stopped the last time you came in. So when I go mute, does it play then? Because maybe it's me. I hope I ain't messed it up. Look, it was flowing so well this whole time, and I'm not at home to change it. I wonder if it just does it when I'm on or not. All right, y'all tell me when I mute if y'all can still hear the music. I think I done messed it up. God damn it. This whole time I've been out handling business, I just been watching. I think I done messed up the doggone thing. Where's my other phone? God dang. Oh, they cut the music off. Okay. Okay, they back on. Okay, we good.
They ain't saying nothing yet.
But not necessarily.
Yes.
He could have wiped
All right,
but
we
not
good.
necessarily. He could have wiped his brow with it, right?
Yes, I don't know how the DNA got on the shirt.
Nor do you know when it got onto the shirt.
That's correct.
All right. If it's 700 billion and it degrades down, you can't put sort of a time on it, like the rings on a tree, right?
So that's not really how it works. It doesn't degrade from 700 billion. That's the likelihood ratio I'm associating with the comparing the two. Degraded DNA would be, let's say, a good DNA profile with information at all locations that then was subjected to, let's say, extreme heat, and it degraded and gave a different type of effect to the DNA that made it less likely for have DNA at every location tested.
So we agree. You can't say when the DNA got onto the shirt.
That's correct.
And the fact that his DNA is on the shirt that's in the car, that doesn't mean he was ever inside of the car, right?
No, I'm just testifying to the DNA. I don't know how it got there or when the shirt got there or who was in the car.
Now let's talk about the driver compartment, okay?
Okay.
Now, you never go out to the car. You get the swab from the different compartments, right?
Yes.
I'm showing you it's been entered in as States 88. Always takes a minute. All right. Does that look, I don't know if that's upside down or not. Can you see the steering wheel off to the left and then the rear, the different gears, the gear shifter?
Yes.
Okay. You agree that looks like a t-shirt from the front seat?
Yes.
Now let's talk about an example. Ms. Schlack used me for one a moment ago. All right. Wearing this jacket, a little bit chilly in here. Got a little bit heated this morning. But I want to be a gentleman to Ms. Schlack, so I give her my jacket. I never sit in her seat. I never sit at her desk, right? But I give her my jacket. She puts it on, she wears it, leaves for the day, I get it back, right? If a tech were to come in here and swab that seat, that desk, my DNA could be on that seat, right?
I have no idea. I'm not making the connection from you wearing.
This jacket that I'm wearing right now, right? This morning, it got a little tough. Maybe a little bit of sweat in here. My DNA is in this jacket, right?
She sits it on the desk.
Just stay with me step by step. My DNA is on the jacket, right?
I don't know. I haven't tested the jacket.
It could be.
Yes.
Like that t-shirt on it, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to be a gentleman, and I give my jacket to Ms. Schlack. I don't sit in the chair. I don't go near their table. I got my own. But I give her my jacket, right? She puts it on. It's on the chair. My DNA, we agree, is already on it. My DNA is going to end up, it's going to transfer over to that chair. That's how DNA works, right?
I wouldn't say that. The inside of your jacket is where you're assuming that I'm saying the DNA is at, or the outside. I'm not. I haven't tested the chair or your jacket to say that there's DNA on it.
Why don't we make it easier than a jacket? All right, my client's hanky, right? I use it. Hands are a little sweaty, nervous, right? And I want to be a gentleman again, and Ms. Schlack's, here you go to be able to use it, right? So my DNA, I wipe my nose, sorry. My sweat's on it. My DNA is on this. I'm telling you my DNA is on it. And I give it to Ms. Schlack's. Now, she's here, she puts it on the table. And at the end of the day, she figures she leaves it on the chair. My DNA has made its way over to that table without me ever being at that table, right?
Okay.
It's possible.
Yes.
That is a thing that you have the transfer of DNA.
So are you saying the DNA is now on the table?
I'm saying that my DNA very well, in actuality, because I just touched it, my DNA very well could be on that table right now.
It's possible. It all depends on the friction, the length of time. If I'm pressing hard on something to leave my DNA on the item versus just gently tapping on an item, if it's just sitting on a table, it's not going to necessarily jump off the handkerchief onto the table. But if you apply pressure to it, then it's more likely to transfer the DNA from one item to another.
All right. Now, this T-shirt, you didn't get back 700 billion times. You got back 4.4 million, right? That's much lower.
You're not phrasing it the way that I did, and
Well, tell me how you phrase it.
comparisons. So I'm not saying the shirt has 4.4 million.
No, no, no. I want to make sure that we're clear because we're not talking about necessarily the shirt. Right now, we're talking about the swab of the compartment, right? So let me back up for the example. This may help out. The swab is done by one of the evidence techs here in Jacksonville and then sent to you, right?
Yes.
So they go in there, and in this example, right, I'm the tech, and I got my swab, and I go out here, and I have one swab for the front compartment. Now, this handkerchief, it's there in the front compartment. I'm swabbing. I move that out of the way. I'm swabbing here. I'm swabbing here. I'm swabbing the front, and I'm getting DNA. What I'm talking about is the fact that that T-shirt had his DNA on it. You can't rule out that the DNA transferred to the compartment, and that's why it comes back. You can't rule that out, can you?
No, I don't know how the DNA was on the compartment.
It very well could have been because there was a T-shirt that had his DNA all over it sitting in the front compartment.
I don't know how his DNA got on the compartment.
All right. So for the example that we use, that hanky, but now I've been over there, but that hanky, because I touched it, my DNA was on it. My DNA is now on the table, on the chair. It can transfer that way through an article of clothing.
Just because you touch it doesn't mean your DNA is on it.
But it could get on there.
Yes.
Okay. So, sum this up. This T-shirt has my client's DNA on it, right? Right?
I included him into a mixture.
All right. So you believe his DNA is on it.
Yes.
That T-shirt is rolled up in the front compartment, right?
Yes.
One swab is used for the entire front compartment.
Let me see.
When I say the front driver compartment.
And you're saying how many swabs they used?
Well, you already told us one swab.
I said I used one swab to swab the T-shirt.
No, no, no. The front compartment of the vehicle, you didn't swab it. It was given to you. How many swabs were used in the front compartment, if you know?
I can look. I didn't already tell you.
Okay, sure, please.
There was one swab that was used.
All right. So you got one swab. The T-shirt's gone. They're swabbing the front compartment. You can't rule out the possibility that the reason why the DNA is showing up in a mixture in the driver compartment wasn't because it came off that shirt.
I don't know how the DNA was deposited on the driver's compartment.
My question to you is, you can't rule out that it didn't come from that shirt.
No, I don't know how it was there.
So with all of your testimony here, you have no way of saying that Hakeem Robinson was ever inside of that vehicle.
No, I don't know that.
And the last question is the mixture that you, no further questions, Your Honor, I'm good.
All right, thank you. Is there any redirect?
Ms. Heisler, there was some discuss about all the hairs, and I want to have you explain a common misconception to the jury. Because they may see crime shows where crime analysts are able to provide DNA results after a commercial break. Is that the way it works?
No, it's not. I did look at the hairs under the microscope, and when I determine the suitability, I determine if they're suitable for DNA. I don't notate why they're not suitable. It could not be suitable because there was no root or because it's not a hair. I don't notate that.
And I want to, part of it is I want to explain to the jury that this is more, is this time consuming to do all this DNA analysis?
Yes, it is. It takes multiple days, weeks, months.
And in going through your reports, I know that your first report was authored May 29th of 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And that your last report was authored July 19th of 2022.
Yes.
And you've been working on it. So, I mean, I want to give the jury an idea that this is not something that is done in 20 minutes or even a day, that this takes weeks, months, years for all the DNA testing that you're doing.
That's correct.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, may this witness be excused? All right, thank you, Ms. Heisler, you're excused. All right, are we wanting to call one last witness?
We have one last witness we can call. It should be relatively brief, albeit we have to go through some photographs.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just for scheduling purposes, this will be our last witness of the day. Is everyone okay to hang tight here? Do y'all need a bathroom break? You want to go forward? Everyone's good? Okay. I see hands going like this. All right, very good. Then state, call your next witness.
I don't want to publish until he's ready to go.
Okay. I'll do it after. All right, Dr. Pitek, if you'll come forward and be sworn. All right, sir, if you'll just be sure to speak closely and clearly into that microphone.
Doctor, go ahead and introduce yourself to both juries, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Robert Pitek.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am a chief medical examiner.
What's that?
That's a role that I play in the District 4 medical examiner's office as the chief, overseeing the operations of the office as well as supervising the other pathologists.
So how long have you been the chief medical officer or doctor in the Fourth Circuit?
6 years.
How long have you been a medical examiner?
Since 1999.
Explain to the jury your education, training, experience that allows you to operate in that capacity.
Yeah, so after medical school, I attended a residency program in both anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Kansas Medical Center. This was followed by a senior residency position at the Hahnemann University Hospital in Philadelphia, which was followed by a fellowship program at the Philadelphia Medical Examiner's Office in the branch of forensic pathology.
What's pathology?
Pathology in general is the examination of tissues and bodily fluids to determine a disease state within the body.
So we've heard things like send sample, like a skin, potential skin cancer to the pathologist. Is that what you're talking about with pathology?
Correct. A surgeon will remove a piece of tissue that gets sent down to the pathology, and the pathologist looks under the microscope and determines the disease process.
What is a forensic pathologist?
So a forensic pathologist is a subspecialty of general pathology. This has to do primarily with the determination of the cause and manner of death.
And do you have specific training in that regard?
Yes,
Are you board certified as a forensic pathologist?
I am.
Are you a medical doctor?
Yes,
And you're licensed to practice medicine here in Florida?
yes.
Approximately how many times have you testified as a board certified forensic pathologist?
It's been hundreds.
Have you been allowed to give your opinions on cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would tenure the witness as an expert in this field.
All right, any additional voir dire from Defendant Whitaker? And from Defendant Robinson? All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we mentioned cause and manner of death. Can you explain to the jury what a cause of death and then what a manner is?
So a cause of death is any process or injury to the body that causes the heart and brain function to stop. Manner of death, from the standpoint of a medical examiner, can be divided into 5 separate categories. It can either be natural, accident, suicide, or undetermined.
And is it your job to determine how somebody died and then how that death came to be?
Yes.
The uses of autopsies, explain to the jury why that is necessary for you to determine cause and manner of death in most cases.
In most cases, the individual comes into the office. There may or may not be a history. We have to do the examination, both an external and internal, to determine what's actually going on disease-wise or injury-wise.
And is photography important for that?
Yes.
And why is that?
Each case gets photographically determined and qualified and put in the autopsy report.
So, sometimes we think about medical records. Have you written a medical record report in this case?
I have written a postmortem report.
Okay. And so that's akin to a medical record, but you have hundreds of photographs that you're also able to refer to. Is it important to go back and refer to those photographs because 5 years later you may not remember everything?
That's correct.
Okay. And have you reviewed the photographs in this case as well?
I have.
So do you have your file with you, doctor?
I do.
And is it going to be in ME medical examiner number 2137?
20-0137, correct.
And the name of the deceased was Charles McCormick Jr.?
Correct.
And is that who you performed your autopsy on and rendered opinions about cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the parties have entered into stipulation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, when the parties agree to that certain facts are true, that's called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that the body examined by medical examiner Dr. B. Robert Pitek on January 31, 2020, marked as ME number 20-00137, was the body of Charles McCormick Jr.
Thank you. And Your Honor, I think we have a Scrivener's error as to the date. Doctor, when was the date of your autopsy that you did in this case?
It was on January 16th, 2020.
Okay, we're going to go through a series of photos, but just to begin with, I think it's obvious. Doctor, have you subsequently watched a videotape purported to be the shooting of Charles McCormick?
I have.
Okay. Regardless, were you able to determine what killed Mr. McCormick?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And was the manner of death a homicide?
Yes.
Okay, we'll wrap that up at the end. Now I want to go through the photographs. If you can explain to the jury these series of photographs and what they mean. And your screen, if you need to telestrate anything, you can use as a telestrator. We're first going to look at State's Exhibit 148. What's the purpose of this photograph?
This is the identification photo of the decedent.
And that is the unique medical examiner number of 2137?
Correct.
Do we know an injury to the left cheek of the individual?
Yes.
Now we're looking at State's Exhibit 149. What is this?
The front view of the decedent, still with the clothing on.
And is there a measuring stick there?
Yes,
And what is the purpose of that?
to get an approximately measurement of the height of the body.
And referring to your report, were you able to get a height and weight of Mr. McCormick?
Yes,
What was that?
the height was measured at 70 inches, the weight 143 pounds.
And 70 inches comports to 5 feet, 10 inches?
Correct.
And why is it important to show the body clothed, and then later we'll see photographs of the body unclothed?
Generally, in the entire scheme of things, when the body comes into the office, we get an as-is photograph. Then the clothing is taken off, and we get further photographs.
State's Exhibit 150, is this a photograph of the collection of that clothing?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 151, is this Mr. McCormick after the clothing was taken off?
Yes, it is.
Do we note significant injury to his head and face?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 152, is that chin injury that we previously saw in the identification photo?
Correct. This is an entrance gunshot wound to the left cheek.
And how can you tell it's an entrance versus an exit?
So an entrance usually has a small abrasion margin surrounding the edges.
And so you can tell from your training experience and education that this is an entrance wound.
Correct.
And you can say that within a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 153, what are we looking at here?
This is the corresponding exit wound to that previous entrance wound.
And you can tell that based on your education, training, and experience.
Correct.
So the measurement things here, is that just to document the size of the wounds?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 154, what are we looking at here? We're not going to dwell on this one, but what are we looking at?
This is an exit wound to the top right portion of the head.
So the nature of that significant wound, doctor, does that give you an opinion about the type of ammunition that was used to shoot, or the type of rifle or firearm that was used to shoot Mr. McCormick?
Yes, when I take a look at the entrance wound.
We're going to see that in a little bit, but go ahead.
Yes, and compare it to the exit wound. Certain types of ammunition produce characteristic wounds.
And what type of ammunition do you see from these photographs?
A high-powered weapon.
State's Exhibit 155, what are we looking at here?
This is an exit wound to the left top of the shoulder.
State's Exhibit 156.
This is the corresponding entrance wound to the left armpit.
State's Exhibit 157.
A little bit further down on the left is the entrance wound to the left chest.
158.
Here's a entrance wound to the left hip.
159.
There are multiple superficial lacerations on the left lower leg.
160.
There's an entrance wound to the top of the left foot.
161.
Corresponding exit wound to that left foot.
162.
Here's an entrance and exit wound to the medial portion, or the side portion of the right leg.
163.
These are exit wounds to the right hip.
164.
A superficial laceration to the right arm.
165.
I believe this is a close-up view of an entrance wound to the upper left thigh.
166.
Here we can see entrance and exit wounds to the back of the left heel.
So we see one of them very clearly. Is the other one beneath the 4 on the ruler?
Yes.
On the white ruler? Say Exhibit 167.
This is again the bottom portion of the left foot.
168, is that entrance wound that we saw with the massive head wound earlier?
That's correct. This is the corresponding entrance wound to the back of the head.
And so is it very common for the entrance wound to be very small and the exit wound to be significant?
Yes.
Why does that happen?
The amount of pressure that goes through the gunshot, it creates a cavity and causes more damage on the exit than on the entrance.
169, what are we looking at here?
These were teeth discovered in the body bag.
So you document, photograph those and collect them?
Correct.
170, what are we looking at here?
So here we are looking at an x-ray of the chest and the right arm and a portion of the left arm. Here we see a bright white metallic object.
If you could circle that, doctor, so we can see what you're talking about. Thank you.
Which corresponds to a bullet.
And you were able to remove and collect that bullet?
Yes.
Exhibit 171, what are we looking at here?
Here are other fragments in the right arm and just right of the right chest.
Circle those so the jury can see. Thank you. Next. 172.
Here we see another bullet fragment on the left lower abdomen.
Thank you. And then 173.
Here we see multiple fragments or actual bullet fragments in the right leg and portions in the left leg.
Thank you, doctor. 174, is that the collection of some of those items?
That's correct. These are the evidence envelopes that I created, documenting where each fragment was recovered from.
175, again, some of those items that were collected?
That's correct.
These are going to be fragments found within the body?
Yes.
Exhibit 176, can you specifically talk about what I consider a relatively pristine bullet here? Is that the one we saw in the chest, below the clavicle, I guess?
That's correct.
I'll show you that in a second. I'll show it to you now. All right, we have one of them, doctor, the very, what I consider pristine bullet. It's getting a cavity, the state's exhibit. That can correspond to the to 170.
That's correct. That's the bullet recovered from the mid-chest.
And there are notations and documentations on the envelope to show it came from your office, meaning you collected during the office.
Yes.
Your office is training about how to preserve and collect it.
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you three other items that were collected. I don't think these are the evidence, but I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked. The state's exhibit 9F. G. And 9E. So these three items, take your time to look at them, come from your office, were collected during the course of your autopsy.
Yes, they were.
I would move these three items into evidence as their pre-marked numbers.
Okay, is there any objection from Defendant Whitaker? Any objection from Defendant Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then State's Exhibit 9E will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit number 213. State's Exhibit 9F will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit number 214. And State's 9G will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit number 215.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, approximately how many gunshot wounds did Mr. McCormick suffer?
Total of 9 gunshot wounds.
And were all of them lethal?
Well, any gunshot wound can be lethal. We usually, when we talk about gunshot wounds, which are more serious than others. And in this particular case, the more serious ones were to the head and to the chest cavity.
So, like, for example, the one that goes through his foot may kill him, but it's unlikely.
Correct.
And the one that went through his head would have been much more serious, and the one that went through his chest would have been much more serious.
Yes.
The 9 gunshot wounds, was there any other explanation in your examination as to what ended Mr. McCormick's life?
No.
And so within a reasonable degree of medical uncertainty, what was the cause of his death?
Cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
Manner of death was homicide.
Thank you, doctor. I appreciate it. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-exam from defendant Whitaker. Cross-exam from defendant Robinson.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly.
Okay.
Doctor, good afternoon. My only line of questioning is with respect to height. Now, when you measure height of somebody that comes to you, they're laying down, correct?
Correct.
And as a doctor, that could be different than standing height, correct?
It may be, yes.
By small margin.
Correct.
And the reason for that is things like loss of muscle tone.
Correct. There may be some rigor mortis more pronounced than usual.
Also, when you're measuring, now you came back at 70 inches. That's an approximation. That's why we have a round number instead of 70.3.
Correct.
And then finally, post-mortem, can there also be changes in the body that affect height?
Like I said, there may be some advanced rigor mortis, or there may be complete loss of rigor mortis.
In general, the changes, it could be somebody is a little bit smaller than they were when they were living and standing.
Usually it's just an approximation, so it's not a real definite measurement.
He could have been standing before he was killed. He could have been 5'9".
It's possible. I don't know.
Could have been 5'11". You don't know.
Sure.
But there's a range, and yours is just an approximation, not an accurate living height assessment.
Right, based on the body lying on the tray and the measuring device. Yes.
Thank you so much, doctor. That's all I have.
All right, is there any redirect?
No, no.
All right, may this witness be excused? Okay, thank you, Dr. Pitek. You're excused and free to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5:30 on the nose. We are going to recess for the day. I'm going to ask that you leave your notepads on your seats. We will lock them, secure them, and return them to you when we reconvene tomorrow. Again, we'll be here in courtroom 407 starting at 9 o'clock, where we will continue with the state's case in chief. I must remind you that during this overnight recess, you're not to talk about this case among yourselves or with anyone else, or allow anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. And of course, again, if anyone attempts to speak to you, please notify me by giving a note to the bailiff. Additionally, please make every effort again that overnight tonight and tomorrow morning, you do not read, watch, or listen to any newspaper stories or television shows that might be aired about this case. And that's because this case has to be tried by each of you only on the evidence presented in this courtroom, in your collective presence, the presence of the defendants, the attorneys, and this court, and only based on the facts and evidence that come out at trial and on the law as I instruct you in it. So please make every effort to follow those directions. And I'll just remind you again, if you do see witnesses or attorneys outside as you leave today or tomorrow morning as you return, you are not to engage them in any conversation whatsoever. So with that, I wish you a good evening, and you are now excused and free to go.
For one thing, it has been going on for what, almost a year and a half?
Okay, can y'all hear me? Alright, so, damn, it's two of me on the stage again? Hold on. At this point, I can't mess with it. I'm driving. Alright. What the hell is happening? Alright, I was trying to cut my camera and won't let me. I'm driving. Alright. So, listen. Today, we have been going strong. I don't know how many of y'all have been with me all day since 9 a.m. this morning. we have went through a lot of witnesses. I believe maybe we got up to like maybe 10 or more witnesses. As I was saying earlier, to me the most damaging thing that has came out today is the DNA on the victim's pants from the home invasion matching ATK Scotty. Hold on. My phone doing all types of weird stuff. Okay. What else? As far as Ksoo, the description that the witness from the apartment complex came, although she couldn't identify him by face, it could, minus the weight situation, that possibly could go against Ksoo if they start eventually bringing in photos and things showing his music videos. Because remember, the judge has already granted that they can use his music videos. So that might be damaging to Ksoo in the end. Other than that, me personally, I didn't really hear too much more that was just like real damaging. So the DNA, and like I said, with the car situation, the DNA isn't as clean cut as you think just because they found Ksoo and Scotty DNA in the driver's seat, back seat, multiple different places. So again, based off the state's case in chief, they're saying where everybody was. So if their DNA is somewhere else, then that could lead the jury to say, well, you're right, that means they just been in the car multiple times. How do we know they was in the car that time? So it could be up in the air. Tomorrow we'll get more into it. Like I said, we'll be following this trial to the end, to the verdict. So I'll see y'all back tomorrow, 9 a.m. We've been at this thing 8.5 hours. For those who wasn't able to join in all day, I'll do a brief recap this evening once I make it home and kind of just run through everything that kind of transpired for the most part. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. So y'all have a good evening. I can't even do my outro. So I'm just going to end the live because my phone doing something. I can't do jack squat. Can I? Yeah. All right. We about to get up out of here. I'm tired. Look, it's been rough trying to run errands and be on live. Okay, yes, I can do my outro. All right, I'm out.
Mickey talks the truth. Okay. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind.
Hey, listen, you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey. Mickey talks.